your home for complete Browns coverage all year long. Andrew Berry.
Todd's awesome. I think Todd, the best way to describe him is he is old school discipline with new school relationships and football.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You ready for a little action? We'll give you a little action. We're ready for action today. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Meredith Kane is here. Chris Rose is going to be here around 11. We'll talk to him. Not going to be in studio, but we'll talk to him on the phone about what's going on with the Browns and the Guardians. Chris Ossenheimer, love him.
It's a two-Chris day.
It is. It's a double Chris day. He's going to join us at noon. You know how he covers the tribe like nobody else. And then we'll hear Todd Monken's press conference sometime in that 12 o'clock hour yesterday. Kind of stirred the pot a little bit up with making you think about a third quarterback that they have, and then you have to wonder, is Dylan Gabriel's name even being mentioned in anything? Dylan Gabriel, remember him?
Huh.
So we'll bring him.
Didn't he play at Oklahoma?
Nah, is that where it mattered, though? Does it matter?
I seem to recall that guy.
Was it Oklahoma or was it Old Dominion? Did he play at Old Dominion? I can't remember where he played.
Played at UCF, I believe.
I think he played here last year.
Who?
Remember?
Where?
He was a quarter. He started a bunch of games,
I'll
too.
be.
Dylan Gabriel. So we're going to talk a little bit about him and the rest of the quarterback situation, especially with Monken saying last night on a national TV show that he is going to split the starts for the first two games.
What?
And he's not. And
my God,
Gabriel's not in the split.
That's
in case you're
that's
wondering.
stunning.
Can we go back?
How shocking!
I know. I'm sorry. I want to start though.
Two
with
quarterbacks and one starts each of the first two preseason games.
Being cynical.
I'll be.
Jeff Phelps, cynical.
And then the one who plays best is going to start the third game. Oh, my God.
Or they'll just flip a coin.
There's reinventing the wheel right there.
How about that? Maybe we just flip a coin to see who the starting quarterback will be in the beginning of the year. You like that idea?
Todd, just pick one. Let's go. I'm tired of this whole shenanigans stuff.
How can you be tired about it, Jeff?
Pick one. Let's go.
Which one? Which one of the three?
Whichever one he likes best.
All right, let's talk about that in a little bit. I want to get into the Guardians because I think, yesterday was kind of must-see TV after the trade deadline. You're looking at this. You're saying, I want to see what Adele looks like. I want to see what Lowe looks like. I want to see how they manage some of the new players and what they're going to do and how they're going to get this done. And then they get the bases loaded, and you're totally pumped, and you think,
nobody
all right,
out, baby.
Yeah, all right.
Here comes my guy, Reese Hoskins.
And they are, oh, man, they are going to bury the Mets last night. Early on, if you watch the game, you're like, oh, yeah. Oh, they've already got the Mets pitching right away. This is nice. And then they come up empty with the bases loaded, nobody out in the first. And then, top of the second, all the offense you needed to see from the Mets, they were out of it, and you get an error, and the next thing you know.
And Gabe Arias has a great arm, as long as he's not spiking the ball 4 feet in front of his first baseman.
So there is talk now of making a roster move.
Oh, yeah.
Jeff, let everyone know because I know you're very excited.
I wouldn't say I'm very excited about it.
I am. A little bit.
Angel Hanau, as Jeff has mentioned, word is, according to some reports, Tim Stebbins from MLB.com reporting it, same with our friend Zach Meisel from The Athletic, that Angel Hanau, who is the second or first most highly rated prospect in the organization and about 14th in Major League Baseball, all of Major League Baseball, coming up today, being called up. Good timing. Why? Well, Jose Ramirez sat out yesterday with a sore left hand. That's his surgery hand that he just had that hamate bone yanked out, and they fixed it up.
Yeah.
And Arias spikes a throw.
Okay, so
and now hit 2 home runs last night for Columbus and Syracuse.
He's legit. There's little doubt about that. He is. I mean, it was one game, and I didn't want to get super excited, but I watched him a couple weeks ago down in Columbus, and
you came back from that and you said, "Hey, that guy can play."
Hey, and I was just talking about defense. I wasn't even looking at the offensive part of it. I mean, he was a vacuum at second. So I wonder.
Second?
Is he coming here to
play third base?
You don't think that spiking the ball last night didn't? Is there a chance they do something with Arias instead and hang on to Ramirez and not just let him sit for a little bit? But then
yes, but If that were the case, don't you think they would have already made that move? Would have made it at the trade deadline? And either traded him or sent him down and brought up a now. I mean, why let him sit here for a game?
I don't know.
If they wanted to make that move, what difference does one game make?
Is it a difference in winning the game last night? And when you're a 500 team, you're living on the edge, man. You can't make mistakes.
I'm going to find myself in a bad place here that I don't really like. You ready?
Yeah.
Gabe Arias is a really good defensive player. He just made a bad throw. And he's actually hitting better than you'd think he is this year.
Well, that kind of hit me over the weekend.
I just defended Gabe Arias.
Yeah, you did. I mean, he's only 1 point behind Bazana batting average-wise. He's hitting 244.
Well,
Bazana's hitting 245.
He's not been a very good hitter in the major leagues, but he's a pretty good defensive player. Yesterday it killed him because unearned run led to 3 runs on the home run. It would have been the third out of that inning, and instead he spikes the ball. And to ask Rhys Hoskins or any first baseman to make that pick is like, wow, if he'd have made it, that would have been a phenomenal play.
Right. And
Gabe just made a bad throw. That said, does anybody think he's a long-term player on this team? I don't. You don't. I think Daniel Schneeman's probably more valuable because he can play the outfield as well.
The harder part was it just jumped up Cantillo's pitch count, and the next thing you know...
Well, they're down 3-0 when they should be sitting on the bench batting in a scoreless game.
Yeah, was it? But do you let one little play like that affect how?
No, that's why I think it's Jose. You too?
Yeah, I lean to think it's more towards Jose. That they just need to give him a break and just let him rest a little bit too. If you think you're going to make a push, and I mean, now it looks good. It's not like it's not.
And he's hot.
Yeah, it's not.
Started the year in Akron.
You're not bringing up a guy because you're like, oh, let's see him. You're bringing him because you want to see him play.
Well,
and because you think he can help the team. That's the other part of it. It's more about helping the team right now than just being able to see what he can do.
Well, and Andy, that's right. And the proof of that is you got Daniel Schneeman down there. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if is it 10 days that a guy has to stay down in the minors? Is that unless there's an injury, I believe. I think you could bring Schneeman back. But the fact, and I want to double check that before I say it for sure. But why not? I mean, this team isn't scoring runs, at least enough of them, on a regular basis. You've got one of the hottest players in the organization. Bring him up. Let's see it. And whether, Andy, it's if they think Jose can't play every day and they want to spell him from time to time, fine. Hanau can do that. Dare I say this? Remember Brian Rocchio and how well he hit in the first half of the season?
Yeah, I was looking at those numbers too. Yep.
He's hitting like $1.76 in the second half since the All-Star break. Brian's not hitting. I don't even want to think that. I think Brian's your shortstop. However, you need offense. I credit the front office. You're not producing? We got to think of something else, folks. David Fry, enjoy AAA. Kyle, we got a guy we think is better. Enjoy AAA for a while.
So
you may be back, you may not. Look at Ralphie Velasquez. He's passing you up as if he hadn't already.
I'm looking at, this morning, I'm looking at the standings. And again, and maybe it's still a tad too early to do that, but or maybe it's not. I mean, it's August already. It is time to start looking at the standings. It's time to try to figure out where you're going to be in the postseason if you can get to the postseason. And like even I ride the roller coaster sometimes of thinking, well, okay, this is a playoff team, or is this barely a playoff team? This morning I woke up and you look at the standings; they're 500. I mean, it's not knock your socks off. Here we go. This team's destined for the playoffs. They're going to have to fight for it all the way through, especially when you have a 1-game lead on Minnesota for the wild card spot, and you're sitting and you're trying to imagine this team getting better, knowing that they brought in a starting pitcher we're going to get to see. I'm pretty pumped about.
Buster Griffin goes tonight.
Yeah, they made a commitment yesterday. It seems to Slade Ciccone that he's going to go to the bullpen,
and pitch well coming out of the pen for the most part.
Yeah, and so I feel like that to me, as you head towards the playoffs, that just makes your team better. Everything's better about that. The reality, though, is looking at the standings and seeing they're 500. That's the hard part of the whole thing. You can't jump into the pool when you're 500 because you're one bad play away from losing a game and now dipping under 500 and then falling out of a playoff spot. Or, you've got to play perfect baseball when you're going to hit the way they've been hitting so far. Now, hopefully, bringing in some of these new guys gives them a little cushion and a margin for error that if they don't have to make every play perfectly and not every pitch has to be a strike, and so that they can play around that. But I just don't – they're right there. The season is extremely fragile for this team. That was my epiphany this morning, just glaring at me, knowing that they brought new guys in. And I know it's just one game, but understanding that this thing can go either way at this point.
Well, that's Mensa stuff right there.
I know, that is a big deal.
Andy, they're a game.
How do you jump all in?
They're a game under 500 at home and a game over 500 on the road. Look up mediocrity and you see the picture of the Guardians right now. However, you ready?
Yeah.
Go back to a year ago at this time. And there was a graphic in the game last night. And that I give the guys on the telecast credit. That's where I'm getting this from. The record last year, only a game or two better than it is right now. Run total was exactly the same to the run. And, everything was the same. And then look what happened. The only problem is who wants to bank on a miracle run to win the division?
Nobody.
That's correct.
Nobody. And where did it get you in the playoffs?
Andy, yes, except for one thing. There's the one thing. You ready?
Yeah.
You get in, anything can happen. Is this pitching staff better this year than it was last year? I think so.
I do too.
So go for it. Is the batting order or the position players better right now than they were a week ago? Yeah. Let's go for it. Just go ahead and get there. I like what Nathaniel Lowe, don't call him Nate, said last night in the locker room. He had some interesting things to say, and he said, no offense to the offense, but he said, but if we just score some runs, we're going to run away with this thing. I thought, that's a big, bold comment from the new guy.
Yeah.
He said, look at the starting pitching. It's great. Look at the bullpen. It's great. He said, and he's still getting used to being here. He said, if these guys score some runs, they're going to run away with it.
Why don't we? I'm listening to this conversation we're having right now. Why don't we hold the Guardians to the same standards that we would the Cavaliers? Is it because of the money?
What do you mean?
And when it comes to the playoffs, like I'm thinking about the playoffs, right? And like everyone's disappointed.
Well, I think people do.
Yeah, but why? Why do we hold them at different standards?
No, I don't think people do. I think we hold them to the same standard.
Oh no, I think we hold them at two different standards. I think the Cavaliers.
I disagree.
With the Cavaliers, like if they got, and I'm just looking at the last year. If you're the Cavaliers needed to win a couple games in the Eastern Conference Finals to make you feel like things got significantly better than the year before. Did they?
Andy, you can't win anything if you don't get to the playoffs. You get to the playoffs, you have a chance. I think the pitching gives this team a chance if they get to the playoffs.
But we're talking about a team that's 500 right now, and maybe that's why I don't have the same expectations.
Well, you put half the teams in now. 6 teams make the playoffs, do they not?
Yeah. So you get an extra wild card. Well, how about the NBA? Everybody gets in, right? You got 10 teams
7
going
teams
in.
now. Excuse me.
You have 10 teams getting in. So what the standard should be what? Like I think we look at
it's ridiculous.
Our teams.
Too many teams are getting in all the way around.
Yeah, but that's not my point is that
you
we
want to
look
make
at
it
these
real,
franchises.
You really want to make it something? Cut back on the number of playoff teams. Then you'll see teams getting after it.
Yeah, you want to see things that don't happen because of cash? There's too much money to be made by putting all these teams in the playoffs.
Yeah, I know.
They're not going the other way.
All it does is dilute your product.
Does it? TV
Your
ratings are
playoff
pretty good.
Well, good, but I'm talking about the actual product.
What's the end goal of having a product, though? I hate to tell you this. It's making money.
All right, well,
so
what do you want to do?
I don't. I do you want
Apparently
better
make
baseball?
money. That's okay.
Yeah.
Too many baseball teams get in. I'm sorry.
Okay, I get you on that part, but I do think we hold these teams to different standards. It's not exactly where I was thinking about going this morning, but the reality is...
you took us there.
Well, I know, but it's true. It's true. It's true. At least if you agree, give me a call. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Chris Rose at 11 o'clock. Chris Ossenheimer at noon. Todd Monken's press conference at 12:40. Okay, you saw the Guardians, this kind of new-look Guardians last night. What'd you think? I'm just curious. 216-474-0092.
I'm a Ram truck guy, and if you're looking at a new truck this month, you know a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. Because, truth be told, how I became a Ram guy was pretty simple. I headed to my Northeast Ohio Ram dealer, and I started one up, and I felt the power. And from that point on, guys, I was a Ram guy. Right? And for power, there is no comparison. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8, which I have in my Ram, the 420-horsepower Hurricane engine, or the high-output 540-horsepower Hurricane engine. And while we're on the topic, why would you or anybody else trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? People would laugh. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram with Ram's 5-link coil suspension. All it takes is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Pull into any Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today. It's that easy. And right now, the Ram truck lease deals are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Tell them Nick Wilson sent you.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Back for Season 3. Junior Browns Backers, presented by University Hospitals, Rainbow Babies and Children's, and in association with Cardinal Credit Union, is the Cleveland Browns official kids club. Geared for ages 4 to 12. Members can enjoy exclusive gear, unforgettable experiences, free events, and many more fun-filled surprises throughout the year.
Touchdown! What a ball! What a catch!
Join today at jrbrownsbackers.com.
This week only, receive $350 off any hair restoration solution. Call Vanscoy Hair Clinics today for your free evaluation. 216-370-7980, vanscoyhair.com.
Join Wise Heart Right Saturday, August 8th from 11 to 2 at 502 West Washington Street in Sandusky for their free backpack giveaway. Kids will receive a backpack stuffed with school supplies while supplies last. Enjoy free Chet and Matt's pizza and free Kona Ice for kids receiving a backpack. One backpack per child, and RSVP is optional, but you can reserve yours now at ohattorneys.com/backpack. Wise Heart Right, proud to support local families and help students start the school year off right.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor and call a groundworks company. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule a free inspection with Ohio Basement Authority, a groundworks company.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Jen Hatmaker. Here's what I've learned in midlife. Joy isn't the reward you earn after all the work is done. Joy is the work. That's what this new series on For the Love is all about. The sacred yes. It's choosing delight, rest, and pleasure on purpose. Because saying yes to yourself, that's the thing that finally lets you fill your table with everybody else. Come find your sacred yes with me. Follow and listen to For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the only radio station in town that can deliver the play-by-play of the Hall of Fame game and the Super Bowl. The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Browns head coach Todd Monken telling NFL Network that he plans to have Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders start one of the first two preseason games. He's just not sure who's going to start what game yet. Denzel Wharton chatting with Afternoon Drive here on 92.3 The Fan, and how both of those guys, they got some skills.
They both bring their own, competitive nature. Just the fact that they're a quarterback, they're going to throw the ball to the receiver, so it's always a challenge going against both guys. But, just going out there competing, getting each other better right now.
Browns continue with training camp this afternoon in Berea, 12 o'clock hour. We will hear from some players, then 12:50 Coach Monken live here on 92.3 The Fan. Guardians continue their series with the Mets side at Progress Field. Guardians dropped the opener last night 6-2. Despite Joe Adell getting a pair of hits in his Guardians debut, Tanner Bobby gets the start time for Cleveland. He is 4-11, a 3.81 ERA. Guardians were still 3 games in back of the White Sox in the AL Central. Guardians hoping to have Jose Ramirez back in the lineup tonight against New York. Ramirez missing last night's games, got a sore left wrist. It's the same wrist, same hand that they had surgery done on in June. Ramirez dealing with soreness following Sunday's win and is considered day-to-day. Reports say the Guardians plan to call up shortstop Angel Hanau from AAA Columbus in time for tonight's contest. Hanau is considered the number 2 prospect in the Guardians farm system. The 22-year-old switch hitter started the season at AA Akron since he got promoted to AAA. Hanau's been batting .309, 10 homers. He's driven in 42. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Your Guardians sitting at 57 and 57. They're a dead 500. 500. As we wake up this morning, especially after you kind of rally, have good feelings about what they did at the trade deadline, thinking that they're going to be able to, propel themselves into the postseason and be able to do some good things here for the rest of the year. Yes, it's they propelled themselves last year, didn't they?
Propel.
They put themselves in a slingshot last year and put themselves into the playoffs.
You're dropping propel and slingshot.
Well, that's what it is, isn't it?
That's beautiful.
Thank you. That's how I roll.
That's creative. I like it.
He's a kid that was stymied because he always wanted a trampoline in the backyard when he was a kid, and we just never had one.
Good way to get hurt.
Yeah. Oh, look at you looking at the negative. Think about the flexibility, the ability to
think about the insurance premium.
To have a trampoline in your backyard? Man, you are Dr. No Fun.
Go get one.
Trampoline?
And then ask your insurance company.
Yeah, but they put the
Mr. Baskin, that'll be another $50 a month.
They put the big nets up around the outside of them.
Yeah,
now.
like
You're
that
not
helps.
going anywhere. Our neighbors had one. The kids loved it.
Yeah.
It's one of those things.
At least the ones who are still able to walk.
Things that are better to have neighbors for. Trampolines, swimming pools, and yachts.
Yeah. Yachts.
We all need a friend that has a yacht, don't we?
I wouldn't know, Andy.
That's probably right, Jeff, because you just don't hang in those
You
circles.
hang out with all those rich folks.
You talk a big game, and you do know what's deep underneath the surface of the conversations that we have. 216-474-0092. Guardians last night.
Who has more fun than us?
No one. No one's having more fun or ready to gouge their eyes out. Last night, Guardians lose to the Mets 6-2. Number of things going on here as you kind of look and say, okay, well, where are they going with this thing? And I still kind of, are they going anywhere at first base, Jeff? Because here we go again with the platoon.
Well, we knew that was happening.
I know.
Let's pinch hit for our cleanup hitter. Hey! But it's so clear now that that's what's going to happen. Let's just buy in. Go ahead. What the hey?
I don't know.
I mean, there's no choice here, Andy. You have Rhys Hoskins. You have Nathaniel Lowe. By the way, Tom sent me an email this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Tom, and I responded to him, and I told him the truth. He said, Jeff, are you ready to resign as president of the Rhys Hoskins fan club?
Ooh.
And I wrote back, that's painful. It's very painful, and probably not a bad idea.
It didn't pay very well.
But I haven't resigned. Reese, you're coming on, baby. Come on, Reese.
I got a text this morning. It was Stephen Vogt.
Pick up bread?
No.
Oh.
Vogt doesn't play his best lineup every day. The opposing manager makes his lineup every game.
That's exactly right. He tries to beat the starting pitcher. I've always thought this. And I get what Steven has done.
By the way.
And he tried to do it last year. And Andy, they worked.
Yeah.
However, we know what he's had to work with. Okay. I've always been a big proponent of, hey, this is what we do. Beat us if you can. Beat us if you can.
Rip out your rearview mirror theory.
But he hasn't had the talent on his team to put out a lineup every day that you think, yep, go beat us. Because the other guys would go, okay.
Is that what you want us to do? Okay.
I give him credit for what he's done. What I prefer is the type of team that Mike Hargrove had. Mike's line lives on to me. Bench players are starters for a reason. That's the way he said it. And Mike had guys that should start every day. And Mike, smart baseball man. You're starting, go. Stephen Vogt doesn't have enough of those guys.
Yeah, here, my question is how much of it is, and I ask this all the time, how much of it is the front office saying this is what we're doing, and how much of it is Stephen actually punching? Like, I think once the game starts, it's in the hands of Stephen Vogt. But I think when they turn in that lineup card, I still think that there is pressure from the front office, or the front office is filling out the lineup card.
Yeah, but the pressure from the front office comes from not giving him guys that should start every day. Doesn't it?
It's like you're talking about Grover. I don't ever once thought that Grover got a lineup from John Hart and said,
well, no,
this is what you're doing today.
But Mike was also given Kenny Lofton and Albert Bell and Carlos and
Tommy,
Sandy and Omar and Manny and Jim Thome and Eddie Murray. Mike's a very wise baseball man. Yep, starting those guys.
Sorrento, go sit over there.
Alvaro Espinoza.
Giles.
Love you. Go
We'll
blow a bubble and put it on somebody's hat.
Peace. All right, let me take some phone calls here because I know people want to hop in on this. Let's go to Norm, who's in Tennessee.
Hello, Norm.
Hi, Norm. How are you?
I'm doing good, guys. Jeff and Andy. My take on this, I've been listening the last couple of years to your show. I love your show.
Thank you.
My take is, why is nobody between you guys has mentioned about changing the batting coach? Because apparently it's not working with the way it's going now.
You know, sometimes you can think about that, and then you go back and look at what the entire American League is doing, and it's kind of, I hate to say it, my expectations have been lowered to know what I think, looking at batting average alone, okay, in which I know a lot of people have kind of gone away from that. It's kind of, I feel like we're kind of an average team when it comes to that. How many guys were hitting, we were looking at this last week, how many guys in the American League were hitting over 300? Like 2 or 3?
There were 2. Yeah.
2.
Before you left, I haven't even bothered to look lately.
So it's just
Norm, you make a great point, but they've not, they've had other guys in that role from time to time. Grant Fink is now their hitting coach. They have assistant hitting coaches. They have vice presidents of hitting in the organization. Obviously, it's not working. What has, I think, worked a little bit, Norm, you're starting to see young guys come up through the organization who are contributing at the plate. Chase DeLauder, Travis Bazzana, hopefully, and Helenau. Hopefully.
Plus, I mean, when you look at that and you try to say, well, is it Fink's fault? I don't know. He had a couple of his best hitters out with injury. I mean, when Ramirez isn't in the lineup, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and start. I'm not there. I don't know. Maybe it's a good point, Norm. Thank you for calling. We do appreciate you. Take care, man.
Thanks, guys.
I don't know. I don't think we've ever talked about it.
It's a valid thing for Norm to bring up. Obviously the organizational philosophy on hitting hasn't worked real well, but I do think it's changed. And I think we're starting to see some guys coming up who can help change that. DeLauder's the real deal, right?
Yeah.
If he stays healthy, look out. Bazzana looks like he's going to be a good major league hitter. And hopefully Ralphie Velasquez adds to that. And maybe Dean Curley and Alfonso Rosario.
What about him now? Hopefully
I mentioned him. I mentioned him when we just talked about it. Hopefully he comes up and he can hit major league pitching like he's hitting AAA pitching eventually.
Jim is in Concord. Hello, Jim.
Hi, Jim.
Hey, hi. Thanks for taking my call. You asked why between the two teams, the Cavs and the Guards.
No, do we hold them to different standards? That's my question.
Yeah. And personally, my opinion is because the baseball has no salary cap, and the Guardians are like the toughest little engine that could, and they always survive. And the Cavs, they have a reputation, well earned, that they're soft, and that's been around for several years now. So I think that gives Clevelanders in the Rust Belt, where things, you want a tough team, I think that's why we hold the Guardians a little more favorable.
All right, Jim, I appreciate your phone call. I think that
I think the salary. I think Jim's right. I think that's
the beginning part of it. I don't know about the soft part of it. And the other thing is, we don't ever question how much money Dan Gilbert's spending. No one you can't. How many teams were in the second apron? The only reason you're questioning it is you're saying you're spending all that money, and why aren't we getting this result? And that's not just the fans. I think that's Dan Gilbert. That's the front office. Hey, we're spending all this money. Why aren't we there? Let's face it, we were the Yankees or the Dodgers of the NBA this year, spending all that money. And what was the end result? 0 wins in the Eastern Conference Finals.
But you got to the Eastern Conference Finals. You were one of the final 4 teams.
That's great. I came in second to dating Miss Universe, right? Is that? Oh, just missed. Missed.
It could be a lot of fun.
Jack is in Solon. What's up, Jack?
Counselor.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
I know that I'm just a dumb boomer, and baseball's been my first love always. So the way the Guardians are constructed, you would agree that they have very little possibility of error on their team.
That is correct, yes.
They have to pitch well. They have to play a little ball. They don't have a lot of power. I am very high on these rookies. But my question to you is, and it grates me every time I watch them play, why is Gabriel Arias on this team? I don't watch a lot of games because they don't really matter until later in the year, so I don't really watch them a lot. But every time I do, he's making a mental error, a physical error, base running mistakes. He can't hit, and now he can't throw. So other than looking like Fabio, why is he still on this team?
Fabio. Stay tuned. Either Jose Ramirez is going on the injured list or Gabe Arias is going to Columbus.
Well, maybe that's why they brought up our second highest prospect.
Well, that's what I mean. If you're bringing up Hanau, it's because either Jose is hurt or they're doing something with Arias. I don't know if he has any options left, but I'm looking at it.
I mean, he's cost us, at least for the games I've watched, he's personally cost us 4 or 5 games. That's unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Jack, thank you. Counselor, thank you. We'll see you in the sidebar.
Sidebar, Your Honor.
I want more, right? I think we all want more for the franchise and where they are. And I felt like
Gabe Arias doesn't have any options left. I thought that was the case, but he doesn't.
So
that
what
means he'd have to be DFA'd, designated for assignment.
So that tends to also
can't
make
trade
you
him.
think that
Trade deadline's over.
Ramirez is hurt then. I mean, so that's why you think
either
you're
that or one throw did in Gabe Arias, which if that's the case, you wonder why was he even at third base yesterday?
Although they've made moves like that before. I mean, this isn't. But to do it the day after, unless somebody stood on the table and said, no, we got to hang on to him. I promise you he's not going to make any more mistakes. This isn't going to happen.
I would think Jose is going on the injured list.
It makes more sense.
Yep.
It does, especially if you – the key, though, was the trade deadline. If you were going to do something –
Well, but what value would Gabe have in a trade?
Well,
he'd be an extra guy. Yeah, like Juan Brito.
Yeah. Although I think he's better than Juan Brito.
I actually think he's a good defensive player. He made a bad throw last night. Let's not bury the guy because he made one bad throw. Although he's had the opportunity to be a starter, Andy, and he hasn't locked that up. He's got a great arm. It just obviously was off target last night.
All right, when we come back, we're going to talk about the Browns. Dylan Gabriel's name came up yesterday with Todd Monken when he had his press conference. By the way, you'll be able to hear Todd Monken's press conference sometime in that noon hour after 12:30. So you'll be able to hear what Todd Monken had to say. He also said last night, which Jeff has kind of said in the beginning of the show, it's a no duh. But, he looked at who's going to start these preseason games. So if you haven't heard that yet, we're going to talk about that when we come back and how he's going to split them up. We'll get to that next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
go to AAA in May, he is hitting .309, 10 homers, and he's driven in 42. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
As always, you can listen to our show, all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin, 216-474-0092. Okay, Browns, you know the preseason schedule. You can listen to all the games right here on the Browns Radio Network. Jeff has you covered for the postgame. Ken Carmen and I have you covered for the pregame on the network. But let's talk about these games. They've got 3 of them. Saturday, August 15th, the Browns are at the Bears. On August 22nd, the Bills will come to Huntington Bank Field, and they will play the Browns. That's also a 1 o'clock kick.
They'll practice beforehand.
Oh, and that's right. They're going to have the practice.
Yeah.
I forgot about that, too, which might be just as good as the game itself.
Might be better.
If might not be better. But and then you've got the final preseason game. That is August 27th. The Patriots are here. That is a primetime 8 o'clock game. What we were told yesterday via NFL Network, when Todd Monken, your head coach, was on there, is that between the Bears game and the Bills game, one game will be started by Shedeur Sanders.
No.
One game will be started by Deshaun Watson.
No. Wow, what are you going to do in the third game, Andy?
We do not know what will happen in that final preseason game, but what we do know is that Dylan Gabriel will probably get the second half of both of those first 2 games, or at least a quarter.
Oh, come on,
and
Taylor,
going
man.
up against their third and fourth teams.
Taylor Green, come on.
Will light them up.
We hope.
And then you're going to say to yourself, man, Gabriel looked really good against the Bills and the Bears.
You're assuming that either team's going to play any starters on defense.
Well, that doesn't matter. That's why he's going to look great.
Well, I mean, even for the the first half.
History tells us that if you're going to be if you're a good or decent quarterback, and you go up against the third or fourth string guys that are either going to be selling insurance the next week or
better look good.
Yeah, and if you're going to look good, then fans are going to be like, I don't know, maybe I was wrong about Gabriel. Maybe Gabriel should be the starter, and then you'll get to the Patriots game and you'll be like, man, maybe they, or it's clear cut, and you already know who you think the starter is, so then you just start Gabriel in the third game anyway against the Patriots because you already know who your starting quarterback is. But we're assuming, and it seems to be the trend since they went to this 3-game format in the preseason, that your dress rehearsal would be the third preseason game of the year. Correct?
I thought it was the second.
No, I thought it was the third.
Used to be the third, and everybody sat out the fourth.
Yeah, and now it's just straight up the third.
Okay.
Depending on the coaching staff. Some coaches don't even want to play their starters in any of these games.
Some coaches don't even want to play preseason games.
That's true. They would rather have the joint practice like the Browns will have against the Bills that week before the August 22nd.
That is a stunning development. You have 2 guys competing for the starting quarterback gig, and one will start one preseason game and one will start the other.
Wow. That was such an epiphany for you this morning when you heard that Todd Monken said that the night before.
I thought, it was the old, wow.
What do you want him to do?
I want him to name a quarterback tomorrow. But I say that because I want one of the quarterbacks to beat the living snot out of the rest of them and make it real clear. And the fact that that apparently isn't the case, just I've had enough of the competition between quarterbacks that nobody really wants to start. There.
A lot, but that's not true. There are fans that want Shedeur Sanders to start.
Yeah, I'm sure there are fans that want Deshaun to start, and there might be a couple that want Dylan Gabriel to start. Give me a really good option at quarterback for the Browns right now, would you? Go ahead. I'll wait. Go ahead.
With the first pick in this year's NFL draft, the
Come
Cleveland
on,
Browns
Lenora
select.
Sellers. Bring on Arch.
Select
Dante Moore.
Wouldn't it be great if
Coming
we
back
had
home,
our
baby.
quarterback and didn't have to worry about that?
Yep.
But no one seems to be there.
You wonder why I'm not. I know it's unrealistic and not going to happen. You wonder why I get so excited when I talk about Taylor Green? Wait a minute, a 6'6" guy with a big arm who can run? Oh my God, be still my heart.
Yesterday also, when Todd Monken spoke, this is why you need to listen to these press conferences in the 12 o'clock hour.
Right here on the Fan.
We started hearing Dylan Gabriel's name again. That you hear his name a little bit. What did Dylan Gabriel do wrong last year to not be in the conversation?
He got hurt.
Got hurt. Mm-hmm. Is that wrong?
That's life.
I just don't. I wonder. I wonder what the coaching staff really thinks.
Look, let's be,
because is marketing driving this? That's another question you have to ask yourself.
No.
Is return on investment driving
Andy,
this?
You could play quarterback for the Browns, and if the Browns won 10 games, the place would be packed.
True.
So the marketing is not a factor here. What's a bigger draw? What's going to make you more money? Selling some jerseys with a number 2 on it after selling them with a number 12 on it last year, or winning 10 or 11 games? Combine the two, you might have something, but it's not marketing. It's you don't have any great options at quarterback.
Well, I'll still go back to return on investment. Like, if there was no return on investment on Deshaun Watson, first of all, I think he would have been cut already, or they would have let him go. If they weren't stuck in that contract, he would not be here. Do you agree with that? Would Watson be here if they hadn't signed that mega deal with him in the beginning?
Well, no, of course not.
Okay.
Yeah. Not the way he's played, not the way it's played out. You know, part of it's injury. He hasn't played very well. He was suspended when he got started. It's just been a mess. We can keep our fingers crossed and hope that he discovers what he was in Houston. That's unlikely. And I'd be stunned if he's on the team next year.
Should Gabriel's name be in the mix?
Well, he's one of 2 guys who you drafted last year, so yeah. But he's not in the mix.
Why?
They made the determination, they at least determined this, that the competition was going to be between Deshaun and Shedeur. Right? That was we heard that come out of Todd Monken's mouth, that it's a 2-man competition. Should it be?
There's another point.
It is, so it doesn't really matter.
So Meredith brought this up this morning when we were talking for a minute about Gabriel and Stefanski, and wondering if
everybody says that Kevin was the handpicked, that he handpicked Dylan. Until Kevin starts drafting players, that's not completely true.
Yep,
I don't know how true it was or wasn't, but Andrew Berry's the guy who has Dylan Gabriel on his draft record. He has Shedeur Sanders on his draft record. Hopefully he ends up looking brilliant for taking one or the other or both.
I thought you brought up a good point with Stefanski and Gabriel and what you thought could have been going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, well, my question about that was, was it Kevin Stefanski's offense and the offensive weapons at his disposal that kind of set him up for failure in a way? And I don't necessarily want to say that he was set up for, because no one's ever going to do that. Like, no coach is ever going to purposely put their player in a position to fail. But if Dylan Gabriel was struggling, was it because of the offensive scheme? And what would he look like? What is he going to look like this year if he gets a chance to start at
for Todd Monken?
Right.
Yeah.
What is it going to look like with a different offensive coordinator and a different head coach? Maybe Kevin Stefanski saw what he did in college and misread his abilities and said, okay, I can design this offensive scheme for him, and it just didn't work.
So
you could say the same thing about Shedeur.
Yeah.
And you want to compare their numbers, you can compare their numbers from last year. Shedeur threw the ball down the field. Dylan did not. 175 yards per game for Shedeur, 94 for Dylan Gabriel. 10 interceptions for Shedeur, 2 for Dylan Gabriel. It screams, it's obvious. It doesn't even scream. There was a much more conservative approach on offense when Dylan Gabriel was a quarterback. Was that because of Dylan and his abilities, or, as Meredith insinuates, was that because of what Kevin schemed up? And why did it change when Shedeur went out there? Was it because Shedeur has different abilities, or is it because they just went ahead and went for it? Coaches don't like interceptions. Shedeur threw 10 and Dillon threw 2. So that's one in the Dillon column.
Mm-hmm.
But Shedeur almost doubled him up in yardage. That's one in the Shedeur column. And neither one had a great completion percentage. 57 basically for Shedeur and 60 for Dillon.
The other part of that Kevin Stefanski conversation was, when they traded Kenny Pickett, and I hate to go back down this road, then they trade Joe Flacco, although Flacco was still on the roster when they made Gabriel the starting quarterback. What was that impact on Kevin, and was that the point where Kevin knew, I'm done here? This isn't going to work anymore? I had 2 veteran quarterbacks. I actually had 3 with Deshaun, but he ended up getting hurt. And so now I've got 2 vets on this team. Kenny Pickett didn't even get to sniff the field because he was gone during the preseason. Do you remember them trying to sell us on the fact that there might be 4 quarterbacks on the roster to start the season? You knew.
You mean like we're hearing now?
Yeah, I guess.
Like we're hearing now.
But I don't feel the same way.
To some extent.
But it doesn't feel the same way because you're not talking about Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco, right? That's why it doesn't feel the same way. It kind of feels like there's a natural order of things. The question is where does Gabriel fall into that? And are they going to end up trading one of these quarterbacks?
Andy, I don't.
And by the way, is there anybody that wants any of it? I mean, is there somebody that wants? Is there another team that would take Shedeur? If they're not going to start Shedeur, I kind of want them to trade him.
I'm sure that if they cut Dillon or if they cut Shedeur or traded, or if they cut either guy, they'd both be picked up. And if you ended up finding a trade partner, somebody needed somebody, I'm sure you could get you'd get a late round pick for Dillon, and I'll bet you'd get nothing more than a 5th for Shedeur. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's just the way it goes. But
so looking at that conversation, saying, I wonder what Kevin's offense would have looked like last year if he would have been able to hang on to, even if they hung on to Kenny Pickett. Now, look, did Pickett have great success with the Raiders last year? Did he knock anybody's socks off? I don't know. The offensive line, as we saw, did it even matter who the quarterback was last year? Because the offensive line was in shambles all year. You didn't have a receiver. Your leading receiver is your tight end. I mean, there were so many issues last year, and then you wonder if it just kind of, they saw it and they said, okay, well, let's start, heading towards the draft, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, this sucks because here we go again. I just want to be able to get into a season where even if they start, let's just say they started 2-2 through the first 4 games, I think I'd be happy. I'd be happy because the season wasn't over after the first month of the year. Please get me to the second month of the year so I think that you still have a chance to make the playoffs. I guess that's my low bar goal for the team and for the entire season.
One thing I have found very interesting is the whole idea of accuracy with Shedeur, and that he's phenomenal in being accurate and everything else. And he did lead the nation in completion percentage his senior year at Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
He was at 74%. Dillon Gabriel was at 73%. So you can't really say, well, he's so much more accurate. No, not really. And
based on their last year of college.
Well, that's where Shedeur gets all the credit for being accurate, is that he completed 74% of his passes.
But Gabriel
Gabriel completed 73% at Oregon, probably against better competition. And I'm not saying that means Dillon's better. Their senior year numbers were nearly identical. And so, maybe Todd Monken sees something different in both of those guys, and we'll see if he can bring it out. I hope he can.
Speaking of bringing it out, Chris Rose. Season Television Network. He will join us next. Chris Rose, next, right here, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
We're the only station in Cleveland where you can talk defending division champion Guardians at 6 a.m. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He's a super friend of the show. You'll be able to watch him call Browns games during the preseason games that we were talking about last segment. Also, from all over the place. And we love him. He's the best. He's Chris Rose, and he is right now on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Chris. How are you?
Christopher.
Hello.
How are you?
Good to have you with us.
Good. How are you?
Good. Let's start. We're going through this. We were trying to figure out. Let's start Browns here real quick. Yeah. Your thoughts on kind of this quarterback competition? We found out last night that they're going to split the first two preseason games, which, as Jeff said, that's like a no-duh, especially if you're having a quarterback competition. But your thoughts as we start another year of Browns football in training camp?
Yeah, well, I'm excited because we get to call the first two games. So, I mean, yeah, that part's great. I mean, look, I'm following the reports just like everybody else out of camp. You hear some good, some not so good. I think it'll probably be a challenging decision for Todd Monken. I've told you what I believe, which is I would like to see Shedeur get a crack at it just because, I mean, if he does grow into something, which is, I think, going to be really challenging because he's a fifth-round pick, and most fifth-round picks don't make it as starting quarterbacks in this league, but you got to see what you have before we get to the next draft. And, the offense looked better with him at the controls the last 7 games, even if statistically it wasn't, wow, out of this world good. And I would just like to see him get a shot. But we'll see how it plays out.
I would agree with you. Perfect scenario is that he flat out beats out Deshaun Watson and away you go. Do you sense that can happen?
I mean, can it happen? Of course. I mean, Deshaun Watson hasn't been Deshaun Watson since 2020. And we could say whatever we want, but he played great against Tennessee in 2023. He played great the last half against Baltimore before he got injured. And other than that, it hasn't been very good. So, of course, he can be beaten out by Shedeur. Absolutely.
And can you imagine Deshaun standing on the sideline holding a clipboard? That's the thought, Chris, I have trouble with in my head.
I mean, what's the alternative?
I don't know. You tell me.
I mean, what is he going to complain about earning guaranteed money and being a backup because he wasn't good enough? I mean, I'm sorry. The time and place when it comes to a lot of things in this world, and particularly sports. Like, what sort of leverage would he ever have to complain about not winning the starting job? He's getting every opportunity, it feels like, to win it. Once again, we don't know the most important stuff. We get to see the occasional practice throw. We don't know what's going on in the classroom, meeting room, behind closed doors that is severely affecting this decision as well, right? Yeah. Most of us just get a handful of social media clips, and that's about it. And so we all think we're experts, but the rest of it we just don't know, which is the most important parts of the equation. But regardless of what happens, neither of the guys can complain, in my opinion, because they're having legitimately an open competition.
And so Dylan Gabriel's name got kind of put out there again yesterday. Just give me your thoughts on Dylan. Like I said to Jeff, it's, everybody's just written him off. The only thing the guy did really significantly wrong last year was get hurt. Like, that's his fault, right? And so then he ends up losing his job, and then they end up going to Shedeur. And I still kind of what is Dylan Gabriel?
Right. I think that most people have counted him out, right? We look at him.
Agreed.
He's extremely small. There's not exactly a long list of quarterbacks that size who have made it in this league, although one of them is going into the Hall of Fame this weekend. But I would disagree with you that the only thing he did was get hurt. I would not agree with that.
Okay.
I mean, do you think that he played well last year?
I don't know. They
No,
gave him
you
the
do know.
I don't.
Andy.
Like, I thought I could have seen a little bit more. The hard part I had watching him was his height. Like, he just didn't look like an NFL quarterback to me. And, like, I just felt like there were too many times where I get the rolling out of the pocket. I get him creating space. Like, I don't know that he's an NFL quarterback, but I don't know that Shedeur Sanders played so great last year that it was significant enough to say he's that much better than Dylan Gabriel. Or, that's the problem I'm having with the whole with Shedeur. I want Shedeur to be a lot better than he is. That's what I need to see.
So you said about 5 things there, but the question I asked is, you said the only thing that he did wrong was get hurt, and I would disagree with that.
Okay, all right, we can agree to disagree with that. That was the major reason he lost his job, is because he got hurt. Would he have played the next week if he didn't get hurt? I don't know. I don't think the only one that could answer that would have been Kevin.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah.
Kevin's the only one that could have answered that. Now, the question as to whether or not he should have continued playing is a legitimate one. The offense truly, truly had training wheels on when he was there from the standpoint of an inability to throw the ball downfield. I have used this terminology umpteen times. Whenever we had the ball and Dylan Gabriel was under center, it felt like we were in the red zone every time, even if we were on our own 17. What I mean by that is the defense didn't have to respect anything downfield past 12 yards. You know how easy it is to play defense when you don't,
you're not worried about giving up
the
a
way
big
it
play.
goes.
Yeah, I get it. The other part I had too was trying to figure out where Kevin was in his mind after both veteran quarterbacks were gone. And now all of a sudden you're looking at Dylan Gabriel, you're looking at an offensive line that isn't even here anymore, right? They're gone. The entire offensive line is with the exception of DeJuan Jones, is gone from last year. So, I wonder where Kevin was in his mind space.
Yeah, I guess, but at this point, that doesn't matter. So I suppose the question, let's circle back to where you were at the beginning, which is, basically, how do you feel about Dylan Gabriel's name being brought up?
Yeah.
I think a lot of people will have, NFL PTSD, right? It doesn't feel great. But based on where we are with 2 quarterbacks who, if you're going to rank the opening day starters 1 through 32, the Browns quarterbacks are going to be very low on that list. And we just all saw, Mike Sando's list that he comes out with and the tier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and some of the comments that were made about Shedeur, where there weren't names attached and all that sort of stuff. So you can take that whatever direction you want. But, yes, the Browns owe it to themselves to play the best quarterback. And if that means it is Dylan Gabriel, even if most of us think it's not, then heck yeah, you've got to give him more reps and more time.
Agreed. Trade deadline. Guardians make 3 trades at the deadline, 1 beforehand. They changed things up. What do you think as Chris Antonetti and Mike Chernoff were wheeling and dealing and obviously investing in this team right now?
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised. I really thought that what they did, I thought it was going to be Joe Adell and that's it. I love the Nathaniel Lowe deal. I thought that was great. Manzardo has just, unfortunately, I don't know what has happened with him. I don't think I've ever seen a guy who literally swings out of his shoes. I think if he has perfected the jump swing. I don't know what's going on with him. I feel terribly because I really felt like he could be a consistent 20 to 25 home run guy in this league. And maybe he still can be, but right now it's just not any good. The Adell pickup, I think, was really solid. He has never become what the Angels thought he was going to be. He's really struggled against right-handed pitching. I am hopeful that he can get that ironed out here. And then the Foster Griffin one literally came out of nowhere. It doesn't surprise anybody that he got moved by the Nationals. But the fact that we were the team that did it, I thought was really interesting. I think today's a big day, guys. I'm a little worried that Hanau is coming up because of Jose's injury.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And if that is indeed the case, look, Jose hasn't been Jose all season. So even prior to the hamate injury, he has not been good. But, you're talking about taking a future Hall of Famer out of your lineup and putting in a kid who's, was swinging it for Columbus 12 hours ago. Today's a big, big day, I think.
Yeah, I just only because I had a chance to see him play. I just think Hanau was watching him play. He was ready. Like a couple weeks ago, I was down in Columbus. I was like, this guy looks. We always say we joke about guys that are like 4A players that they're like, oh, they don't really belong in the bigs. He looked like a 4A player playing AAA. Just watching him. So, but let me go back to this, Chris, because I thought it was interesting what you brought up about Foster Griffin. To me, historically, that just doesn't seem like a move that this front office has kind of made to go out and get a starter that's having a good season, and then also saying, okay, we're going to let because it seems like they like to keep their arms around their minor leaguers for a long time. It just almost felt like, and Griffin to me was just the epitome of this, that they went out of their comfort zone this trade deadline. Some did things that they normally don't do. You with me on that?
Look, out of all the guys we traded, Hartle is the one where you go, okay, well, that's the one you're going to circle and say, let's hope that he doesn't turn into anything. Cozart, obviously a second rounder the year that Bazzana got traded, and you go, well, hold on. I thought this team loved defensive-minded catchers. Once again, obviously they saw something that, and I've talked to a few people who I didn't get glowing reports out of the kid. Let's just put it that way.
Okay.
So whether it's right or wrong, that's the direction you go. But at least you're getting a guy for a year plus on that with Adele. He's not a pure rental. I like the moves. Now the question is this team good enough offensively to get something done? Because it's just, there's times where, we're winning a game 1-0 or 2-1 late in the bullpen for whatever reason. A particular day, we've used 3 guys out of the bullpen and 1 guy blows up. That happens a lot. And so when you play low-scoring, tight games, you're just threading a needle. I mean, this offense has got to get better. They've given themselves a chance with 2 new bats. But the guys that are here, I mean, last night was a perfect example. Quan makes an incredible catch to start the game. We get out of it in the first. We go base runner, base runner, base runner to lead off the game, and we can't score. That was the epitome of a 15-minute span of this team this year. Some great defense in the outfield, get our first 3 guys on, and then the next guys can't move them at all. And that's tough to swallow. And if it doesn't get any better, then we won't beat out Chicago or Minnesota or Detroit, who I'm not going to forget about, even though they just traded Skubal and Mize. But we've given ourselves a chance, which I'm excited about.
All right, Chris, we know you got to roll. Just tell me, what do you have coming up next? Where can we catch you?
Well, I mean, obviously every day, Baseball Today on John Boy Media is our daily podcast. Dugout discussions as well, and I'll be tracking down a Guards player coming up when they come out to Anaheim in the next few weeks. And then NFL. I was out at Cowboys camp over the weekend, Chargers camp, and then I'll make it to Chicago next weekend to call the Browns game, which I can't wait for.
Outstanding. Chris, thank you. We always appreciate your time. You're a good man. Talk to you later.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Chris Rose, you know him. You saw all the places he's going to be, and they'll be calling Browns preseason games on the Browns preseason television network. And, of course, he was on the Wise Aren't Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. I thought he had some interesting stuff to say about Gabriel. Let's talk about that when we come back. Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
been .309 at the plate with 10 home runs and 42 RBIs. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
We know the deal. You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app. We've been telling you all about that, or by telling your smart speaker, hey, play 92.3 The Fan. And now, of course, the plugging continues. 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Morning guys, 6 to 10. Andy, me, 10 to 2. Afternoon guys, 2 to 7. Each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe to the channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
Yeah, afternoon boys back out. They were at practice yesterday. Man, covering practice like I've never heard an afternoon show cover practice before. It's like
That's great.
They own it, man.
Were they calling play-by-play?
Oh, they were doing a great job. You know, it was funny.
Did they wear sunscreen?
Oh, well, they just wanted to make sure you knew that they were there at practice yesterday, and other shows aren't. They just wanted to make sure that we all knew that. So
it's funny. You know, tough to be at practice when
you're on the air?
When practice isn't going on when you're on the air.
Yeah, I don't know why they felt like they needed to. They dug in on the morning show, then they took a little dig at us yesterday for that. But Jeff, I don't know. Have you ever actually been to Browns practice and covered?
Never in my life, Andy.
Yeah, for me too, it was just kind of weird. I was just really excited to get all that firsthand information about sitting in a tent and watching practice happen in front of you.
That you can't really see from the tent.
Yeah, I wish at one point in our careers we'd be able to do that. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be great? Oh, wait a minute, Jeff.
All I know, Andy.
Oh, wait a minute, Jeff. We did that before they were probably even conceived.
I'm just really glad that we can provide content for everybody.
Yeah. It wasn't morning show, Sam. This was all afternoon show.
Good. I'm glad we can provide content for them.
That's true.
Nick's a Woodridge Bulldog, and JP used to do updates in our show, and they're both fine young men. And
Nick used to do updates for us every once in a while too, didn't he?
Terribly, but he did them. Yes.
What are you trying to say, Jeff?
By his own admission.
Wow, I didn't think we were. I was just kind of. I was trying to do a soft egg back. And
all I know is Nick's a fellow Bulldog, and he does a phenomenal job on the afternoon show. And Jonathan is a guy who got a bowling scholarship, and he does a phenomenal job on the afternoon show. I love them both, and I'm glad we can provide content for them. Keep talking about us, guys. Pub is pub, Andy. Forget reading these screwy reads. Hey, you can see Baskin and Phelps on YouTube. As long as the afternoon guys are talking about us, we're in drive time, baby.
That is true. All right, Jeff, you win that. I agree. But I want to congratulate them on being able to physically be at practice and question who isn't at practice while they're at practice. So good for them. Appreciate them, and they do a heck of a job.
The show was at one of the training camps last year. I remember the three of us were there. So Jeff, you have been to a practice. You were there for work because the show is being broadcast live. So technically, you have been to a Browns practice.
Well, I've been to Browns practices for 30-some years. Let's see a show of hands. Anybody at the station? Anybody attend a Marty Schottenheimer practice? Anybody attend a Bud Carson practice?
I was at their games. Does that count? That doesn't count? Oh, that's not true. I was.
We did our show out there for a couple of years at training camp just recently.
It was just nice.
You remember one memory I have that
I don't know. It's your memory. I don't know if I can remember this or not.
One thing that you stink. Just go get in the driverless car and just drive into San Francisco Bay, okay?
Yeah, my daughter just called. She wanted to know if we would talk about Waymo. I said, yeah, we did that yesterday. Yeah. Keith did it too.
One thing I always remember about you and me out at training camp, and this was when our table was set up over by the dumpsters, so it smelled like hell. It just was awful.
Kind of the same way that the afternoon shows smells now, and they're not even near the dumpsters.
Wow. We had a certain Browns wide receiver who came over and joined us on the show.
Okay.
And we chatted with him, and he got up and walked away. And we looked at each other and we said, That young man is going to be a great broadcaster. And by golly, Nate Burleson hasn't let us down.
No, he hasn't. We're pretty good at picking guys out that can be pretty good in media.
Oh, yeah.
Somewhere along the line. What happened to us?
All I know, Andy, is that
I just remember, was it Ken? Who was the one that brought us ice cream? Was it Ken Dorsey that brought us ice cream the one year?
No,
Or
it
brought
was
us those
John Dorsey.
Oh,
He
Ken
brought us smoothies.
I forgot. I got my quarterback and my
John brought us smoothies, and they were good.
And then somebody brought us coins one year. I think it was him too. I think he brought us smoothies and like these commemorative.
John is great, man.
I thought he was awesome.
Other than not taking Josh Allen, I love him.
It's the only mistake he ever made in your mind.
Well, it's the mistake he made.
Yeah. Baker could have worked out. I still think it could have worked out. I'm not mad at him for that.
Baker does just fine, but you could have had Josh Allen.
Hey, I don't miss hearing that. And then during every press conference, hearing the garbage can go back, the lift.
It was the smell.
Beep, beep, beep. It was much like the truck that ran over us from
along with the sun that would, as the sun dropped, all of a sudden you're getting fried out there.
I read, just to bring this up real quick, and I think we'll talk about it later in the week because I kind of want to grab him on the show. Jeff Shadell had a really good piece this morning in I read it every day. I just can't believe I just did that. I was reading Jeff's piece this morning.
The News Herald.
In the News Herald, yeah. And so, and it was just about.
Sorry, I was sipping a beverage there.
That's right.
I would have jumped right in to help you.
I know. He kind of broke down the timeline of what players actually do at camp. And I think sometimes we forget how little they're actually on the field and how little they're on the field with pads on. And, kind of, it's some really good quotes in there about how much time they spend in the classroom afterwards and how sometimes, for players, it's almost a treat for them to be out there on the field now. And then I took it to the next point in my mind where I was like, this explains a lot of why we ask ourselves during the preseason and the beginning of the season, why teams can't tackle, why the football looks so bad in the beginning of the season. It's not like
not always.
Jeff, man, there are a lot of bad tackling games early on across the league.
Todd Monken already said they're not going to tackle in training camp. That means they're going to have 3 chances to tackle preseason games. Are they going to tackle in the practice against the Bills? I'll bet they do. I'll bet they do.
They should.
I would think so.
I don't know how you get.
That's a skill you have to practice.
Yeah, but how many times do you say to yourself, why can't these guys make a tackle? And then I think it goes back to even if it's a decade of this, if not more, of guys not doing it at training camp, of guys not tackling guys in practice. I know you want to play to the thud, right? That's what they've been doing. They've been doing that for a long time too, because you don't want guys to get hurt in practice. And I get that. I totally understand it. But by the same token, it's hard as a fan to watch these games and go, man, these guys couldn't tackle anybody. And everybody says it when they watch these games early in the year, especially.
It makes me think, what if wide receivers ran routes, but you didn't throw them the ball? In other words, no sense in practicing catching. Tackling is more essential than catching footballs even. You don't practice it very much.
So to me, as I was reading the piece, and it was talking about, like, part of it is just trying to stay awake in these. You got, I think 11-hour days they're allowed to have, and everything is scheduled to the second. And guys that fall behind are the guys that aren't either paying attention during the study time and during the meetings that they're having. And maybe that's the biggest problem. That's why, like, every day, you listen to Todd, he'll say something about the meeting rooms today. I feel like every time he does a press conference,
that's what it's
the meetings.
Yeah. What did he say? Was it yesterday where he said, well, we get them for 11 hours.
Yeah.
So you have to maximize the time you have with the players. It's the NFLPA. And I don't say it in a bad way, Andy. It was probably necessary. Some training camps used to be, brutal.
Jeff, don't you remember watching these guys walk off the field at Kent State or at Lakeland and, long time ago?
Oh, they were gassed, man.
I mean, they worked hard at those practices.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't – there was no camp cupcake. Every NFL camp now is Camp Cupcake compared to those guys. But those guys, how long do they last? And they didn't make that much money, and the investment into the player wasn't that much.
But it's not the coaches.
No, it's not.
It's the Players Association.
Yeah. Well, it's also got to be the league too, and owners.
And you have to protect your assets. I mean, it doesn't do the NFL. It doesn't do individual teams any good to see star players get racked up and out for the season, in training camp. That doesn't do anybody any good. I get it. So if that means you don't tackle as well, that's all good because that means more points.
But can we get to 16.5?
Come on, baby.
But then you also get into the next part of it where this is where I think the Browns are very susceptible this year to mistakes. It's one thing to change one guy on the offensive line. It's another to have 5 changes. And if you're not playing full go in practice,
how are you going to get it going in the game?
Yeah.
Well,
that's my biggest. I think it's my biggest fear of the year.
Where they are, Andy.
I'm concerned about the offensive line. I'm more concerned about the offensive line than anything else, even quarterback. Because
you should be.
If you can't have, I don't know. We'll see what they look like. We'll see what they look like. And, if you don't hear about holding calls and guys look like, and we don't have too many, I'm expecting offside to be a staple early on in this, especially the preseason. For the offensive
they have
line.
brought in veterans who have experience and who have had some level of success in their careers. So let's just give it time and let's see what it looks like.
We'll see. I mean, I look at that as a concern, and but if you can't get that time during practice, and don't sit here in the beginning of the season and go, I wonder why these guys can't tackle. It's because they don't do it in practice. They don't. And everyone says that.
I love that little voice you do. It sounds like Barney.
Everybody.
I wonder why they can't tackle.
How come the defense can't tackle? Although I feel better about our defense making tackles, right? At least you've got guys that are coming back, and it should be the solid part of the team. It should be. But I really wish, Jeff. What does it feel like to come into a camp and go, hey, I know we're going back to the playoffs this year. Hey, we got a shot at the Super Bowl. Hey, we got a shot at winning a playoff game. I can't. It's been forever since we've had that feeling.
Why are you doing that?
Because it drives me nuts because we sit here and we talk about wait till next year all the time. And we haven't lost the game this year. We haven't won a game. Haven't lost. And I don't want to sit here and talk about wait till next year. I don't want to even utter the words draft after this moment. Because I don't want to have to think about that. I want to watch my team go out there, play, and win. Say it.
I can't wait till the quarterback draft of 2027.
Headlines.
We're going to have such fun talking all about it.
Headlines.
It's going to be great.
And then Chris Hassenheimer next.
Here's something.
20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You know the deal. Our guys, Daryl Ryder, Lance Reisland. Daily Browns training camp recaps on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page. And they do good stuff. Daryl and Coach Reisland break down the storylines from each day's practice and your daily quarterback competition. Can't get enough of that. And you can catch the recap each night on Overtime with Jake Volnick at 8:40. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, YouTube page right now.
Happy birthday to Lance. Did you see that? His birthday
Oh, it is.
yesterday. I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago. So
Nice.
I just want to say happy birthday to him. It's always a birthday, though, when we do headlines with Meredith Kane. So let's jump into it. Live from the heart of Cuyahoga County, where the Browns will play in the future because their dome is in Cuyahoga County, here is Meredith Kane.
Cuyahoga County is very, very big, Andy.
That's what I hear. And I hear that the dome is actually within the county. Just want to make sure everyone knows that.
Big if true.
Thank you.
So,
and they're going to have turf. Or they're going to have artificial turf. That was yesterday's big story, wasn't it?
Stunning.
Although, if they want to play the Women's World Cup here, they're talking about being able to put grass in. Would you go to a Women's World Cup game?
100%, yes.
I would too.
Absolutely,
Yeah, I'd be there in a minute.
without question. I mean, obviously, I'd want to see Team USA, but honestly, even if Team USA is playing elsewhere and it's other countries playing, I would go. Like 10 times out of 10 would go to a Women's World Cup game if I had the opportunity.
It'll be interesting to see if they say, if we can get a Women's World Cup game here, if they'll say we have enough hotel rooms or not. Because that seems to be like we wanted to come to Cleveland, everything's great, but they don't have enough hotel rooms.
Aren't they building hotels? I feel wasn't that part of the Brook Park project that the Browns put out there? It was not only the new dome stadium, but also
I think there's 2 hotels.
But it was
going
also restaurants, apartments, hotels, office buildings. Like they're planning on completely revitalizing.
You know, the
that
other
area of Brook Park.
That's weird about that is, and I don't know why I guess I just never looked into it, but you know, there was a hotel at the airport, a nice hotel. It was a Sheraton out there forever, right? And now it's a parking lot. It's so weird to drive by that and see just that big empty nothing. I can't wait till the airport's completely redone too, right? Aren't they redoing the airport?
Sure, Andy. We're going to get everything brand new. It's going to be awesome.
Wow. Jeff, why was so cynical?
Shiny and new, nice and sparkling.
Because we've all heard these stories for a long time.
Jeff is just, I think he's jaded. He's kind of in a, I'll believe it when I see it. Is that the...
Not with the dome.
Well, yeah, we know the dome is happening.
I've been in some really, really, really nice airports, and I would love to see ours get upgraded to that kind of an airport.
I would too. But you know what? Our airport is relatively easy. So, I mean, there's something to be said for the airport. I know sometimes it feels small when you go to bigger airports, but there was also, I was reading rumblings about maybe being a hub again for, wouldn't that be great if we were a hub again? It was so nice to be able to take a flight that was direct from California here the other night. Even though it was an overnight flight, I was totally down with it. But I mean, you can get to Vegas, you can get to some city, Chicago, but you just don't realize it when you've got to catch connectors to go everywhere. And it's just like, man, I wish we were a hub again. So there you go. That's my hub theory. It's sad when I walk by the one wing where you would go underground to go out to all the small airplanes when you would fly out there.
Too bad that's still there.
It's still there.
Well, I know.
The door's closed, that's all.
I know, but it probably hasn't been swept in about 4 years, has it?
Yeah, can you imagine the tremendous amount of gook that's on the floor right now?
I try not to think about that, Andy.
It's all ball bearings. It's all ball bearings. Okay, go ahead.
So one of the bigger stories coming out today, it sent Ken Carman and Anthony Lima into a little bit of a tizzy this morning on the morning show. It's the University of Akron. They are giving away an opportunity to be the offensive coordinator for a drive. So the new promotion, it was announced late yesterday that Akron Zips football will be selecting one lucky fan to script the opening drive in their home opener against Robert Morris. The winner will be chosen via random drawing from the season ticket holders, and you can get your name in the drawing, an extra chance in the drawing for every season ticket holder you refer. Now, I don't know how much the season tickets are. I saw somewhere that it was going to be $75. I saw another place it was around $99 to $100. But The Zips are
it's a
saying
great promotion.
The Zips are saying, hey, I mean, if they're wanting to sell,
it's a great promotion.
Yeah, if they're wanting to sell season tickets, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that have $100 or $75 and said, you know what, I want to be an offensive coordinator for a drive. So it's a great way to sell season tickets, but I don't know, how does it make the university look when they're like, hey, anyone can call a play?
It doesn't make your football program. It doesn't do your football program any favors.
What happens if you score?
However, you're creating interest. They have a big stadium. They need a lot of seats in those, or fannies in those seats. And
first of all, let's also say that it's a great stadium. I love that place. I love going there. Remember I loved it when
Infocision Stadium's beautiful.
Do you remember when the Browns did their preseason game there? They did like their family night there a bunch of years ago, and it was packed. It was awesome.
Did you read the disclaimer on their flyer about this, though?
What does the disclaimer
There's an asterisk, and then at the bottom it says, with help from the head coach, of course.
Oh, that's right. So you're going to get some. You're going to be working with the head coach.
You're going to sit down with the head coach, and Joe Moorhead's going to say, "What do you think about? What do you think about running around right tackle on first down?"
Do you think,
Coach? I love that idea. That's a good one.
Do you think he approved of that? Like, do you think the head coach was like,
I don't know that he has a choice. I don't know.
Can we be honest about this? Isn't this get to wear a headset during the first drive? Isn't that really what the contest is all about?
I don't know. Whatever it is,
probably get to wear
whatever
a
it
headset
is,
during
good
the first
for
drive.
Akron. They're pulling it off, and
we're talking about them right now,
exactly.
Right? It's a win.
And here's the other question: you guys are talking about wanting to get the butts in seats, but I mean, for $100, people. I've seen tweets from a lot of internet celebrities saying, "I just bought my season tickets just to get their opportunity," but it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to the game. So Akron might sell the tickets, which is good because the profit is there. But what if the stadium is still empty because the people who bought the season tickets either aren't going to the game or not able to sell their season tickets to fans who do want to go?
If they win, people will go. I mean, you know that Jeff knows the Akron community just as well as anybody, and it's just like anything else. If you and the fan base is look, are they gigantic? Is it an Ohio State base? You know, is it that big? No, it's not. But I will say that Akron Zip fans, and this is coming from a Kent State guy, are very passionate about their team and their school, and so I tip my cap to them.
And Joe Moorhead's doing a nice job there.
Yeah,
actually. They're coming along nicely. It's a big building project.
I think it's a great idea. It probably should be better known as wear a headset during the first drive of the game.
Well, you don't know that.
Wear a headset.
Maybe they're really going to let them call plays. I don't know.
Or maybe they give them a menu of plays, and you get to pick from column
I'll take
A,
a number 4, please,
yes,
for the opening drive. One more question before we move on.
Can I get wonton soup with that?
If we see some success with this promotion, do you think other schools will follow suit? Now, I don't think I don't see this happening in any of the Power 4, but
no.
No, you think it's like
No.
a flash in the pan, one and done. No one else is going to want to do this.
Akron's throwing out a big promotion and trying to attract some attention. Good for them.
I tell you, if I'm Robert Morris as defensive coordinator, I have no idea what to expect on that first drive.
Well,
what are you going to do? Scout? Maybe if somebody wins it and they give it to their 14-year-old kid who's been playing video football and they're going to have to scout. Yeah, playing Madden.
They've been playing Madden.
Yeah.
All right, so we do have a very real football game tomorrow night. We got the Hall of Fame game, and it's so funny because I was talking with my parents over the weekend. I was talking to my dad, and he mentioned the Hall of Fame game on Thursday, and I was like, "What do you mean on Thursday? Tomorrow? Preseason officially starts tomorrow, and we have our starters for tomorrow's game. Carson Beck will be starting. Kenny Pickett will be starting. So those those are your starting quarterbacks for your first game of the NFL preseason tomorrow night.
Here we go. Good. Preseason games, not good. Hall of Fame game, worst game ever. They don't play anybody. That said, it's great to have two NFL teams right there, at the Hall of Fame doing their thing. That's a good thing.
I love the stadium. I love going down there.
It's a really nice stadium.
And then what's the concert? It's Lainey Wilson and Braxton Keith.
Oh, Lainey Wilson.
Yeah, that'll be a good one.
Yeah.
All right, some news.
She'll be wearing a hat, right?
I'm assuming.
Wearing her cowboy hat.
Yeah.
I hope so. Some news around the NFL. The 49ers are signing former Brown, Obo Okoronkwo. He found a new home with the 49ers. And then for the Falcons, Jalen Walker out for the season, ACL injury. So right after Kevin Stefanski gets a big running back long-term in Bijan Robinson, he loses Jalen Walker for the season.
Kevin's already going through it.
It has been very, very up and down for the Falcons.
They don't know who their quarterback's going to be.
They have
Penix
been
is hurt.
Yeah.
Tua's, we'll see. Cooper Rush, good luck.
I don't know. Am I supposed to have feelings for Kevin now that he's in? Should I be? Do I want him to win? I want him to be successful.
I want to see him do well.
Yeah,
Kevin did a good job here.
He's got some issues down there too. So,
He
but
does.
he's good at those.
He also has Bijan Robinson and Drake London and Kyle Pitts.
Yeah. So well, I think I will. Are you rooting for him? I'm
Why
rooting
not?
for him. I'm rooting for him.
I mean,
I hope he does really well.
I do too.
There aren't a lot of teams that I really actively root against. For me, it's every other team in the NFC East because of my Commanders fandom, and then the Pittsburgh Steelers. Because even as a kid growing up in Washington, we all hated the Steelers there too. I think everybody hates the Steelers. So those are like the four teams that I will actively root against. Other than that, I'm just like I'm here for the entertainment and to watch some football.
Yeah, I find myself rooting against fans more than I am players these days. I don't know. Maybe it's just getting old. I used to work up all this energy about getting mad about, I hate the Steelers. I hate the Steelers. Yeah, I hate the Steelers. I hate the Yankees too. But I don't have the time or passion to have the effort to actually hate them. What drives me crazy
I'm sorry,
fans.
Meredith. When did Andy leave the studio and somebody else come in?
I don't know. I think he got body snatched right in front of our eyes.
Maybe it was hanging on to my life as we were driving
Andy
down.
Baskin. I don't have the time or energy to hate the Steelers.
To hate the players. Like I can't unless the players talk. What about Cleveland? I don't have time or energy.
I feel like that probably happened about the time that Joe Hayden went over to the Steelers because everybody loved him and nobody. I don't think anybody disliked him even when he was on the
Joe's
Steelers.
fault.
Yeah, Joe,
he got cut.
Yeah.
Joe got cut. Wasn't his fault.
So maybe that was the moment that Andy's like, you know what? I don't have the energy to hate the Steelers because I gotta root for my guy Joe Hayden.
I think maybe I had just a life change on this last vacation where I went into a driverless car.
Was it that California cool just rubbing off on you? Now you're too cool to hate people?
No, it was the fear of God letting our 18-year-old drive a rental on Highway 1.
Wait, are you allowed to drive? I thought you had to be 25 to
rent.
Oh, to rent, but
yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
At one point I looked at my wife. I'm like, and my daughter, and I'm like, we're letting the least experienced driver drive this car on these roads that are hanging on the edge of a cliff. And
he also has better reflexes than all of you put together.
Well, that is true. He is. I mean,
except maybe your daughter.
He's a college athlete now, so I should probably give him a little bit more credit than I am. But as I had the fear of God, every time I was saying, slow down, slow down, slow down. You should see the road. Have you ever been out there?
Out west, yeah. When I was younger, I was not of driving age, but I was out there on the West Coast on a vacation with my family. So my dad was the one driving and going through those mountains in Utah, Arizona with all those switchbacks.
Yeah, it's exactly what it was.
Those get scary.
So, we went through the Redwood Forest too. And so that was just phenomenal. Like I'm still like, you look at these trees and you're like, how big are these trees? We did the very touristy thing too, where they have a tree that they cut out so you can put a car through it. So we hopped out. Maybe I should put a picture of the car that we had and let everybody see it. But you can drive your car through a tree because the trees are so big. But to look, I mean, it's like it was like a 10-story building, the tree itself, and they cut out the base. Like, I don't know how the tree survived having the bottom of it cut out like that.
They're very resilient, Andy.
Oh, my, amazing. Amazing. Chris Ossenheimer is also amazing. We'll talk to him next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3, The Fan.
wanted offense, and they did. They added offense, and then on top of that, no one thought they were going to get a starter out of this, let alone an all-star starter. So, yeah, A+ by them, and it was very surprising. I mean, when it got to be around, 2 or 3 o'clock, I was like, okay, I guess this is going to be a typical Guardians trade deadline with them getting nobody. And then all of a sudden they got 3 guys in like 2 hours. So,
all right, so
go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, we sat here, we're like, why? Why? Do they believe that the American League is totally wide open, that they can go out and grab it? Is that one of the reasons? Is another reason because we're looking at, labor strife at the end of the year and it might be a while before we see baseball again? Or is it because there could be an ownership flip, not at the end of this year, but at the end of next year?
I mean, I think it's clear that it's about this year because, 2 of the guys are rentals. So I think that all of those factors contribute. But which makes it even more surprising because you rarely see them go all in. And yeah, who knows if they're going to re-sign any of these guys? So to me, that means we're just playing for this year, and whether that's because the lockout's looming, or it's different than when I can't remember what year it was, but they were out one game and they just folded up the tent. This time they went the complete opposite approach. So I got to believe it's this year, and I do think that the American League's wide open.
Yeah, we talked about that too. Was that the Cifali trade, right? When they sent him to Tampa, that was a year where it felt like they were. Yeah,
Antonetti had to fly. They were on the road somewhere, and Antonetti had to fly and go talk to the players and say, "Hey, we still believe in you," when we just showed you we didn't. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, you'll have that.
Right.
That happens.
Right. It's like it's a ton of things in sports, Oh, well, he said this, he said that. What are you supposed to say,
Yeah.
Well, guys, we just didn't think you had it this year. So, play out the string, and we'll see you next year.
And you're ugly, too. Yes.
Wow. If reports are true and they follow through, and Hella now coming up tonight, is it because of Jose's injury, or is it because they want something else just in case?
I would say I think it has a lot to do with Gabriel Arias.
Spiking a throw to first base?
Just in general, how long have we sat here with this guy and just chance after chance, and I know why they were reluctant to give up on him because he was out of minor league options. But at some point, it doesn't matter. And when you keep watching him go up there and strike out on 3 pitches with guys on base, make lackadaisical efforts like last night, and that's not the first time that's happened. He's been bouncing balls to Hoskins all season long, to the point where Hoskins got a little ticked off visibly in one of the games. So
I remember that one.
But I will say this. I do think that the Hosey thing, it's a shame too. They go out and they get these guys, they get help for the lineup, and not only the first game with these new guys, Hosey misses that, and who knows? This injury is definitely. It's going to linger. He's playing through pain, and it just kind of stinks that they're not going to get the real Hosey. And let's be honest. Even before he got hurt, we didn't get the real Hosey. So they got to hope he finds some sort of form for these guys to matter, because if you don't have Hosey and you just have Joe Adell and Nathaniel Lowe, it doesn't look so good anymore,
It makes sense.
Yeah, you just got Quan back. He looks like he's ready to go again, and it would just be a shame if Hosey couldn't. He's played in pain a lot in his career, so it's not like he can't produce in pain, but just be nice to have a healthy Hosey with all these guys.
My guess is the answer to this is no. This doesn't have anything to do with Rocchio having a tough go since the All-Star break, does it?
No.
Okay.
I think people are. No. he's there to stay. I mean, that's not. I mean,
Good.
I think that he's. I mean, with that first half, and I know one half doesn't cement your place in the lineup for the rest of your career, but I think he. I mean, he does get he gets a little lackadaisical in the field too. He's a great defender. I'm not saying that, but even him, he makes some dumb mistakes. You know, the other night he bobbles that ball, and something could have happened. It didn't, but he needs to clean up his defense and definitely get back to hitting a little bit. But I think he's fine. I don't think they're going to mess with him. I think that would crush his confidence if they did.
All right, Chris, there are 3 back in the Central. They're clinging on to that third playoff spot. The Twins, the Rangers, the Orioles, and Tigers are all within, and Mariners are all within 2 games of trying to knock them out of that last spot. They are 57-57 as a 500 team. Is that who they are?
Well, I mean, that's who they were. Hopefully there's something different with these new guys. I don't know how many wins that would translate from the new guys. But yeah, they're a better team. On paper alone, and you saw instant offense out of Adele last night. So I think they're better right now than a 500 team, and I think they were before too. It's just, I mean, that rotation. You know, you got 5 guys in the rotation, the only team in the majors to do that, and it's been carrying them all season long with Cade Smith, because I can't really say the bullpen because that hasn't been awesome. And I think that makes them contenders. And I thought the White Sox were going to go away. I'm a little surprised they haven't, but now they believe, so they're a scary thing. I don't think the Twins are anything to worry about, but I think the American League's wide open. I think they're better than a 500 team with these new additions, provided Hosey's not hurt the rest of the year or ineffective.
Chris Ossenheimer joining us, covers the Guardians for the Chronicle Telegram. Would you think Adele plays most every day? And would you think he and DeLauder just kind of alternate between DH and right field? Or do you think Adele's going to sit against right-handed pitching?
There's no way they're going to sit Adele. I mean, especially after what he did last night. I know it's one game, but you see that right out of the gate. And you can't play. And Vogt said that he's going to play. He's going to play against righties or lefties and righties. So he's going to be in the lineup. I mean, pretty much every day, and I think that is how it's going to work out. Chase will DH and play right, and they'll just have the same role that way. Definitely, it's starting out as Hoskins versus lefties and Lowe versus righties, but I don't know how long that's going to last if we keep seeing what we're seeing from Reese. It's just it's not enough.
And he's actually hitting better against righties than he is lefties.
Right. But I mean, they're still doing that, and that's still the plan right out of the gate. But I wrote last night from the start because I mean, they can't just keep running. He was hitting cleanup last night. Came up in a huge situation early, get some momentum, and
strike
that. Yeah. So I think it was 3 pitches too. Maybe I might be so used to watching Kyle Manzardo that I thought it was 3 pitches and he was sitting down.
That was a good line. At one point, Adele was one of the top prospects in baseball. The Angels situation was never good. And he's under contract here for next year. I'm curious to see what he might become here. Can he be better here than he was in Los Angeles? I think there's a big possibility of that, Chris.
Oh, I do too. I mean, it's definitely, I'm sure that playing with Mike Trout, I mean, while it has its benefits, I mean, you're so overshadowed there that it really doesn't matter how well you play, because it's always going to be Trout, always going to be about Trout. But here, he can be one of the big guys like, oh, Joe Adelli's one of the Guardians' best hitters. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him here for a while, and I think it would be a great offensive addition for sure. And if they need anything, that's definitely what they need. The other two guys, I'm not so sure about. But yeah, I think that's the one guy you would hope to zero in out of this deal. I mean, again, he's played one game. Who knows what could happen in the next 2 months. But I think he could be a future core piece.
Chris, let me ask you this: did they get the trade deadline right by having it where it is now and not having the waiver trade deadline coming up at the end of the month and just having this one deadline? One day, because like we're kicking around this morning. I was talking to Meredith about this. Like, you wonder what if the trade deadline was, middle of July, or even back in the day it was like June 15th, right? Is it in the right spot right now? Is this a sweet spot for? I mean, I can't remember the last time we saw as many moves as we made, which makes me think yes, it is. But by the same token, you wonder, should it be a little earlier, a little later? And you've also got an extra playoff team in there too, so that changes things too.
Right. I mean, I think wherever you put it, you're going to have a discussion on should it be earlier, should it be later.
True.
And I think that you're going to see the same kind, like we did. You're going to see trades regardless of when that's happening. If they know when the deadline is, well, okay, we got to make these trades. And I think it's in an all right spot. Chris Antonetti didn't seem to have a major issue with it, and you got 2 months left in the season. So, I mean, that's kind of, do we have a chance? You got 2 months. So, again, I don't think it really matters, but, and the waiver deal, I don't care about that. That doesn't bother me at all. So, I think it's fine where it is, and I think, like I said, whenever it is, you're going to see the same kind of deal. Even with the new wild card format. I mean, it's more teams that are in contention, but some of those teams are 5 games out or whatever, and they might choose to do that regardless of whether the wild card was expanded. So I think it's fine, Andy.
Chris, if Hanau comes up today, which it's what everybody's expecting, and Jose does not go on the injured list, how are they going to play him? Because you want your young guy to play. You're not bringing him up to sit and watch. Right.
Well, that's the scary thing. They never let you know about injuries, obviously. I mean, Vogt said he was hoping Jose would be back there today. So if that happens, that's great. But if this move was made because Jose might be down for a while, I mean, and other than that, why do you call that guy up here? I mean, he's not going to get regular at bats anymore. So that's another reason I think that maybe they were just tired of watching Arias. And it was like, I don't care if this guy's going to get regular at bats. Let's give him to him over this dude any day. So, let's just hope. The big thing for the Guardians, as far as I'm concerned, is let's just hope this Jose thing isn't serious, and he's not going back on the injured list or anything like that. And right now, I don't think that's the case, but who knows?
Chris, as always, you're reading every day. Thank you for your time. We appreciate your perspective.
Thanks,
and
buddy.
We will talk to you soon.
All right. Love talking with you guys. See ya.
You will always be a great read, my friend. Thank you. Talk to you later. All right, Chris Austin, I'm going to make sure you read him every day, Chronicle. Man, he had some interesting points. Let's bring some of those up. He said a couple things there I want to get back into. So, and if you want to hop in, you're more than welcome to. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. his press conference today in Berea, his daily briefing with the media to let you know what's going on. So make your life a little bit easier so you know exactly what's going on with the Browns.
And, of course, that rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
And, of course, you can go back and listen to the press conference as well, too. And we'll have Todd Monken, again, this press conference coming up. It could be as early as, I don't know, 10 minutes from now?
Don't get too jumpy.
All right, well, maybe.
He was early the first day. He hasn't been overly early since.
15 minutes?
He's been on time is what he's been.
Well, 12:50 would be the time that is.
That's the time we're told.
Yeah, so, again, it depends on Browns practice. And
but we're flexible here at the Fan.
You are.
Whenever Todd's ready to go.
You should have seen Jeff, who's stretching out before the press conference.
Sure.
He was getting those hammies all loose.
Gotta be. Don't want to pull those babies.
It was a sight to see. A sight to see. Let's go back to Chris Hausheimer for a second. What did you think? I thought the Gabe Arias stuff he talked about was super interesting because, you got Hanau coming up today, and I think we're all kind of just waiting to hear what the Guardians are going to say. It's the corresponding roster move that they're going to make to, and I'm sure we'll probably find that out pretty soon here now too. Is it going to be Ramirez going on the disabled list because he kind of sucked he didn't get a chance to play last night with the new guys, or is this about Arias and maybe moving on from Arias? But two reasons why I think it's difficult. Arias, we had talked about this in the break that it's not like he's getting at bats every day. So if you're bringing up Hanau, you're bringing him to play. Don't bring him up to sit on the bench. That doesn't make any sense. This isn't like the Clippers season's over and he's helping to come take a roster spot up at the end of the year. If you're bringing him up, I want to watch him play. I want to see him in the order. I'm not. And again,
and you don't want to hurt his development by having him sit on the bench.
Yeah. It's like I said to you before. Sometimes you call a player a 4A player when they're in the bigs and you're like, they belong in AAA. He was a 4A player because I don't think they had anywhere to put him on the roster, on the big league roster. I watched him play a couple weeks ago. I'm like, this guy is totally ready to play. Now, maybe the pitching was a little bit off, but defensively, I didn't think there was any question that he is ready to play. And I hope that he's able to live up to the expectations I have in my mind to watch him do that. What was it? It was Cooper Engel that, a couple weeks ago where I was like, okay, I want to see him play because we were looking at his numbers every night and watching him hit and come up with big hit after big hit after big hit. And I also think that, what Engel was able to do behind the plate, too, gave them the ability at the trade deadline to let two catchers go out of the system. Not just one, but two.
The double-checking it is a 10-day situation if a player is sent down to the minors, position player, before he can come back up, unless he's replacing an injured player. So I would have to think, Andy, that this is more of a move about Jose. I would expect Jose to go on the injured list. I'm just guessing, but it's hopefully an educated guess. Because if you were tired of Gabe Arias, you could bring Daniel Schneemann back up. He was sent down July 24th, and he gives you even more versatility than Arias. Gabe has played some outfield, but Schneemann looks really good in the outfield and really good in the infield. But Arias is a right-handed bat, and they have plenty of left-handed bats.
So are you shaking up the infield at all, or are you just putting Hanau at third if he's hurt?
If Jose is hurt, I'm just putting Hanau at third and leaving it alone. I'm not moving Rocchio. I'm not moving Bizana. We don't have anywhere to move Bizana to anyway at this point.
No, and
you could move Rocchio to third. You could move, if Rocchio moves to third, uh-oh. And I say that only for this reason.
That Ramirez is really hurt? Or
no. If Rocchio moves to third, and I don't think he will, I would think they play Hanau at third base. If they move Rocchio to third, it would mean, Ryan, what do you think of that guy now playing shortstop? Because that's his gig in the future. And I think Rocchio is pretty darn good. I know he hasn't hit since the All-Star break. I like Brian a lot. And I wouldn't mess with him. As we talked about, Andy, to me it absolutely screams, hey, Travis, welcome to Goodyear. See that spot out there behind shortstop, out there on grass? Go learn to play it.
Oh, yeah, we have that in Australia, too. It's called the outfield.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Kyrie Irving told me about that from his days in Australia. They were able to communicate on that.
And then Rocchio either moves to second or now becomes the second baseman.
Okay. I don't know how this thing
is
plays
all well
out.
and good. Yeah.
I just kind of want them to make some sort of announcement to figure it out because I just think you wait till the very last second if Ramirez is hurt, though.
I just can't imagine bringing Hanau up.
Was there anybody else they could?
And not playing him.
Yeah. I don't. I'm trying to figure out another way to position him in. Do Petey Halpin? Maybe you move him back. But that you're just creating a roster spot, but you're creating other.
But Petey gives you depth in the outfield.
Yeah, that's
nobody
why
else is going to play the outfield. I mean, you're not going to put Arias in the outfield.
No,
not when you don't have to.
I'm just trying to think of who's the player they would drop off the roster. They sent a pitcher back yesterday.
It would be Arias.
Yeah, it's got to be. I bet we're sitting here playing the guessing game on it, and
unless Jose's hurt and on the injured list, which if I'm betting your bucks,
thanks.
I'm thinking that's what's going to happen today. We're going to hear that.
All right. Speaking of happening today, Todd Monken scheduled to speak here.
Oh yeah,
momentarily. And we're looking for a couple injury updates today too.
Yeah, he'll also probably talk about the starting of the quarterbacks that he talked about with Cam Wolfe from the NFL Network. When we hear Todd, by the way, all press conferences on 92.3 The Fan, brought to us by Expert Renovations, expertrenovations.llc.com.
All right, we're hoping to hear from him when we come back. Todd Monken.
segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. We are standing by now for Todd Monken, his press conference from Browns training camp, and we'll carry that live for you. And again, the press conferences are brought to us by our good friends at Expert Renovations, expertrenovations.llc.com. So there's a couple things going on. Jerry Jeudy talked today. Dylan Gabriel also talked today. We'll hear from him in the 1 o'clock hour, what he had to say today, because I think his name's percolating a little bit, and we'll see what happens there. You kind of have to help me through this now. Jerry Jeudy last week while I was out of town, something happened on TikTok where they were asking him about.
They were asking him about all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, he was doing something live, right? He was doing like TikTok live or something.
And it was edited down and put out as to, hey, this is his response when asked who he wants to have start at quarterback for the Browns, and he put up 4 fingers. And everybody thought, look, he wants Deshaun Watson as the quarterback.
But that was edited, you think. You know editing as well as anybody else, right?
I sure do, Andy.
Jeff, you're a fantastic editor.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Reel to reel, 1 inch, 2 inch, tape to tape, whatever it takes. Digital.
He said it was edited.
Analog.
And he said that was not the way that actually went down. And then he talked about that today.
So here's what he had to say.
I've been in the league for 7 years. And at least 5 or 6 of the years, it's always been a quarterback competition within those years. I think I'm mature enough and wise enough to not answer questions like that. For everyone to believe that I would answer something like that on social media is kind of wild, but you got to understand this what we in, and understand how everybody viewing the quarterback competition in this room. So every little thing is going to try to turn it into that, and which I get, I understand, but like I said, I spoke on it. I said what I truly felt about the situation, and I leave it off from there. If anybody want to believe, that's what they want to believe. I know what's the real. I know what the truth is, and that all that matters.
But what was that when you put up 4 fingers? And what was that?
So the truth is, if you could watch the video, you could see it was cut. Then whoever did it scrolled up to make it seem like I was answering that question, which I wasn't. There's 1,000 questions popping up, rolling all at once. I seen some guys saying I was throwing up for 4 PF. I wasn't. Some guy was saying it because my 4 color jersey. But before the video cut, it was me and my daughter, and I showed the video. I showed my daughter, and somebody was asking like how old she is, and I threw up the 4 because she's 4 years old. But everybody gonna make it seem like I should have been thinking this, saying this instead of throwing up the 4, knowing everybody gonna make it seem bigger than what it is. But it's just part of the game we're in.
Yeah, that's garbage. So if somebody asked him how old his daughter was, and it was
and she's there,
and then they took that video and they popped it in to make it look like that was the answer for who he thinks should be starting a quarterback. He shouldn't have to apologize for that.
Andy,
that's ridiculous.
Nothing good comes from up there on the social media.
I know, but like he said, I give him credit for this. Again, that's Jerry Jeudy, the Browns wide receiver, for him even just saying, "Hey, I should know better than to do that."
I do know better.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you? I mean, if somebody said how old's your kid, and you're able to hold up less than 10 fingers, and then all of a sudden that gets turned into who should be the starting quarterback, that's ridiculous. Like I truly feel bad for Jerry on that. Like somebody said how old's your kid, so he holds up 4 fingers.
He got a raw deal.
Yeah.
If it went down the way he explained it, which no reason to think it didn't, he got a raw deal.
So,
but he's good. He got it taken care of.
Yeah, I'm glad he had the chance to answer the questions, because that's we talk about some guys don't like talking to the media. Here's where you do want to talk to the media, right? To let everyone know, hey man, that was wrong. He got wrong, but he didn't. It's not like he said he got wronged either. He said I should have known better. I'm like, who knows?
No, he said I would know better.
I would know better
than to get involved in that.
Yeah, and so
he didn't do anything wrong.
I don't know. So Jeudy obviously is in a different situation this year too. And again, we're waiting for the Todd Monken press conference, but He's in a different I think that they finally have help at wide receiver. At least we all are banking on the fact that they drafted first rounder, drafted a second rounder, Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston, and to feel like they actually have a wide receiving core. And so Judy's going to have to step it up, and he talked about his work ethic.
I just know the amount of work I put in, and I know what I'm capable of doing. And I know last year, it was frustrating, but at the end of the day, I know what really was going on and what was happening in certain situations that, you can't control. Like, of course, I can focus more on the drops and stuff like that, And it's a lot of stuff that plays into that role, So, like I said, the work would give me confidence. The work I put in would really give me confidence. Oh, yeah, yeah, for sure. As a receiver, your job is to catch the ball, and, we pride ourselves in catching balls and making plays, so that's the only thing I really, feel like that was something big that I needed to work on, and, yeah.
All right, I'm glad he had the chance to say the second part of that because it does seem hard to be a wide receiver that you find yourself in the middle of a quarterback competition each and every year that you're playing, and that it's hard for you to kind of progress with any quarterback when you don't know who the quarterback's going to be. Yet it's the NFL, and you're probably going to be dealing with you're going to be dealing with two, if not more, quarterbacks that are going to be throwing you the ball. That said, it doesn't matter. Your job is wide receiver. It doesn't matter who's throwing you the ball. An offensive lineman could be throwing you the ball, even though he shouldn't be because it's a penalty.
That's how Munkin's an offensive innovator.
But, so it doesn't matter. Whoever's getting you the ball, you need to catch the ball. And at the end of the day, that was the biggest problem. It is hard to look and find a team that's ever played in the NFL where your wide receivers aren't your leading receivers.
All right, guys, we're going to go out to Berea for Browns head coach Todd Monken.
I saw a report on NFL Network last night that you're going to give Deshaun and Shador each a start in each of the first two preseason games. Is that
Yeah, Cam took a little liberties with what our conversation was like. Basically, we talked about that the quarterbacks are going to play in the preseason, and obviously, if it's still a competition that time, why wouldn't you start one and start the other? And then we would go from there. That was really what the conversation was. He wasn't wrong in what we talked about, which you've all known that they're going to play in the preseason, and someone has to go out there for the first snap. Thus, they would be the one that starts. But at this point, we're so far from that it's not really as important as what it kind of got made out to be.
So if you don't name number one prior to Buffalo scrimmage, is that the natural rotation or
Mm-hmm.
up that day with?
Yep, that'll be what it is. We'll just have the natural rotation on that given day.
So
yep.
that rotation will continue at least.
It'll continue till we decide, till we really narrow the band a little bit in terms of where we're at.
Do you take into account who you might like to see start at home in front of the home crowd, and who you might like to see on the road in those first two games?
Not really, but I do get it. It'd be a little more difficult on the road. I do get that. I really haven't thought that far ahead, to be honest. I really haven't. I'm thinking about today, and I realized this morning that I think today Sean was with the ones. I really don't. It's okay, tomorrow will be the other way, and then we'll just keep going from there.
I mean, you and the other coaches are meeting, and do you talk about who's ahead, who's doing well in this quarterback competition, or is that just
For sure. No, I think to say who's ahead is a little extreme, but we always we evaluate every day where our roster is, who's where. Try not to knee-jerk react on the one day. That's hard to do. We want every day to go as smooth as it can, and it doesn't. So you got to kind of fight that part of it. We also have to fight, hey, we're installing. I mean, we see what you see, and we see it a little more in depth because of the film. But the reality is we're always talking about personnel in the roster, and the quarterbacks just happen to be a part of that.
Todd, install, obviously tomorrow is the last day of the install period. Do you, as far as the depth chart and everything, reps and everything, do you expect Friday where maybe it changes a little bit in terms of, or is that
possible.
something maybe starting next week when you're heading into a preseason week?
Well, it's possible. I haven't gotten that far ahead. I really haven't. Okay, tomorrow's another install. We'll rotate where the quarterbacks are. in terms of where they started, like all positions. It's always in flux. Do I think that, to answer part of that question, which is come Monday, would you like to have, okay, we've had 10 practices, right? Okay, where are we at? Where do we see the pieces? Left tackle. Who's going to be what spot at receiver, right? What gives us the best chance to move the football? Right guard, right? You're like, okay, well, let's start to, if we can, right, which you'd like to, be able to start established, where you think you're at that moment.
You had 13 guys out yesterday, taking its toll. Is it just the natural evolution of
I think it is. It's unfortunate because we've got some positions that we really haven't had much attrition. And then you've got others where it just seems to be, you're hit hard. So it's just interesting. Really, a receiver, we've been fine. For the most part, they're the guys that go down. They're the ones that are running. You got to have 12 bodies, and it hasn't been there. Really, at running back, we've been fine. Up until, maybe the last day or so, O-line's been fine. Tight ends have really been fine. So you've been hit at really at corner and D tackle, and outside backers or defensive ends have been fine. So just part of the deal.
Todd, when you see a lot of procedural penalties that we've sort of seen the last couple of days, how much of that is normal for this time of training camp? I'm sure you'd rather not have any, but is that something that's maybe normal for this time of training camp, and when do you kind of expect that to be?
Well, it's normal when you're not ready to take the foot off the gas in terms of putting the pressure on your guys to use multiple cadence. We could end it today. We could end all this conversation of false starts and just go on one, and hopefully it would end if we went on one all the time. But as I say, you can't be elite on offense if you're not elite at cadence. You just can't. You can't say that. You got to be elite at cadence. It's got to be a weapon for you.
Todd, you got Denzel and Tyson on the outside. How do you feel about the depth behind those guys at cornerback outside the injuries?
Well, that's been the issue is, a little banged up here or there with it, but that's still a work in progress. I don't think we're set yet who that third corner is.
Todd, when you look at your left tackle situation, and obviously we see that Spencer and DeWan are still alternating there, I think or at least I assumed that Spencer would be in that left tackle starting spot from week 1. Is there a world in which DeWan could be there and Spencer comes up the learning curve for a few weeks or anything like that?
I'm sure I would agree with you. Like I think there's a world in a number of spots where a player could end up starting there, and as you get the other players up to speed, we're not really there yet. Now, DeWan, let's start with DeWan. He's in the best shape of his life. He's out there competing, talking smack, seems to be in a really good place, so we want to reward that. And we also want to bring Spencer along at a pace we feel like is, the best app to build his confidence. And I think Hop's doing a great job with that.
Just given DeWan's experience, that he's played on the right side as well, has there been any thought to trying him over there, or are you guys just happy with how he's done on the left so far?
Well, obviously that could be an option if we felt like that putting Titus at right guard and maybe him at tackle. And we've talked about that a little bit, but as of right now, we like Titus at right tackle, and we like having, with DeWan and then Austin potentially be your 4 tackles. So, but we are working through the right guard position. I think that's something that as we get through the next few days, as we talked about a little bit, is where are we at? Where do we want to go from here? We let it play out, because when you're installing, if you start moving guys around, it becomes a little bit, it puts players at a disadvantage. Now you're not seeing them play fast, and you're seeing them process, and then it's hard to really evaluate.
Watson didn't get the 2-minute period. Why?
All right, some technical difficulties. You did hear the truck backing up. Maybe we're being cursed by that truck that I was talking about, the backing up. With the
could very well be, Andy.
It was interesting. That last question, I was kind of hanging there to find out why. I'm assuming that Shador was the one that had the 2-minute drill there at the end, based on what the question was. there were some interesting things that came out of that press conference. First of all, he didn't lay into 100% what the quote from NFL Network was last night about them splitting.
He actually said Cam took some liberties with our conversation.
Yes, I thought that was interesting.
So much for Cam getting another one-on-one.
Although he didn't say what he said was wrong.
No.
And by the way, Jeff,
Media
Todd,
taking liberties with conversations. Oops.
Jeff, Todd said exactly what you had said. I mean, like, he's like, yeah, I understand what he's saying because it is kind of if you're having a quarterback conversation, it's a no-brainer. You let one guy start one and you let the other guy start the other.
Yeah, but he said something that I thought, okay, that's what I want to hear. He said, if it's still a competition at that point.
Right.
To me, that means I hope he figures it out. And by figuring it out, let me go monking on you. I don't decide who starts. The players decide who starts. So hopefully somebody shows him at quarterback that I'm the guy who should start. Should be me.
Daryl Ryder was tweeting right before this. I don't know if you saw Daryl's. Did you see what he wrote?
Nope.
Daryl said none of these quarterbacks has separated or distinguished themselves through 6 practices. They have all really had good moments.
Yeah.
They've all really had good moments, and then the ones that just make you want to forget that they're on the Browns. I'm going to go through and read the rest of this thing here when we come back here in a second. So let's take a quick time out. We'll regroup. We'll talk a little bit more about what Todd Monken had to say, too. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Latest news coming out of Berea. We've got it for you as Todd Monken just spoke. Let me do this. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. I want to read Daryl Ryder's tweet that he just put out a few moments ago. In fact, it came out. This was actually it was from last night, but I just still want to. I still thought it was curious.
Close enough. What the hey?
Well, it's just what he had said about the quarterbacks. That was the whole thing. So he said none of the quarterbacks have separated or distinguished themselves through 6 practices. They all have had really good moments, and then the ones that just make you want to forget that they're on the Browns. Dylan Gabriel has run the smoothest operation and is now we're asking the head coach if he should be added to the quarterback competition. It's going that well. Shedeur Sanders shows positives, but his processing and decision-making isn't where it needs to be yet. Deshaun Watson is a mess. This is, again, according to Daryl Ryder. This was a tweet from yesterday. And he said, slow processing, pre-snap penalties galore, inconsistent accuracy. I doubt it's going to be better when defenders are actually allowed to chase him down and hit him. Install ends on Thursday. Then the real grading begins. So that maybe this is just kind of some insight into why we're hearing more about Dylan Gabriel. And by the way, we're going to hear from Dylan Gabriel. He spoke a little while ago. We'll play that for you in the next segment. I'm just curious your thoughts on what Daryl said there, too. So to me, it sounds like, Shedeur, I don't know. I'm reading into what Daryl said, and we'll hear what Daryl has to say. But I think he's on the show tomorrow. But nobody is separated, which to me is the goal that we want someone to separate. No one's separated.
I say this with all due respect. I respect Daryl's opinion. I respect Scott Petrak's, Mary Kay's. We don't know what the coaches exactly think here. So, and like when Lance Reisland sends us stuff, I read what Lance has coached.
Yeah.
But he's not a Browns coach.
Right.
So I wonder, that the general feeling I've picked up from everybody who is out there reporting is that Shedeur's looked better than Deshaun, and Dylan is opening some eyes. I wonder if the coaching staff feels the same way. So until we hear from the coaching staff, Andy, I'm going to wait for the final word. I mean, they're the guys making the call. None of us are making the call.
All right, so here's another part of the story that came out today, and it was right away. It was like the very first question that was fired at Todd Monken was about his appearance on NFL Network yesterday with Cameron Wolfe, the reporter. And what came out of that story was the thought that they are going to split the first 2 preseason games. And as Jeff said to me when we started the show, this is a no-duh thing. But if you've got a quarterback competition, that Deshaun's probably going to start one and Shedeur's going to start the other. And then he was asked about it. But first, let's backtrack. This is Cameron Wolfe on NFL Network talking about how Todd Monken wants to play the quarterbacks in the preseason. Wolfe 2.
Monken told me that he's going to start one guy the first preseason game, the other will start the second preseason game, and at that point they will start to go upon the process of making the decision for the starter. They obviously want to have one for week 1, but they are not in a rush to make this decision yet.
Okay.
And then today, when he was asked that question, he came back and said this.
Cam took little liberties with what our conversation was like. Basically, we talked about that the quarterbacks are gonna play in the preseason, and obviously, if it's still a competition that time, why wouldn't you start one and start the other, and then we would go from there. That was really what the conversation was. He wasn't wrong in what we talked about, which you've all known that they're going to play in the preseason, and someone has to go out there for the first snap. Thus, they would be the one that starts. But at this point, we're so far from that it's not really as important as what it kind of got made out to be.
Okay. In other words, we don't know.
Well, to me, it's just. I mean, Camp said, but what? I mean, he didn't say it was wrong though.
He took
Todd
some
didn't
liberties
say-
with our conversation. Well, it doesn't mean to me, Andy, that he quoted him verbatim.
Right.
I mean, if you took liberties, what's that mean? It means I didn't say that directly. Look, Todd also said if it's still a competition at that point, let's just. Okay, I'm so sick and tired of talking about which one of these guys is going to start. When you figure it out, tell us. And I hope it's ASAP because the rest of the team on offense needs to come together fast, and get better quickly because the offense stunk last year. It stunk. And you reloaded with veteran offensive linemen who were casted away by other teams and young guys who haven't played in the NFL yet or going into their second year. You better get on the same page, and you better get on the same page fast.
Yeah, but if
so figure it out quickly, please. And if you can't figure it out quickly, it means you really don't have one that's worth a hoot.
Well, you're going to have to start somebody.
Well, and he said, we will start somebody. But, Andy, if any one of these guys, and with what Darryl said, if any one of these guys was really lighting it up, he'd already be the guy. And if 2 or 3 of them were lighting it up, we'd hear, man, do we look great at quarterback.
Well,
Are you hearing that from anybody?
I don't think we would have heard a peep about what Dylan Gabriel's doing if both guys were killing it, if both guys were doing great, or one guy of the two had stepped out and just taken the job as their own and moving forward. But you also don't know where they are in the install. And you also don't know.
Thursday. They're through with the install on Thursday.
Okay, but
That's
what I'm
tomorrow.
saying is you don't know when you're watching somebody struggle as they try to run the offense during the install, that's not always a true indication of what it's going to look like once they hit the season.
That's exactly right.
Here's the other part of it, too. You're still probably trying to put the puzzle together on offensive line. Because you heard what he said about Dwan Jones there. I mean, you have to wonder.
It's starting to sound like we're putting our 5 best offensive linemen on the field.
Which may be.
Doesn't it? Doesn't it sound that way to you?
Yes, and it might be Dwan Jones over Spencer Fano to start the season.
Or, as he
they're
said,
gonna move.
we like Titus at right tackle, but if we put Titus at right guard, it's the first time we've heard that. I've mentioned it. If Dwan looks really good at left tackle, what did Spencer Fano play all but 1 year of his life?
Right tackle.
Correct.
But they also, when they drafted him, said he was the left tackle.
Yes, they did.
But the goal is to be able to, if you're wrong and you feel like your best 5 is moving Fano over to right tackle, then that's something you might have to do.
Or DeWand, who played right tackle earlier in his life.
Who's more important, though? That's the question. And by the way, if it's Dylan Gabriel, and I'm not saying that it is, but just somehow, some way that ends up being it, then you got to flip it. Then you got to figure out what it's like for a left-handed quarterback rather than a right-handed quarterback. So now you've got all these different scenarios that are playing out. He's trying to figure out who's going to be getting. And then the other part of it, too, is you don't want to get into the whole rep argument again. I'm tired of that. You want to talk about something I'm tired about talking about? It's the rep argument. It's who got more reps here? Who got more reps there? Okay, and we know what it was last year. Again, I think the rep story from last year got completely blown out of proportion. But I was mad at the Browns for not having Shedeur have the opportunity to take reps with the first-team offense the day they made him the backup quarterback. The day they told him he was number 2, he needed reps. Now, that's all in the rearview mirror now, and we're talking about that. But we're not – I don't want to get into this thing in the future. We're like, he didn't get enough reps. That's it. Hey, although I don't understand. Deshaun, how could you expect Deshaun to be the starting quarterback? He didn't get enough reps. Uncle, it's practice time. They got to figure out exactly what they need to do. They do need to get, if they think there's a quarterback that can go on the field in any given week, whether it's the number 3 quarterback, they should figure out a way to carve out a couple reps for them so that just in case something happens, like they didn't do for Sanders last year, which still aggravates me. They made him the number 2 quarterback. Gabriel got hurt, and how could you expect him to be ready? He's saying hello to some of the offensive linemen who he spent 0 time with throughout the preseason last year and then into the regular. I mean, like, that to me was insane. That was insane. Isaac is in Shaker Heights. Hey, Isaac, how are you doing today? Shaker?
I'm doing real well. How are you?
Good, we're good. What do you think?
What's up, Isaac?
Good. I'm trying to get established. I'm so sick and tired of talking about the quarterback situation as well. I'm agreeing with Jeff, but I'm also wanted to make a comment and see what you guys think. You're talking about it a little bit, but as far as the offensive line is concerned, I'm thinking that the offensive line is younger, so evidently they're a little bit faster, a little bit more athletic. I can't wait to see how the run game looks, and I'm thinking, who's the better offensive lineman as far as run blocking to you guys? I don't know too much about any of the guys that's actually starting or playing, but do you think that more so that this offense is going to be more run-oriented or more pass-oriented? I know we don't know who the quarterback is, but we don't know anything, I guess. But what do you guys think?
I would think, Isaac, that they're going to lean on Quinshon Judkins like absolute crazy, and you're going to see plenty of Dylan Sampson. Think about the offense that they ran in Baltimore. You had Lamar Jackson at quarterback, blessing for Todd Monken. But who did he have at running back? Derrick Henry, one of the best running backs in NFL history. And what did they do?
Yeah.
They gave him the football. And when he wasn't out there, they gave it to Justice Hill. And in previous years, they gave it to Keaton Mitchell, young guy who ended up getting hurt. And I think they're going to run the ball like crazy.
Okay.
So they're also saying that, just so you know, just for the record, Tevin Jenkins is supposed to be really, really, really good ground rush blocker. Does that make sense to you?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that said, I'm thinking it has to be a little bit better than the play last year, because no offense to Batoni on them, because they played until their age, couldn't let them play as far as any more that they, the way they could play, because they, in their prime, they were good, but they got old, and you know what I mean. So time caught up, but now I'm anticipating and I'm excited about the offensive line, and I'm hopefully that they can actually gel and play together, younger, faster, stronger, whatever. And I'm excited about this year, really. I think the Browns are going to surprise some people.
Isaac, I hope you're right. Thank you, Isaac. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Isaac.
216-474-0092. That's the number to call in. Again, we just heard from Todd Monken. We're going through some of the things that he had to say. But it does make things interesting on the offensive line if DeJuan Jones moves back into a starting spot over Spencer Fano, and do they give him time to kind of grow into the position? Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson.
shortstop in time for tonight's game. Henao started the season in Akron, but since being promoted to AAA Columbus, he's been .309 at the plate with 10 home runs and 42 RBIs. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Basket at Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. We had Chris Rose on today. We had Chris Ossenheimer on today. We had Todd Monken's press conference today. All kinds of good stuff.
What else are we going to have, Andy?
Well, you know what? We have Dylan. We have Dylan Gabriel.
Hey,
we do. Here's what he had to say at practice today.
So, Dylan, I asked Todd the other day just about, with you stacking so many good days together, might that result, what that might do for you? And he said that you're earning more reps. So, just wondering, how do you feel about that? Getting some more reps and having more of a chance.
Yeah, I think it's just depends if you're in 2-spot or 1-spot one day, but just mastering what I can and the reps I do get, and then continue to improve. That's always been what it's about.
Dylan, you talked back in April about just running your own race. Just that mindset. How much, where did that mindset sort of come from? I mean, how much is it drawn from kind of your own college experiences, but you kind of went through at UCF and Oklahoma? And, how can you kind of maybe expand on that?
Yeah, I just always have done it. Maybe I verbalized it like that day, but I'm always just worried about what I got to do to be at my best. I've had a lot of good reps at that, so just trying to continue that.
Does this camp feel any different for you, Dylan, than a year ago?
Yeah, you're not a rookie anymore, so you know what to expect, know how to go about your routine and make it better. So day to day, it's just a lot easier knowing when to put what time and energy into.
Did you pull in your new number?
Yeah, I'm kind of don't really care about numbers. My freshman year in high school, I remember I got pulled up to varsity, wore 96. So.
You don't have an attachment?
No attachment to any numbers. I mean, there may be some cool things to certain numbers that everyone kind of tells themselves once they get a new number, but for the most part, it's just a number.
It's only been 6 days in this new offense out here.
Yep.
What do you think the state of the offense is?
Like you said, 6 days. It's hard to tell. It's very early. I think as we get into it, it'll be interesting. But for an older coach, it's pretty cool to see Coach Monken be just open to creativity and kind of flexible that way. I think sometimes you can get the label as an old coach that you're stuck in your ways, but he's been very adaptive. So in that edge, I would just say he's very creative.
So do you think fans will be able to see a visual difference between?
We hope so. We hope so. Yeah.
So there has been 11 interceptions in 6 practices in 2 periods. Is that the result of the disguises as much as anything, do you think?
I think it's just competitive. You play a lot of plays. Gonna happen. You got to adjust, but you try to emphasize not turning the ball over. But guys are playing football and things are happening.
It's only been 6 days, but do you feel more comfortable in this system than where you're at now versus last year? I know you said you're more comfortable because you're not a rookie anymore.
Yeah, I just say year 2. You know what to expect, and what I keep emphasizing what to put your time and energy into and not. So in year 2, you're able to attack it different. Plus, you have a full off season, so kind of just being able to study the plays throughout the spring, and then even in the summer, I feel a lot more prepared than last year, obviously.
Dylan, Todd Monken was talking the other day about how quarterback control is important in his offense and line of scrimmage, operation, all that kind of stuff. And he cited the fact that you've been in so many different schemes and have to learn so many different things.
Yep.
So do you feel like you're just picking it up pretty well, and that you have a real nice
I don't think picking up offense has ever been a problem for me. I think conceptually, like if you see it, a lot of people run the same. It's just how you call it, and then how do you get to things. In a man versus zone or a 2 high, 1 high. Do you want a all call where you can play it split field in one play, or do you want to get to a premier play where there's multiple winners against a certain coverage? So I think when I take that kind of attitude towards it, plus my time with Coach Lanning, whatever that Georgia tree is, and Coach Monken being there, I think there's some similarities, and even in practice and in how we kind of saw our offense.
Have you been through enough throughout your college career and even your pro career to know that if you just do your part, anything can happen?
Kind of open-ended, honestly, but whether you have the most experience in college and then you get to the NFL, like there's still an adjustment period. Learned a lot, obviously, last year, but I think it's all helping, myself this year and learning from it, watching all that and going back through it. But then even going into this year, you just, can better prepare and get better from what you put on tape.
Two more. Much is different right now, but when you look back on last year and just how you were thrown into the fire with starting and that London game and everything that happened, what do you think you took away from that can make you a better quarterback?
Yeah, I've been thrown into the fire, so it's not new. Like in high school, as a freshman, started on varsity and got thrown into the fire. In college, wasn't the starter week 1, and then week 2 somehow was the starter. And then here as well, week 5, we're rolling. But that's the past. I'm just focused right now. I'm in a good spot, mentally. And like I said, I know what I need to do to be at my best. And then we ball.
All right, Dillon Gabriel. Obviously, he's been here before. He knows what he's got to do. And he just has to hang tight and see what happens, because it is true. You never know what's going to happen. A guy could get hurt, or next thing you know, you're back on the field. I don't know that he thought that last year when he got the call to get the start that was probably inevitable. I don't think any of us thought that was, especially with the number of older quarterbacks they had in camp last year. I don't think he probably had it slated that he thought he was going to start.
The team started with 4 quarterbacks last year. They ended up playing 3. They're starting with 4 quarterbacks now. You're probably going to play 3. Who knows? To me, Andy, there's one big question about Dillon Gabriel, and I don't know the answer to it. Maybe Kevin Stefanski knows the answer to it. And we touched on it earlier. And when Chris was with us, what did Dillon show you? He didn't put the ball downfield. Chris is right, and we had pointed that out before we talked to Chris Rose.
Mm-hmm.
But was that the game plan, or was it because Dillon wasn't able to? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Was Kevin Stefanski keeping it so buttoned down that this is what we're calling because I don't want turnovers? Well, he threw 7 touchdowns and only 2 interceptions. But we don't want you throwing it downfield. Or was it like, man, we're not going to throw it down the field because this guy's not capable? Shedeur threw it more down the field. 7 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. So what was it with Dillon? Was it game plan, or was it that he can't do it or couldn't do it last year? If you watch tape from him in college, he can throw it downfield.
Well,
but that was college.
You heard Chris Rose's first rip. It was like, well, if you only can throw the ball downfield 12 yards, it's not that hard to play defense.
Well, yes.
Is that him or was that Kevin?
That's the question. That's the entire question of Dillon's rookie season, other than, boy, too bad you got concussed.
Right.
Was that the play call? Were you doing what you were asked to do? Because that's what a quarterback has to do. You don't do what the coach wants you to do, you're not going to play. But they didn't have a whole lot of options last year either, because Andrew Berry traded them away.
Well, it also seems like no matter who the quarterback was, unless the play broke down or didn't go as planned, you weren't throwing the ball down the field more than 15 yards anyway.
Plus, who are you going to throw it down the field to? I know Shedeur threw it down the field more. Shedeur played 8 games and threw for 1,400 yards.
Well, doesn't that reflect that on the
Dillon
fact
threw
that
for 937 yards in 10 games?
And that your leading receiver was a tight end? Doesn't that fall?
Maybe.
But that falls under the plan.
The ball did go down the field further with Shedeur. It did.
Right.
But the interceptions were 5 times more with Shedeur than they were with Dillon.
But there's also a feeling that if your leading receiver is a tight end, that plays into not throwing the ball downfield more than 12 yards.
Well, yes. But again, with Shedeur, the ball did go down the field a little bit more. And what did they want Dillon to do? I don't know the answer to that.
I don't know either. So that's why I thought it was interesting when they asked him in the beginning today about, is this offense going to look totally different? And he's like, oh, we hope so. I mean, look, give me more than 16.4 points per game and I'll be happy.
Dylan, to me,
I would like for you to get to 24.
Dylan, to me, comes off as a guy who is very confident in his abilities and knows what he can't and can't do. And as he said, picking up an offense has never been a problem for me. Well, think about it. He played at UCF, he played at Oklahoma, and then he played at Oregon. 1 year
coming out of high school, too.
1 year at Oregon, and he was phenomenal, with the Ducks.
Yeah.
He picked up that offense pretty well. And, is he the guy here long term? Andy, you know me. I prefer quarterbacks who are about 6'5". I don't prefer 5'10", 5'11" quarterbacks. But if nobody's stepping up and winning this job, give the guy a chance.
James is a Menor. Hey, James.
James.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's going on, man?
Well, I mean, I just want to say I feel like, and I appreciate the conversations that are being had in terms of, like, from the media side, trying to get some, anticipation of who they think is going to be the quarterback or, how the reps are, divvied up and all that. But, to be honest, like, obviously, if you've been watching this team over the last few years, I mean, you kind of just put it in perspective a little bit. I mean, we've normally have started at least two quarterbacks, if not more, over the last 5 to 6 seasons. So, I think just having prepared quarterbacks, whoever wins the job and stands out, I mean, it's going to happen. I think that's kind of where I like what Todd is saying a lot of times is it's going to show up. The player will show himself if he's going to be the guy. But that has to happen on the field. That has to happen with the reps. That's got to happen in the game time. And we're 7 camps in right now. 7 days of camps in, practice in right now.
Right.
I just feel like there is some more time. I think we're just really anticipating wanting to get past this hump of finding this quarterback and all this stuff. But all of us have the back in our minds that they're also thinking about, 27. So, I think what we would like to best happen right now is that one of these quarterbacks emerge. And I would say, I don't care if it's Shador. I don't care if it's Deshaun. I don't care if it's Dillon. And heck, I don't care if it's Green. Because at the end of the day, if one of those can be the guy, then we're talking about long-term sustainability success. Right now, what we're really kind of focused on right now is getting that, current, quick, right now, make me feel good, this person's going to be the quarterback. We need to see them play and actually excel. So if you're going to be the quarterback, you got to take the job and run with it. And I think we have a long way to go from there. So thanks, guys.
Fair enough. Agree with you. Thank you, James. James checking in from Menor. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. I'm just kicking around what could happen with Gabriel here. I just don't.
He didn't sound like a guy who was overly enthused with this situation.
He shouldn't be.
I'm reading into. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm reading into that, and I shouldn't be. But I just heard Dylan talk, and it sounded to me like he was a guy like, "Yep, here I am. Yep,
I'm waiting.
Got to bide my time and see what this."
You need to call my agent, get me out of here. I'd like to play.
I would think he would love to get out of here. Don't you think, Andy?
Yeah,
I think he would love to get out.
And Atlanta's a little messed up right now too. You don't think but then again, here's the point: if Kevin was the reason he couldn't throw the ball more than 12 yards down the field, why would you want to go play with him again?
Well, you saw the offensive line. Again, it might not have just been Kevin saying, "Dylan, I don't think you can do that." There are a lot of factors involved here.
Maybe
Dylan was sacked 19 times. Shador was sacked 23 times. The offensive line didn't protect these guys.
All right, we'll continue on with the Browns conversation. You're still on the line, 216-474-0092. Hang on to that. And then we'll talk about something that might be lucky. We'll get into that next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco's here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at the pro football futures market in the NFC South, Atlanta, the longest shot to win the division at plus 375. And I think all of these teams, Tampa, New Orleans, Carolina, Atlanta, are closely bunched together. And if Atlanta's free agent acquisition at quarterback starts all season, I think Atlanta can win this division at that price. Bet smarter and beat the books.
being promoted to AAA Columbus. He's been .309 at the plate with 10 home runs and 42 RBIs. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Payne.
Ready for a new deal?
Hit me.
Today in sports history is powered by Bomber Sports Cards. Today is Wax Wall Wednesday at Bomber Sports Cards in Broadview Heights. Catch specially priced trading card boxes on Northeast Ohio's largest wax wall. You know what happened today in sports history?
Today in sports history, I do, but yeah, I'll never ever gets old. So
it was one of my favorite Indians games ever. And I remember sitting there watching it on television, and I said, they're not done till they're done, even though they were down 14-2 in the seventh inning to the Seattle Mariners and came back to win it 15-14 in 11 innings.
We were sitting at
down by 12 in 7.
We were sitting at the old Slam Jams in Solon. We had just played a softball game, and we came back, and everyone was looking at the screen, and we're like, oh, my God, we're getting crushed. And we looked up, and the bar was going insane.
Nutso.
What an amazing game. And they were doing, like, everything worked in that game when they came back.
Without question.
They were down, 12-0. And then they were down, they scored.
They were down 14-2, right? Was it 12-0?
They were down 12-0 twice in that game. Twice.
Beautiful. Well, that was today in sports history, and we're happy to have Bomber Sports Cards helping us with that.
Very fun, very fun. Yeah, they that
was an unbelievable game. Remember, Omar had a huge hit in that game.
Oh man,
triple down the line.
Tommy had a homer in that game.
That was just way too much fun.
Yeah, it's
truly that might be my favorite baseball game of all time.
Well, it was Sunday Night Baseball too, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah. And so I think everyone's watching that.
It was late. It was up late, you know.
Although when you're down 12-0, you're like, I think I'm going to go watch a movie or I'll go do something else.
But I kept watching. I don't know why.
Well, we happened to walk in when they were coming back. So, and it was a big win. I'm sure we beat some other unbelievable men's softball league team that night. That was just
congratulations.
Historic. Yeah, I mean it was, or we. I think we won. I don't think we lost many games on that team. But yeah, what a great night that was. I think most Clevelanders remember where they were. That was 2001. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. So 25 years ago.
There you go.
25th anniversary. Maybe they should have done something for that, for the 25th anniversary of the comeback.
Well, you should have called them and told them.
Yeah. What's going on? Why didn't they do that?
I don't know. You get on it. Let's go.
Silly. All right. So let's just kind of recap on everything we did today on the show. We had Chris Rose on at 11 o'clock. We had Chris Ossenheimer at noon, and then Todd Monken's press conference at 12:40. Looking back at some of the things that we talked about, I still were wondering. Angel Hanao is supposed to get called up today from Columbus. The question is who's out? Is it Jose Ramirez because he's hurt, or are they going to do something with Arias? I tend to think that Ramirez ends up going on the DL first, but when we were talking,
that's the way it feels, doesn't it?
It just makes more sense, doesn't it? Because if they like. You could be mad at Arias because he had a bad throw yesterday and didn't have one of the best games ever. And maybe you want to talk about somebody maybe cost you a game. He maybe cost you a game yesterday, but you still got to go up there and hit. And you got to execute when the bases are loaded. Although he was part of that too. But when the bases are loaded, nobody's out. You got to score some runs, right? So I don't know. I just can't see them like releasing him today after the trade deadline. You could have got cash from somebody for him. Worst case scenario. Now you got to send him. If you're going to let him go, you got to put him on waivers. Say see ya. See ya.
He's out of options. You can't send him down.
So I am looking forward to seeing Hanao play, though. I want to see how he looks at the big league level, and I think he could be an exciting player. I'd love it if he got here and never left, but
Would be sweet, wouldn't it?
I've said that for other players, and they've been gone in 3 days, and sometimes they didn't even play.
And Jim Thome guy, man, he just couldn't stick.
He just
sent that guy up 3 times, 4 times, 10 times, whatever it was.
He wasn't the third baseman we thought he would be.
The guy couldn't stick.
He wasn't the third baseman we thought he could be. As far as Browns headlines are concerned from today, Todd Monken addressed what he had said last night about having one quarterback start one game and then have another quarterback start the other, and then we'll see what happens in game 3. Well, maybe it didn't exactly. The conversation like that didn't go down exactly the same way. And so he came back today and he kind of said exactly what he thought was the truth after talking to Cam Wolf from NFL Network and said, it wasn't exactly like that. So, but the part of that conversation, though, Jeff, that I found interesting was he kind of alluded to the fact that we're a long way away from that, which is not mind-blowing, but what was a little bit like, that's if we don't have our quarterback by then. If they think they have a quarterback before the first preseason game, then the games are theirs, right? It's you start one, maybe 10 plays in the next one, or 10 plays in the first one, start the second one, third one you sit.
Line of the day to me, Todd saying, if it's still a competition at that point. Maybe, so that means maybe somebody wins it before you ever even get to all those games.
We also talked to Chris Rose a little bit earlier in the show, too, and we were debating, the whole Dylan Gabriel situation. You heard from Dylan Gabriel today, too, and what he had to say and just kind of his take on where he's at. I don't know anybody that considers him in the race. The only time we ever hear about him being in the race is when a question gets asked about him to the coaching staff, and Monken's had nothing but good things to say about him. Darryl Ryder said
he's not going to trash him.
Yeah, and Darryl Ryder said, he's looked the best. If you go back and read his tweet from last night, between all 3 of the quarterbacks. But what does that mean?
In Darryl's eyes.
Yeah, in Darryl's eyes. Yeah. What does that mean? Is he going up against a third-string defense, too? That's the next question. So there's a lot of little issues there. It seems like Thursday is a day where they may, which is tomorrow, where they may turn the corner on the install and then see what happens next as far as trying to become a better team. I think there are kind of little inklings out there, too, wondering about what's going to happen on the offensive line and DeJuan Jones playing significantly better, that they're saying that he's playing good and maybe enough to knock out your number 1 pick. Or at least move him to another spot.
Yeah, or put the guys where the line as a group will be most effective. Remember, Titus Howard has played guard in his career. It was only 1 year, and I believe it was left guard in Houston. But he has done it. Just throwing that out there.
So could you, I don't know, can you see a scenario where Jones pops back in left tackle spot?
I can see any scenario because they haven't given us anything specific yet.
There was a lot of talk about KT Leviston, too.
Yep.
So then what happens to Jenkins? I don't know, maybe they make a move. Maybe they send somebody packing.
I would think by the end of camp there might be an extra offensive lineman who another team might want.
I haven't heard Zach Zinter's name.
We haven't heard Zinter's name at all.
None. I haven't heard
you wonder if
name either.
You wonder if that injury that he had at Michigan is still haunting him.
In the game against Ohio State?
Yeah.
They love him as a leader. Remember when we first got him, they were like, everybody just loves this guy, loves this guy, loves this guy. And I was hoping that he'd be one of those guys here, but you're right. Maybe the injury's been taking its toll on him. Secretly, not secretly, but just kind of under the radar, they've also talked about Austin Barber, too.
You just heard Todd Monken say 4 tackles, and he said Jones, Fano, Howard, Barber. You're going to need 4.
Yeah, you are. All right, I think we've reached that point in the show where we ask ourselves, why am I smarter? Do you think we're there? I think we're there. Why am I smarter?
Your call, dude.
Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. That's right. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. That is the number to call for our friends at QC Kinetics. Let's start with Meredith Kane.
I'm smarter because of our conversation on Gabriel Arias and his future with the team, whether it's in Cleveland, Columbus, or elsewhere. You guys did get a response from social media on it as well, and our social media reactions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. I'm not going to read it verbatim.
Oh.
Because it wasn't very nice.
Nasty words.
But Pirate Johnny, when you were asking if this is the last we've seen of Gabriel Arias, the nicest part of the tweet says, "We can only hope."
Oh.
So not going to read the tweet word for word because it wasn't very kind. But not a lot of love for Gabriel Arias from Pirate Johnny.
Or most anybody else who follows the baseball team.
Anybody watch last night's game?
Gabe has had a lot of opportunities here. I would think it's Jose going on the injured list, but stay tuned. Otherwise, I mean, you're not going to bring Hanau up, Andy, I don't think, unless you're going to play him every day. Give him every day at bats and see what you have. And if he's up for 10 days while Jose's healing up, great. And if he plays really well, then do a little more thinking. Why am I smarter today, do you ask, Andy?
Yep. I need to ask you the question. Why are you smarter today?
Because Todd Monken cleared up or muddied the whole conversation about I'm going to start one guy in one game and then another guy in the next game, and then whoever was better will start game 3. As he said, liberties with our conversation. And he also said the great line, if it's still a competition at that point, that means I have hope.
I'm smarter today after talking to Chris Ossenheimer and his perspective on what they're doing with now if they bring him up, and and it does seem like he is coming up today. So I'm really, really looking forward to watching him play because I saw what he could do in Columbus. I was impressed. I really hope I'm impressed with him here with the big league club, and I hope they have good problems trying to figure out where to put him or where to put other guys. You can never have too much depth, and those are good problems to have if he can play. So I hope he can wrinkle some feathers and be able to play. The other reason I'm smarter, too, is because I'm really looking forward to watching Foster Griffin pitch tonight.
Yeah.
For the Guardians. It's not very often they go out and they bring in a starting pitcher at the trade deadline, one worthy of giving up several minor league prospects, and a franchise that has done a good job lately of bringing guys up from the minors and having them stick not only with the Guardians but with other teams across the league. So we'll see what happens. But I'm shocked that they went out and got a starting pitcher, especially as late as they did. And now tonight we get to see number 22, Foster Griffin, as he. Oh, tomorrow. That's right. I thought he was pitching tonight.
Tanner Bybee tonight, Foster tomorrow.
Man. Okay, so now I'm not excited.
But you'll get to see him tomorrow. Be excited about that.
I misread the rotation. Man, that sucks. Okay, I feel better now. Thanks. I was hoping that.
Looking forward to watching Tanner Bybee pitch tonight, Andy.
That's true. All right, and all these other guys that are new and get another shot at watching them play. All right, thanks for listening. We do appreciate you. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. You know what's coming up next, Jeff?
My buddies in the afternoon.
Are they out in Berea today again? Oh, man. Their star-studded coverage, like nobody else has ever given us before at a Browns training camp. They are going to be able to deliver bigger than anybody else because they are there. Afternoon Drive is next. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
ahead of the game mentally, and all I'm hearing is he doesn't have a feel. And that was my biggest concern coming into this.
Yeah, the dead arm. People were worried about that. His arm doesn't look cloaked. He's just all over the place with this ball. There's just no placement to it. And it just seems like bad decision after bad decision. Yeah, this is about as bad as it gets and about as bad as it could look for Deshaun early on.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are back on The Fan for the next 5 hours. Brown of the Elf coming in to dap us up here ahead of practice, dapping up Jake, dapping up the whole darn thing here. I know, I can't speak, and it is my profession there, Brownie. We do what we can, but we are live from Berea for yet another beautiful day here. It is steamy. It is muggy. It is football weather. If you're in, like, South Carolina. But we got a big show for you. We got to talk about the Guardians' big moves. Hey, Noah, hey, see you later. Maybe to Gabe Arias or Jose Ramirez today. We've got nothing on the Cavs front. But Todd Monken shooting down reports or clarifying reports from camp. Apparently a bunch of beefs brewing at 92.3 The Fan. All the dude wanted. Just a little bit, just to point a couple things out. But we got a lot to get into today. That open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, we salute the Supreme Leader because if we did not, there would be consequences. Out here engineering on site and producing and manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, the always great Jake Murren, of course. Follow 92.3 The Fan, the entire channel there, 92.3 The Fan. Like our videos. We'd like to be liked. Subscribed. Ring that bell. Except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. And we'll be on there all 5 hours long, as well as the free Odyssey app, as well as the terrestrial airwaves. We got Mackenzie Flume, a.k.a. Flume Dog Millionaire, doing the 2020s today. But as always, next to me as we celebrate another day at camp, the dog days, it is my dog, Jonathan Peterlin. What's up, buddy?
Hello, how are you doing today?
Honestly, there is a puppy over at the puppy section.
Is that right?
That I am actively fighting.
That's a good spot for a puppy to be in, by the way.
It'd be weird if he was out on the field.
Yeah.
That's not where those dogs belong. But it's eyeballing me, and
right.
I want this dog.
What kind of dog is it?
So I don't really know.
Okay.
Because
well, they make them as mixes so often these days.
They do.
They just breed in every type of breed.
All
together.
It's good when you can get it. But it kind of looks like a red fox a lab. So it's here. I'll show you the picture. Not that I took a picture and posted on social media. Not that I'm that in love with this dog. But there we go.
Oh, that's a cute dog.
Yeah. See, I got a thing for cute dogs. I can't help it. We got that going on. Let's see. We got beefs brewing at the station. No, it's a good day to be alive.
It's a good day. It's fun being out here once again. It's it's interesting. They the Browns I don't know, like 10-15 minutes ago, they were doing this drill. It's just an alignment drill, right? And so the whole idea of the drill is you're trying to make sure you're in alignment. So the moment they snap the ball, they blow the whistle and they blow the whistle to stop it. But so many people in the fans just didn't understand what was happening. They kept thinking it was like a pre-snap penalty or something was wrong with the offense. It's like, no, the whole drill is set up to just make sure they're aligned right. Spoiler alert, every time he snaps the ball, you're going to have him blow the whistle. It's going to get stopped and be ruled dead.
So, because yesterday was a clear Shador win and certainly not a good Deshaun day at all, and that has been a theme here, I will tell you, I was watching on the sidelines here when they were first up in 11-on-11s. Deshaun made two really nice plays.
Yeah, big applause, by the way, for the amount of fans or amount of people that said Deshaun got booed yesterday, which we did not hear, by the way. When he made that pass to Harold Fannin, is I'm sure the one you're referencing, at least one of them, and you looked at it and you're like, that's a nice ball. That was exactly where it needed to be. That was done right, and there was a lot of applause after that, Nick.
Yeah, so it's almost like somebody created a media narrative that wasn't entirely true.
I think that's probably what happened. Yeah. I didn't hear any boos yesterday.
Now, as we get you to the nits and grits
also score
here.
one for Jimmy Haslam, and the idea if they play good football, it doesn't matter who they are, they're going to get cheered.
I won't score one for Jimmy yet. I already scored him for the take the over line. I can't score him twice in the same camp.
Hey, you mess around, you might start being a favorite over here in Berea.
Look it over here. Hey,
I don't think it's an accident that we've gotten some really good interviews this week. Let's just put it that way. I don't think it's an accident.
And
guys.
those continue today, by the way. Denzel Boston going to be joining us in the 6 o'clock hour. So very excited. Yesterday it was Denzel Ward. Friday it was Spencer Fano.
We're on a roll.
We are on a roll here. So as we talk about this, I want to play for you Cameron Wolfe, who was out here yesterday in Berea. I don't know if he's out here today, but he had this report after a conversation with Todd Monken on the Browns' preseason quarterback plans.
They're going to have their preseason games. Monken told me that he's going to start one guy the first preseason game. The other will start the second preseason game. At that point, they will start to go upon the process of making the decision for the starter. They obviously want to have one for week one, but they are not in a rush to make this decision yet. But Sanders' late practices in the spring and early practices in the camp have certainly helped himself in a competition that looked early on it might go Deshaun's way.
So what's interesting about this is so this just made sense. This made sense with how the Browns have handled trading off the ones and twos for the two starting quarterback candidates, and so I didn't really think anything about it.
Oh, you didn't?
No, it kind of is like, listen, I think Shador's taking the edge, but if
well, so the last
Monken
part,
wants to play this out, I guess I understand
the
it.
last part just seemed kind of obvious. I think for myself and maybe some other people, we're looking at the idea of, so they're going to continue to rotate off. One's going to get the first preseason game, one's going to get the second preseason game, and then the third is going to go to basically who's done the best job, which would imply that it would be telling you who the starter is somewhere after the second preseason game is done, somewhere in that time frame.
All right, well then Todd Monken was asked about it earlier today, and he modified maybe what Cam Wolfe said yesterday.
Cam took little liberties with what our conversation was like. Basically, we talked about that the quarterbacks are going to play in the preseason, and obviously, if it's still a competition at that time, why wouldn't you start one and start the other, and then we would go from there. That was really what the conversation was. He wasn't wrong in what we talked about, which you've all known that they're going to play in the preseason, and someone has to go out there for the first snap. Thus, they would be the one that starts. But at this point, we're so far from that it's not really as important as what it kind of got made out to be.
All right, so I hear Todd Monken with a clarification, but maybe it's because I'm not the smartest guy in the world. What was the clarification actually?
No, it sounded like he was basically like he's telling you that Cam was right in everything that he said, and Cam took some liberties. Really, it's more of a media story than it is a Brown story.
But what's
at
the
heart
liberties? That's the thing I'm trying to figure out.
No. I'm trying to figure that out too.
Okay.
The liberties part of it, I guess, is just the idea that he said something that he wasn't supposed to say, and that's maybe Monken's way of acknowledging the idea that maybe Cam spoke and wasn't supposed to speak on it at that time. But then he tried saying, "This is all things I've already told you guys."
Yeah.
I haven't heard him lay it out that way. Maybe he has. I've listened to every press conference he's done as a Browns head coach. So like I maybe I missed it because sometimes AirPods cut in and out. It is what it is. But I haven't heard him lay it out that way. But I just found it interesting that he's actually getting after a media member and putting his name on it because clearly he cares about how this is being perceived right now. Nick.
Yeah, and I mean even I continue to hear the Browns kind of slow play this. Todd Monken there saying, we're not there yet. I understand why they're playing the long game, just optically. Why they're out here saying, we're not there yet, we're not, and everybody's taking the bait and saying, well, they're not really grading. Bull. Absolute. Guys, they grade everything.
Yeah.
That's what good organizations do.
They grade how people do the sprinkler system after practice.
And so the idea that there isn't an early favorite a week into camp, now a week plus into camp, that's not how this works. The idea that they're like, we're going to withhold judgment till installs. It's not how it works.
Why did he get so mad about the optics of him laying out a plan that he's already said publicly? Like, why is he so concerned about that?
Because I don't think he wants to give anybody in this locker room, specifically the quarterbacks, a feeling that this is close to decided.
Or is this where he gets mad at the last part that you picked up on, the idea that Cam said he thought that Shador Sanders was in the lead on this? Because if you're just going to lay out the plan with Monken and say you talked to Monken, are you giving the impression that Monken believes that Shador Sanders is the leader in the clubhouse right now?
I think Todd,
maybe that's where he got a little upset.
I think Todd is very smart, and I think Todd knows that every little thing that is said out there is going to be picked up by the guys in the locker room. And if Deshaun's already struggling with confidence, which I really like, people are like, I don't know if it's, like pointing to their head or somewhere else. And it's like, guys, if he's a step slow and he looks unconfident, there's no other place it could be than the head.
Which I would tell you that if Monken speaking to the media or Monken speaking to Cameron Wolf behind the scenes is enough to just completely derail Deshaun, and it might be based off of what we see with his mentality. But I tell you that he's beyond cooked.
Well, no, correct. But if you're Todd Monken, you don't just give up on a player because you think they're cooked. Deshaun still might end up having to be a useful part of this. You might get to a point this season where you've got to rely on him, and so you don't want anything to kind of sow the seeds of discontent or just further whatever funk Deshaun has appeared to be.
If he doesn't get the starting job, though, even if you need him later on, the message has been sent loud and clear.
Well, I think, again, that's why the message was not rebuked necessarily, because it was a very gentle, I took some liberties. He didn't seem pissed about it. He just seemed like, I want to clarify it. But
he said it by name, which is just something that they don't typically do. Even if asked, like Cam Rolfe said this on the NFL Network, it was an odd positioning of it.
I think Todd is just a different guy. I think we're so conditioned to the non-answer, to this, Ivy League coaching operation.
Oh yeah, Stefanski would have shut it down immediately.
Yeah,
and Stefanski wouldn't even acknowledge that he even talked to NFL Network yesterday.
So I think Todd actually pretty decently walked the line of pushing back on a report that maybe something out of that he didn't want out there, while also looking at this and going, all right, I'm not going to completely blast the guy.
Well, but this also then the implication here is that Monken clearly has a plan for how he wants to do this. Is he going to stay stubborn with that plan if it becomes obvious that Deshaun is not up to task, like it was obvious yesterday that he's not up to task? It seems like this is his plan. He's not going to really move off of it.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We have a really loaded show here. We're going to try and grab Ben Solak at 3 o'clock today. Ashley Bastock and Daryl are going to join us after practice, so late 3 p.m. hour, maybe late 4 p.m. hour as well. We've got Denzel Boston, Browns rookie wide receiver, coming up at 6 o'clock as well. And, of course, you guys, 216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media, and Nick Talk. How much weight is Monken putting into the preseason? We'll answer that question in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free in 48 months with 0% interest. Save as cash. Restrictions apply. Call 216-243-6648. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Bad accident? Hurt at work? Not sure what to do next? Make it right. Call Kyle Wright for a free consultation. There's no fee unless they win. 844-WIN-OHIO. That's 844-WIN-OHIO. Or OHattorneys.com. Make it right. Call Kyle Wright.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize. Customize and save.
Sports news continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Make the afternoon drive your soundtrack on the way into the Guardians games. And talk about the game on your way home on overtime. The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and JP live back out here in Berea. We do have quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes' time. Ben Solak, ESPN NFL writer and analyst, at 3 o'clock out here in Berea as well. But so far, it's interesting. Yesterday was kind of people admitting Shedeur just doesn't have it right now. Deshaun just doesn't have it right now, and that he looks lost and that things are looking bleak for Deshaun Watson. It's very early here, but so far, our guy Spencer German tweeting this out. We mentioned it at the beginning of the show. I'm seeing a lot of people tweet about Deshaun Watson looking a little different today.
This seems to be his best day by a lot. And again, it's very early on, but he's already had touchdown passes, multiple to Jerry Jeudy. He's hooked up with Denzel Boston. We talked about the Fannin play in the very beginning of training camp today, and so like the ball is looking better. It seems like it's getting there. His decision-making seems better, and so we'll see how he builds on this. But yeah, as of right now, it's a much better day for Deshaun Watson.
I'm going to lay the groundwork for this, and, no one stopped me here.
Yeah.
If Deshaun comes back, makes this a real thing, and takes the job, I'm going to take credit for it.
Oh, you motivated him or what?
And I'm going to give you credit for it, too.
We pushed him collectively?
That when we said he's done, he's cooked, it's up here, that he saw that, and we gave him the motivational fuel, the bleep you juice, as it were.
So now this is, by the way, we need to remind people, this is supposed to be the easier day of practices, right? Because it's 11 on 11, and there's also, and he did some in 7 and 7, but there's also no pass rush involved with it. Like there's a limited amount of things that are happening today, especially relative to what happened yesterday.
I don't know. I don't know if we have to do that. Again,
no context is needed for this.
No, I don't. Well, listen, here's the thing. I hear a lot of people who aren't here say things like context needing. Who's the guy that used to play at BYU? Fajoko. He was Jim
McMahon.
No, different guy. Brendan Fajoko is like a former NFL player.
I was just going to name BYU guys.
He reacted to the quarterback tracker the other day like, "Oh, I just had to reach out to my guys in the Browns building, and they're like, there's no context there." Guys, blow it out your ass. Like, whether it's a quarterback tracker, like, I get it. One practice or one good play does not mean either Shedeur or Deshaun are going to be good this year. For the love of God, Twitter has turned every NFL media member into like the actually Jag. And it's like, it's training camp. Let's go ahead and enjoy training camp.
I like what the Ravens have done. Have you seen how one of their beat reporters is actually like charting the passes in training camp?
Oh, they're allowed to do that.
So he's doing it in the sense of he's putting like exactly where the ball was thrown, having a make, having a miss, everything, and putting it all in a nice little graphic and everything.
Oh, we do have a little bit of interesting news here.
Yeah, what do we got?
Zach Meisel just tweeting out, Gabriel Arias has been DFA'd for Angel Genoa. And this is interesting. The two thoughts were either Hosey has to go back on the IL because of his hand that's been bothering him, that cost him. He wasn't in the lineup last night. Obviously they had a day off on Monday.
Yeah.
So I didn't even question it. I thought Gabe Arias was just going to be here. This feels like, I'll be honest with you, with Gabe Arias, it's actually one of his better seasons. His OPS has been right up around 700. This feels like Gabe getting run for the mental errors more than it does.
Yeah, it's been a disaster defensively.
Yeah, well, and base running.
Last night included, by the way. I have not. How long has it been since we've seen a Guardians player just actively get booed the way he did last night at Progressive Field?
I mean, the Boo Birds have been out
all weekend, but so it's tough because the team has been getting booed a lot.
I mean, like, even when he steps to the plate, get actively booed. The fan base have got tired with the mental errors, and clearly the Guardians have got tired with the errors and the mistakes that have just compounded for Arias. I think sending him down is the right call, and I love the idea that Hanau will be called up, and you're going to have a chance to, again, the whole season's about getting some of these young guys up, seeing what they can do. I love this for the Guardians.
So all I'm going to say is, remember how you felt today. For all the people,
Oh, you're an Arias guy. I forgot you're an Arias guy.
Well, so here's the thing. I still think there's a chance he could go elsewhere and be a very nice, useful,
that
big league player.
happens a lot with the Guardians.
Yeah, and so there's not a lot of guys that they DFA that I'm like, ooh, that one might come back to bite you. This one could be, because I would be very surprised. I'd be very surprised if he was not claimed off waivers, because at bat speed just doesn't lie.
All right, so a couple of things here. Obviously, the idea that Jose, because you're worried, right? Is it a Jose Ramirez injury? Is it something with you didn't know what was going to happen if you're going to bring out Hanau the way that it seems like they have? I'm happy this seems also like then J-Ram is going to be all right. We don't know that for sure. We don't know that.
That maybe is the other part that scares me.
But like at least
if like a week from now Jose has to go on the IL, then all of a sudden you're short between moving off Juan Brito and Gabe Arias.
Yeah, and that would be something that you have to concern yourself with. But I'm. This is a good thing. This is obviously a good thing. Now being up here is huge. And again, I got to applaud them. In years past, I have ripped the Guardians for the idea that they're not bringing up the young kids. They don't let them play. They're bringing everybody up to the point where we're going to have to start having convos like we did with Engel, where it's like, are they bringing them up too soon? Which has never been a convo here.
No, if anyone tries to pull that, after years of screaming, let the kids play, I do get to DDT.
It's going to happen because and maybe the Angels are just too fresh in my mind because of the Joe Adele acquisition. But there's like 7 different guys the Angels just ruined and just constantly bringing guys up right away. And so it's going to become the convo, but we need to pump the brakes on that. I want to see the young guys play, and now being up here is going to be huge.
So Gabe Arias has been DFA'd by the Guardians. We'll see if there's a corresponding move for him, whether he goes to waivers, whether there's a maybe trade. That being said, we're still talking about the Browns quarterback situation. And the other reason why it's nice to see Deshaun do this is I can already see the narrative emerging that if Shedeur is adequate and Deshaun Watson fumbles this job, there are going to be people, Lima, there are going to be people who just say, well, did Shedeur really win the job or did Deshaun lose it? So I'm glad to see Deshaun's actually playing well today.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be at least now we have a fight. It really kind of felt like after yesterday, Shedeur was just going to continue to run away with this, and then by next week, it wouldn't be hey, this is a quarterback competition. It's going to be a countdown to getting Shedeur ready for week 1. If Deshaun puts together some of these days, it can all flip on a dime. I don't think it will. I think this is a good day for Deshaun, but it can change awfully quickly. The one thing people kept saying out of the past couple practices, Nick, is the idea that he's making the right decisions. And I argued that with Coach Riz, for instance. But, like, he said he's making the right decisions. He's just late on actually getting the ball there, and it's taking him too long. Well, processing can get sped up. You can work on that. I just don't know that you can work on that overnight and all of a sudden see the dividends.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about can the light bulb come on for him. Again, it is in the Browns' best interest that all of their 4 quarterbacks end up having positive camps, because I do think that's only going to make that offense come together quickly when you finally do name your starter. Like, it's funny to me when people talk about earning it and not earning it, and they're not out here. Say what you want about Deshaun. And again, I'm over the Deshaun thing. I can't say that enough. I want to make sure I'm not moving off that.
Right.
But, like, yeah, Deshaun pushing Shedeur is good for Shedeur, and I think it's good for the competitiveness in what Monken's the tone Monken's trying to set with his team.
Well, this is why Monken's going to take this to at least past that second preseason game, is that idea that he's waiting for Deshaun to have a day like today, and then you see what happens. And by the way, day's not over yet. He could still fumble this. But, like, have a day like today.
You feeling the heat a little bit?
He should be feeling the heat a little bit, if we're being honest. He's the one that's got to start compounding days together and has to start making it less of a Shedeur's winning all these days to, oh, my gosh, Deshaun is doing this back-to-back-to-back days. Let's stack some days so we can have a real competition here.
216-474-0092. Will the narrative be Deshaun lost the competition?
Because right now it is Deshaun lost the competition.
Which I think, by the way, is a fake. It's a fake-ass narrative to me. Like,
that's the narrative.
Like, if Shedeur has been adequate, which I think is is probably the most, like, the evenest way to describe it, then yes, Deshaun lost his part of it. Shedeur still has to grab it, right? Shedeur still has to do enough to get this job.
I mean, you can definitely win a competition if the other person just falls flat on their face, though.
Well, but I guess my point is, if we say, oh, Deshaun just lost the competition, I think we're missing out on the fact that Shedeur has looked fine.
Listen, nobody is more prepared to give Shedeur his flowers and say, great job, you won the competition, you've earned this, you've done this the right way, and on the list goes. But if it had continued like it had yesterday into today and for the next 2 weeks where Deshaun looked like he just wasn't even a passable quarterback, then it would have been a lot more about how Deshaun did not have it, wasn't prepared, didn't have anything to begin with, and it less about Shedeur just grabbing it.
So I want to be clear here. I believe you're correct, and I do believe that there are a lot of people who the only way any one of these quarterbacks is going to get any modicum of credit from them is if they just go out there and look like Joe Montana circa 1988. But I look at it and I go, again, I do think that Shedeur is going to get more credit, or whoever wins the job. I don't just want to make it Deshaun. Whoever wins the job is going to get more credit in that locker room. Deshaun lost it feels very like a sports talk angle to me instead of how these guys think.
I mean, biggest glow up from the quarterback room in this class so far is Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
Like we're talking about people that have raised their stock, actually raised value in this camp so far. Shedeur's done some nice things, and he's obviously winning the battle between him and Deshaun Watson. Dylan Gabriel, oddly enough, is the one that people are lining up to give the credit to.
But even that's like a media thing. Like, we just completely wrote Dylan off. Dylan's having some good moments in practice, mostly against second, third, and fourth stringers.
Right.
So it's like it's just so this is. I think there are a lot of people who are very telling with how they feel about any of these quarterbacks, just based on how they're going to kind of spin this thing. As of right now, like Shedeur, guys, I was told Shedeur was the worst quarterback in the NFL last year, and that he's unplayable, and yet I'm hearing the word adequate. I'm heing good enough.
Solid is the word I keep hearing. Solid.
Like,
he's having solid practices, which is all I can really ask from him.
So, like, I that to me, like, if you had told me Shedeur's going to look solid in camp,
it's great.
I'm not going to say I'd go buy the number 2 jersey.
I already have one. You can buy. I've
You
been
got it
loaning
from
you a
Chinese
jersey.
eBay. Come on.
Well, that's not the hang-up here. The hang-up is that we're a couple of different sizes apart.
Really?
Yeah, that's the hang-up.
You're not a 3XLT?
Unfortunately.
You are a unit.
Thank you.
Come on
Thank
now.
you for the
Come on
acknowledgement.
now.
Thank
That's what
you.
friends
Thank
do.
you.
That's
Oh,
what
I'm losing
friends
weight
do.
now. I'm going to lose my unit status.
Oh, you hate to lose.
6'2", 220 now doesn't hit the same way as 6'2", 230.
Just wait till you're 6'2", 210, and everyone thinks you're a B.
Don't worry. I'll be back to 230 after this weekend that I'm going to Kansas City.
216-474-0092. If things were to continue on the way they have the last week or so, will the narrative be that Deshaun lost the competition? We got quick hits coming up with apparently shots fired at the wrong show, or maybe the right show. A little beef brewing in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Recovery, saying, I know he's a strong individual and he's going to get through it. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Deshaun Watson, Shador Sanders. The Browns QB battle is back. We're your home for training camp and preseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Ben Solak coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back live from Berea. 'Tis a beautiful day out here. Two quick developments at camp. One, Shador's got a couple nice plays and put out there. So, again, it looks like both quarterbacks in the quarterback competition are having fine days here. And I think I'm off the hook with the dog.
You're off the hook?
Yes, because the
somebody
dog.
Somebody else got the dog?
This beautiful, and it looks like a red fox German Shepherd, lab. Somebody has adopted it. So as much as that broke my heart, Vanessa would get over being mad at me if I brought home a puppy from here.
Yeah.
But, it'd be a hairy couple days for me. That's all.
Would it really? Like if I brought a dog home, I don't know that it would go well for me.
That's true. That's true. We've got a no-dog policy in the Peterlin household.
We do, yeah. At least not much of a dog person, and that's fine. She made that clear to me when we started dating. It's just not, the hair gets everywhere, just not going to be a thing.
Made a lot of sacrifices for her. I want you to know that.
How about we just do kids? I said, okay, that's good. All I need is kids.
Now, here's the thing. You've got daughters, and I'm here to tell you the hair's
everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
The amount of times I've had to snake the drain in the bathtub because of other people's hair. Clearly, I'm lacking in hair outside of chest hair.
Did you ever get really good at braiding your children's hair or doing any of that stuff?
Nope.
I've
I've
gotten pretty proficient at it.
I tried, and I'm gifted in other ways.
Is that right?
Yeah.
At least you tried.
We gave it a real college try.
I'll give you that. Yeah, it's so exhausting though. It takes such a long process. If I braid her hair, it's like a half hour, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, this is going to be gone in a day or two. This is not gonna. It's not even going to last.
If you're lucky, it'd be 3 hours and it's gone.
I get so impressed walking around and seeing these little girls that have braids in their hair. I'm like, your family, you guys really, really tried.
You are loved.
You are very loved, or at least somebody really cares about what you look like to the outside world, because it takes a lot of work.
All right, let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
As a quick aside here, I've been going around and telling different females in life, being like, it is incredible how much time it takes, how much time it takes to do your hair and braid it and all this stuff. And they're like, thanks for joining the party.
Yeah, I know. Late converts here.
Yeah,
Our constant squabbling with the morning boys, which will be addressed later in the show. It might have to move to the side here because Baskin and Phelps heard us chirping at them about practice yesterday, and Andy Baskin's sick of this nonsense.
Yeah, afternoon boys back out. They were at practice yesterday. Man, covering practice like I've never heard an afternoon show cover practice before. It's like
That's great.
They own it, man.
Were they calling play-by-play?
Oh, they were doing a great job. It was funny.
Did they wear sunscreen?
Oh, well, they just wanted to make sure you knew that they were there at practice yesterday, and other shows aren't. They just wanted to make sure that we all knew that. So
it's funny. Tough to be at practice when
you're on the air?
When practice isn't going on when you're on the air.
Jeff, I don't know. Have you ever actually been to Browns practice and covered?
Never in my life, Andy.
Yeah, for me too. It was just kind of weird.
Life.
I was just really excited to get all that firsthand information about sitting in a tent and watching practice happen in front of you.
That you can't really see from the tent.
Yeah, I wish at one point in our careers we'd be able to do that. Wouldn't that be great? Oh, wait a minute, Jeff. We did that before they were probably even conceived.
I don't think I was conceived in, I would say, late '84. I don't know that Andy Baskin's being true. Maybe Phelps. Phelps been around since the late '60s. New beef or no beef?
No beef. But I do think there's a clarification that has to be made. And I didn't want to do this through text yesterday with Baskin because Baskin, he didn't understand it clearly. You can't say, and Baskin, by the way, fired the shots first. His whole segment yesterday, he fired the shots first.
Thank you for remembering that.
We have to make that clear. He thought he was going to speak and nobody was going to be listening. Guess what? We're always listening, Andy Baskin. But he acts, and by the way, Meredith didn't do any favors either. Meredith jumped in and was like, you guys were at a practice last year. Nobody's debating whether or not you guys have ever been to a practice. That's not the discussion. The whole part of this and how this came up was Nick made the comment that you guys have not been at this year's practice. If you wanted some clarity on how the quarterback conversation is going, I don't care if you've been to 700,000 practices in your life, and they made the whole segment about this, by the way.
Marty Schottenheimer.
All these practices.
Have they been to a Marty Schottenheimer press conference?
Practices, oh my goodness. They've been going to practices for so many years. Nobody cares. The point is that you're not at this practice for this year between Deshaun and Shedeur Sanders. That's the point that we're trying to make. Not that you've never been to a practice. We know you have covered more practices than either one of us combined ever will. That's not the point. It's about this year. You can't ask for more in the quarterback competition and say we're not delivering it and then go on a tangent about how many practices you've seen about quarterbacks that don't matter for this quarterback competition.
Also, while we're at it, Andy, do you want people to stop talking about the quarterback position in abstract, or do you want them to stop talking about it in specifics with what they see? I'm damned if I do it, damned if I don't, by Baskin.
That's the theme in many of these conversations, is what we've come to learn, by the way.
And by the way,
can you cheer too hard for a team, or are you too negative on a team? I don't know. Stop telling us how to do this.
By the way, practice begins at about 2 o'clock.
You could definitely make it out here.
So practice is not going on during your show while we're just having that conversation.
You can definitely make it out
But no
here.
beef.
And the point, no, we love them both. They're both very, very good at what they do. We love them both. But like the reality is that they both could make it out here to be here, and they're not right now.
Yeah.
And that's all right. But it's all about,
because it's not as easy as carrying every press conference.
It's all about
this
year. It's about this year and this quarterback battle. Nothing about this is historical. Nobody cares that you went to practices in 2012. That doesn't paint a picture about Deshaun Watson versus Shedeur Sanders for this year. Does that mean Mac wants us to do more? Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Is that maybe what
well,
that
I mean,
is?
we're kind of out of shots on that.
I think that's what he wants us to do. Thank you.
Good one there. But again, no beef.
Bill Simmons, on his podcast with Mina Kimes, discusses one little area where he thinks maybe it'll help the Chiefs out for the upcoming season and why they struggled last year. Actually, it doesn't help for this year, but why they struggled. Here we go.
Is it okay if we watch a couple games with him with the repaired ACL and just see how it looks? Can I just see like 2 games before I start moving him up the ladder? Especially somebody who has to, in big games, when I don't love their receivers, and neither do you. Kelsey's just got married. He's in his mid-30s. Over and over again, when they play somebody good, he has to use.
Why is the fact that Kelsey just got married relevant?
Well, yeah, I don't know if his eyes on the prize. He just had a wedding of 1,200 people. A 1,200 person wedding. I don't know if he cares about the season.
Almost all of these guys are married.
No, but it's just a big wedding. I don't know where his head's at.
All right. I mean, if that's the case, then we could be using the same argument with Spencer Fano, right? Could we not? Like, oh, he just got married this offseason. I don't know where his head is at now. He's obviously a different type of celebrity than Kelsey is, and Kelsey's married to Taylor Swift. Do you feel like Travis Kelsey's head's not in the game?
No. He's married. That means his eyes really aren't on any other prizes. Like, I get more worried when guys are single and out there chasing. Chasing takes time.
It does take time. You gotta set
but a man that is settled down. Now, Travis is getting older. He's 36, I believe. He did look like he's sporting a little bit of belly. Not like a pot belly, but a little something up front there.
Oh, really? I did not see that. I saw a training camp video of him yesterday. I did not see that.
I think we're looking at a different training camp video, though. But
it was him, I think he was dapping up like Dwayne Bowe.
Oh, maybe that's why you didn't realize it. Dwayne looks like a house.
So Dwayne Bowe looked like he's wearing like Chiefs shorts.
Oh yeah,
like shorts. He looked like every other fan you'd see at one of these training camps.
Yeah.
And the security guy stops him as he makes his way towards Travis Kelsey to be like, no, can't do that. And Travis is like, no, this is a legend here.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna let this go.
Also, we're calling Dwayne Bowe a legend in Kansas City.
In Chiefs' eyes, yeah, in many ways.
I feel like he might have been erased from history after they started, winning championships.
No, they hold on to the guys that they sucked with for a long period of time. You always do,
Must
though.
be nice.
You always, if we started winning championships tomorrow, let's say, we'd still talk about
be gentle.
I was going to say Joe Schobert is the first name that came in my mind, but he doesn't come up too often, does he?
I'm always a Schobert guy. Him and his wife were so nice to me at a Rams show. Like
everyone's got a great
ago.
Joe Schobert story. And
It's
like,
the car
he'll pop up. He'll pop up randomly from time to Christian Kirksey, a guy like that.
The Chargers power couple of Madison Beer and Justin Herbert was photogged while canoodling.
I thought this was
at
AI,
Chargers
by the way.
practice. I did too.
It's not. It's a real video. I thought it was AI.
I made multiple searches, tried to see if any of the mainstream media was covering it. It turns out the lamestream media didn't cover it.
Lamestream media. Who are you?
Now, NFL fans went ballistic, saying this is an example of why Herbert can't win in the playoffs. Who's right on this?
No, it doesn't matter. Now, is it something that I think is great? No. But is this going to hurt his chances of winning games? I don't think so. If you just went through a whole stretch of how being married will help you on the field, then I can't discount Justin Herbert being helped out by Madison Beer.
I'm here to break it to all of Twitter and whoever may listen. If Madison Beer was taking the hair from your face and brushing it back behind your eyes, you would go ahead and accept it dutifully.
Yeah, go look at some of the... Remember when Justin Herbert first entered the NFL and he shaved his head? Go back and look at that photo, and then tell me that Justin Herbert's going to have a real problem with what's going on in his life
Was he supposed to swat her hand away and say, "Babe, I'm at work"? No. She's a gorgeous... The man is the happiest he's ever been. If he ends up being the 7 seed every year, I think he's going to take it. 7 seed, Madison Beer, and probably $600 million in career earnings. I think he's going to do okay.
I mean, you do at some point have to draw the line at PDA when you're at work, though.
No, I don't think so.
At some point,
if Vanessa was here,
they start full on making out.
I would just
people are going to judge
like a wounded bear. I would just be all over it. Her. I realize how it came out. Not great.
Peter Burns, you know him, has been covering the SEC. Actually, I like Peter Burns as a radio host. I think he's really good. It's just been years since I've actually heard him do a radio show. But he made a big mistake yesterday. So he had a tweet out there. 9 SEC schools play at least 5 of the top 25 teams in the Coaches Poll. Coaches Poll came out yesterday. He did the math on it. And then he added, not a single Big Ten team plays 5. So this is his way of trying to pump up the SEC. And 9 of our teams do this. Well, the reality is that he just could not be more wrong. Ohio State, in fact, plays 6 teams in the top 25 of the Coaches Poll, and there are numerous Big Ten teams, 7 in total, that play at least 5 games against the top 25. Is this more proof that the SEC, they're just going to start making up narratives to go ahead and try to make their point that they feel like they're superb to the Big Ten?
The Big Ten is so far in the head of the SEC. I'm almost starting to feel bad for the SEC. When Greg Sankey, when the commissioner, one of the 2 most powerful human beings in all of college athletics, comes out and goes, yeah, it's just 1 game. That's what he referred to the national championship game, which they pimped for 20 years because they were waxing that Ohio State and Big Ten ass. Now that it's their asses that are getting waxed, oh, it's just 1 game. Oh, is it, Greg? By the way, he's very nice. He was always very nice. I interviewed him because he's a very nice guy.
Oh, really?
But really, Greg?
Nice. Yeah, he seems nice.
What a jabroni.
Little bit of a charlatan with him, but he seems nice.
I don't know if he lives in Charlotte or if maybe it's. I don't think he lives there.
That's not what that means, and you know that. 8 teams in the Big Ten, not 7. 8 teams in the Big Ten will play at least 5 games against top 25 competition.
It just means more, guys. It just means more. That is Quick Hits. Again, new beef or no beef, should we continue firing shots at Baskin and Phelps? Apparently there's even better shot fired at the afternoon show by Jeff Phelps. Break my Woodridge heart to hear it. Ben Solak, ESPN NFL analyst in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
University Hospital's sports desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Wake up with the latest news from training camp and around the NFL. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. Training camp coverage powered by Expert Renovations and Consumer Tire. 92.3 The Fan.
And the Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code CRUSHERS, CRUSHERS at 923thefan.com before 4 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to 92.3 The Fan Night with the Lake Erie Crushers this Friday, August 7th at Forefront Field in Avon. Nick, Ken, and Anthony all be taking over all the in-game fun, including the first pitch at 7 o'clock. Get tickets at lacrushers.com. It's all brought to you by the Lake Erie Crushers and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back out here in Berea, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you, and you never know who's going to be stopping by in camp today. It is ESPN NFL analyst, the great Ben Solak. Hi, Ben.
What's going on, fellas? How we doing?
Well, thank you for your time. We're doing all right here. How about yourself? How are you enjoying Cleveland this time of year?
So I have this take. I'm sure bullied for this take by the Nationals. I don't care. I think Cleveland is just one of the most underrated cities. I love Cleveland. I've got a good buddy who's a doctor up here. I go see him every single year. He used to live in the Westlake area. Beautiful area. We went and hung out in Erie on the beach one time before camp. Oh, my gosh, it was lovely. He's not in that area anymore. I don't know his neighborhood now, but it's walkable, and it's cute, and it's clean, and it's nice. I have enjoyed my visits to Cleveland. This is, I think, Bears camp number 5 or 6 for me. And I think that Cleveland gets a bad rap as an Ohioan Midwest Great Lakes city. I like it quite a bit.
Well, that's all we need.
Yeah,
I mean that's.
And I'm not just saying that 'cause I'm on here. I say that other places too.
It's okay, by the way. If it is, you're just
I'm
on.
just pandering. Yeah.
Listen, I've certainly done worse. All right, so I guess we can start here. Where are you kind of with this 2026 Browns team?
I'm nowhere on this 2026 Browns team. The one thing you could really set your watch to as they went through a lot of quarterback struggles and inavailabilities and changes on offense and offensive line rotations is that, okay, well, at least Jim Schwartz and Myles Garrett will get your defense to a point that you can really trust that side of the ball. Ain't no more Jim, ain't no more Myles, right? And so you are I like Mike Rutenberg a lot. I spoke with him for a piece in Atlanta a couple years ago, and you could just tell this is a guy who has a ton of energy, right? He's a very different personality than Jim. I think that a lot of what they did there in the passing game in Atlanta was impressive, so it's a cool sort of a hire. You go and you Wikipedia these coaches, try to figure out, okay, how does Todd know Mike? Surely it's, some crossover or anything. There's not really a lot of that. This is just a guy who he interviewed and he respected, and he clearly thought he was a sharp cookie. And so I like Mike a lot. I like a Denzel Ward and a Grant Dempitt. Both of them have been extended. I thought those make a lot of sense. Carson Schwarzenegger has been my dude since the draft process. There's a lot here defensively that I like, but you can't set your watch to the Browns defense the way you were able to the last couple of years, right? 23 and 25. And then offensively, there's a lot that could go well, right? I mean, they got young players. They got guys with juice. I love the fan, and Judkins had a nice season last season. I've heard the great reports about Denzel Boston. I'm excited to see it. There's certainly those reasons for optimism. It's August. That's how it works in the NFL. But you want me to, say with certainty this is what the Cleveland Browns will do well and hang their hat on? The score is a score. This is a first-year head coach, a heavily rebuilding team that doesn't know who their starting quarterback is, who had coordinator changes on both sides of the ball. They are a mystery box.
Yeah, no, it feels like a wide range is kind of how I'm looking at it, Ben. It feels like they could win 7-8 games. They could also win 3-4 games, and it's kind of where they are. You talk about some of the things that could go right. I mean, offensively, all the new pieces, all the first-year guys, Concepcion, Boston, if Fannin grows in year 2, you can see how we can build a roadmap to getting a much better season.
Yeah, the main thing for me is the line, because quarterback competition, Deshaun, Shador, Taylon Green, me, you, it doesn't matter if you can't protect, right? I mean, quarterback competition's great, but all of these guys are going to need the line to play dramatically better than it has the last couple seasons and certainly last year. And so, big investment, early picks, lots of money, lots of modality. Elkton Jenkins is, obviously center right now. He can play some guard for you. Is Austin Barber an outside guy or an inside guy? Is Titus Howard an outside guy or an inside guy? There's a ton of optionality. They're going to be able to experiment with groupings. And if they can get a decent 5 out there, then you can expect the quarterback to have enough time to get the ball to those receivers, to be able to evaluate your quarterbacks. You can be able to run the ball a little bit better. And so the line to me is the first domino, right? I think for a lot of people it's a quarterback competition. To me, the front. You solve that, and then you can feel a little bit better about everything else.
So I'm more rosy than most people are.
Yeah.
In saying they can win 7 or 8 games, and a lot of that is the schedule. But it's It is the O-line. It is the fact that I think you can do power run game, which is what I think Monken wants to
we
do.
should probably clarify, too, Ben. You're probably like, of course, a local Browns guy is high on the Browns. We show pessimism in a lot of ways.
I'm not dubious of this at all. That's the way you should feel about a team in August. Yeah.
But what is interesting is I've always thought Shedeur should start. I'm done with the Deshaun, all of it. So I'm curious, what do you see as the difference of the Browns starting Shedeur for 18 weeks and the difference between starting Shedeur for 18 weeks?
So you would assume that because Deshaun is the more veteran player and because of how Shedeur played last year, that Deshaun will do a lot better avoiding negatives, right? The main thing for the Shedeur last season was the time to throw was so high, the sack rate was so high, the interception rate was so high, right? I'm pretty sure it was a 4% interception rate and it was a 9% sack rate. So you're talking about 13% of your plays, 1 out of every 7, 1 out of every 8. Is just ending with not like a missed throw and a completion, ending with a disaster, right? And so for Shedeur there were just so many negatives that even when you had splashier plays and bigger positives than you got with a guy like Dylan Gabriel, for example, okay, it's still not helping the offense overall because these negative plays are so negative. In theory, Deshaun Watson, as the more veteran quarterback, will be able to avoid those, will be able to see the pressures and avoid the sacks, see the coverages and avoid the picks. We also saw 2024, right? There were a lot of big negatives there. And so I think that if you see Deshaun out there, you're going to expect a little bit more of what I would call a grown-up offense, a post-snap offense, where you're going to ask the veteran quarterback to make decisions because you trust him on the fly to avoid the negatives. Whereas with Shedeur, if you see him out there starting, you're going to see an offense that's a lot more designery, right? And this is kind of where Kevin Stefanski and Tommy Rees ended up last season, where it's a lot of we're calling screens, we're calling throwbacks, we're calling stuff where we think schematically we can get one guy open, and then we're asking the quarterback just point and pull the trigger. Because when we ask Shedeur to make decisions live, we're just seeing too many negative decisions. Now, big part of training camp for Shedeur here in year 2 is show the coaching staff you can avoid big negatives. Because if you can turn sacks and interceptions into just incompletions, into just throwaways, then it's 2nd and 10 instead of 2nd and 17. Or it's 2nd and 10 instead of 1st and 10 for the other guys, And so if Shedeur can slice off the bottom, the really bad negative plays, there's enough good there that he should be able to play and he should be able to start, and you can see him continue to develop. But it's the worst 10% of Shedeur's plays right now that are preventing him from being able to really hold on to this job.
Do we judge too harshly, though, a quarterback that got 7 games last year and the worst offensive line in the league and a wide receiving group? I mean, there's a reason why they took 2 in the first 2 rounds. Jerry Jeudy was nothing last year, drops everywhere. It really was just Harold Fannin and a bunch of guys.
Yeah, we absolutely do. But also it was a historic level of interception plus sack rate, right? For quarterbacks of the last 25 years, I want to say there's 700 seasons, and Shedeur's at 690th in terms of interception plus sack rate. I have the number somewhere in my computer. But we both judge it too harshly because we're a quarterback focused, quarterback obsessed media and community, and we want everything to be filtered through that one player, that we lose vision on how bad the line was, how bad the receivers were. But also, we do have objective data for decades, and this was a really rough season in terms of negatives. Now, because he was such a small sample, right, he didn't have a ton of games, if you slice off, 1 interception and 3 sacks, he goes from historically bad to okay, this was a problem, but you're no longer the absolute bottom of the chart, right? That's the small sample issue. And so that's why you want to see the kid play more, and you want to see him eliminate those negatives.
We're talking to Ben Solak here live in Berea, and obviously with the Browns this year, there's a lot of ifs. You've mentioned the offensive line. We've talked about the young receivers. How do you kind of see the wide receiver room playing out? We just interviewed, or we're going to be interviewing Denzel Boston, and we're very excited. Let's just say that.
Denzel Boston and KC should not leave the field. Denzel Boston and KC should be the 2 leading receivers for this team in terms of total targets. I think that we all kind of know what Jerry is and what Jerry isn't in terms of his talent and in terms of some of his consistency issues going to the Denver days, now to the Cleveland days. I think there was a moment there for Ced Tillman where it seemed like, okay, we can make something out of this player, and then he was never really able to pull all that together. I think that Isaiah Bond makes sense as a field-stretching player because of the speed, but he is not the sort of frame, big size you want out there playing a majority of the snaps. To me, it is, before even camp, I would have told you that Denzel and KC need to lead this team in snaps because you have to look for the future at receiver. And then, given what I've heard about camp so far, Denzel and KC are checking boxes. And so you want to say, okay, let us completely turn this ship over to the rookies. Let's understand that in week 3 we're going to blow a 3rd down conversion because Denzel misunderstands a coverage check or KC mishears a route motion. You're going to have your rookie lumps, but there is nobody that I think is arguably an integral piece of the future in the wide receiver room in Cleveland besides those two players. So you got to feature them.
Ben, we saw you talking to Andrew Berry. It's amazing. You've been around this long enough to know. Like 6 years in, you get one playoff win. You usually don't keep your job. How has he rehabbed his image in the past couple years, where he went from this guy where it felt like a lot of fans were ready to throw away to now it's like, oh, couple good drafts, and all of a sudden people are talking about Andrew Berry again. One playoff win in 6 years, as if he really knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's 32 good general managers in the world, right? And so it's a little bit one of those things where you see head coaches get a lot more second chances, and then they get kind of fired and let go, and then they're able to come back, and there's a lot of different ways to be a good head coach. General manager is just a much thinner pool. And so I think that if you had fired Andrew Berry and you had desire, okay, let's bring in a new guy, what do we want in that dude? You'd want a guy who has a foot in personnel evaluation, a foot in analytics, because that's the way that the league is going, and that's where Andrew Berry is right now. You'd want a guy who's really good at communicating his message, who's willing to take bold risks, who's willing to make the big moves necessary that might look stupid in hindsight, but are the big swings necessary to kind of elevate a team from this mire the Browns been stuck in into contention. And that's something that Berry has done. And so I'm not going to sit here and tell you that if Andrew Berry had been fired with Kevin Stefanski, I would have been like, this makes no sense. No, he hasn't had the results necessary to have an indefensible job status. And like you said, I was talking to him earlier. I would have said it to him if he asked. You got to win more games, and he knows he's got to win more games.
Yeah.
But it is general manager. Typically, it's like one and done, right? You don't really get a second crack at this, and so teams giving a longer leash to general managers who are inherently the ones who are thinking about the future of the team, less the short-term winning and more the long-term health, to me is appropriate. More general managers should get more time and more cracks at the bat than they do. Andrew's on his last swing, right? I think that we can be pretty confident in that.
All right, Ben, we don't have you for much longer here. Big picture, how do you feel about the rest of the AFC North?
I just came from Cincinnati. They're positive they solved the defense. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah. Revamped defensive line is nice.
Yeah, and the thing is, all that certainty is great. Players are available because they're available, right? Dexter Lawrence, Boye Mafe, Brian Cook, we killed it. We got great signings. Yeah, but those guys made it to the market. You got to remember that we're not necessarily dealing with the top edge of the players here. And so I think that they have a much better chance of being an average defense. But I think Bengals fans, and even internally, I would say that Bengals are, if we get our offense just with an average defense, we'll be golden. You'll be really good. You'll be an AFC contender, but you got to win games in the postseason, right? It's never that cut and dry. And so I think the Bengals will be quite good. I think their defense will be the 18th best defense in football, and that's fine. If they can really get it up there to the 10th, then we're cooking. I think the Ravens are going to be quite good. The Ravens have a two-time MVP at quarterback. I think it's hard to be bad when you have that player. They have a defensive-minded head coach who I think has done a really nice job there in the league. I think he's going to be able to get that unit strong. So Lamar plus good defense. It's hard to imagine the Ravens taking a substantial step back, even without Harbaugh there. And then Pittsburgh, I'll be in Pittsburgh tomorrow, and so I'll get a better sense of kind of how I feel about that team while I'm there. I am not a believer in Aaron Rodgers at his current age. So he so dramatically limits the sort of offense that you can run that I think this.
From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Your morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
The main thing for me is the line, because like quarterback competition, Deshaun, Shedeur, Taylon Green, me, you, like doesn't matter if you can't protect. Quarterback competition's great, but like all of these guys are going to need the line to play dramatically better than it has the last couple seasons and certainly last year. Big investment, early picks, lots of money, lots of modality. Elkton Jenkins is, obviously center right now. He can play some guard for you. Is Austin Barber an outside guy or an inside guy? Is Titus Howard an outside guy or an inside guy? There's a ton of optionality. They're going to be able to experiment with groupings, and if they can get a decent 5 out there, then you can expect the quarterback to have enough time to get the ball to those receivers, to be able to evaluate your quarterbacks. You can be able to run the ball a little bit better. And so the line to me is the first domino, right? I think for a lot of people it's the quarterback competition. To me, the front. You solve that, and then you can feel a little bit better about everything else.
Solak, ESPN NFL reporter in the previous segment. Great stuff with Ben, and I think it's nice when you listen to somebody and you can tell that guy knows the roster as well as you do.
Incredible. I'm like, your knowledge on the depth chart is it's outstanding.
And so, and again, like that's a national guy. Not a lot of national guys can go into the depth that he went to. And I really do think, like, not just because he agreed with the things we've said previously, like, if the offensive line gels together, that can be the thing that unlocks other parts of this offense.
Yeah, no question about it. Again, I just wildly impressed with Ben in that interview. And I mean, maybe he did a lot of homework, obviously, but we see him on TV every day. He's going from stop to stop to stop. There's a lot of people that would have just phoned that in. He didn't. That was impressive.
And by the way, what else did I see as he was walking off? Bird dog in Rutenberg. The man is bird dogging the entire Browns organization all day long. That's called hunting right there.
I also love as he left, he did this whole so he was very subdued, and then he left. He knew he did a solid there, and then he obviously knew that we were happy with the interview, and he tried to do like a pep talk type thing of like, all right, let's get to work. It just did not match the vibe that he gave off the entire time. I loved it.
All right, now as camp is just broken up there, I got a nice pic of Shedeur for the gram, by the way.
There we go.
Maybe for TikTok, we'll see.
Kids lose their mind when he came back out. He did a fake out. He was like the artist coming back on stage for the encore that you didn't see coming.
Yep.
Kids thought he left. He came back out. Doesn't even have a jersey on, and they lost their mind.
They absolutely did.
Right.
And we're going to lose our mind right now because another camp celebrity is out here with us in person. Usually we get to talk down the line to her, and then, she has the threat of hanging up. We don't get to do that today. I mean, theoretically, she could run away, but she's been on her feet all day long. She pretty much has to stay around. It's Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com and the Orange and Brown Talk podcast. Hi, Ashley.
Guys, do you want to see my 40 speed if you make me mad and I run away?
Well, they time it down there, so like we can actually we can get a good judge.
Let's just go. Jake, let's move this whole setup by the 40 thing. We all 3 run 40s, and we see who wins.
That's not going to go well.
Okay, what if I walk the 40?
You know that's not going to go well for
I know. I have to take a win when I can get it, right?
You're not 40, all right? I am 40, so my 40 would just not be acceptable.
Yeah,
by the way, the threat of tearing my Achilles, I think, is the real concern there.
I don't think your 40 at like 25 was good, though.
But we're not thinking about that. We're thinking about my 40 at 40.
Okay, all right.
So I guess we can start here. What'd you see out there today from the quarterbacks?
Yeah, I think, and we've kind of been talking about it as we were milling around, leaving the field. Like, to me, this was the best day we've seen from Deshaun Watson in camp. It felt like more so one of those spring practices that we talked about so much in May, where he was just being very decisive. He was stringing some throws together. Again, they're not really doing these move the ball periods yet. Todd Monken talked about that the other day. But to me, that's the standout. Like, he had a sort of rebound day. I think maybe we were expecting to see that more yesterday, and really we saw less of him yesterday. It felt like in those team periods, Todd Monken explained that today, they ran out of time. They were up against the clock at the end of practice, and they thought Shedeur Sanders ended practice really nicely yesterday. So I will say, though, I thought this was Deshaun's best overall day of stringing throws together.
Is it fair to say this was the best day of practice overall?
I don't know if I would say it was the best day of practice, just because, JP, it's hard when there's the skeleton crew out there. Like, the last handful of days, they haven't been able to two-spot because they're so thin at certain spots right now. And, Todd Monken today talked about they're fine at some spots, right? Like receiver, they've mostly been fine. And for the most part, all these injuries, nothing catastrophic that we're dealing with, nothing they expect anyone significant to miss a ton of time for. But they're short on practice bodies, and you could tell guys were feeling it yesterday. As a result, they only went 90 minutes today, so we knew that was the plan coming in. But I don't know if we can necessarily call it the best day of practice just with all the guys down. It's kind of hard, maybe, but I mean, Todd Monken still a handful of times not happy with some of the procedural stuff going on. We saw it out there.
So I think I've noticed it. I'm sure you notice it more because you guys are here every single day. What's the biggest difference between a Todd Monken training camp and a Kevin Stefanski?
I mean, I still think it's overall the number of competitive periods. Like, we just see more of them. We've seen more of them since the spring, and maybe less of the individual type stuff or offensive only type stuff, defensive only type stuff. So I think that's one thing. I mean, I also think this element of we're not really seeing veteran days off. We're seeing these guys with nagging injuries, which, I mean, I think it's a function of this stretch we're in, this 10 practices in 11 days. And, some of these guys, like I'm curious if we're going to see Carson Schlesinger again by the end of this week. Like, I don't think he's not dealing with anything major. Same with Mason Graham. But, are you going to trot these guys out here when you're in the middle of this stretch? So I would say that's the difference. Kevin, I think, was much more overall conservative with if you're feeling anything, you're sitting out. And I think it was to their detriment in 2024 especially. There were a ton of guys that missed either a lot of training camp or all of training camp that year, and you saw it when they played the Cowboys and got steamrolled in week 1 that season.
Oh, the number's 16 bodies, I think? Is it 16?
Close to it, yeah.
Yeah, the past couple answers, though, you brought up that idea, the injuries. It's clearly weighing in your mind. We haven't even really touched on the amount of bodies that are out. You mentioned certain key spots, the center position, too. Whippler was out doing work today because that position was taking such a hit. How are you capping this? What are you seeing?
Yeah, I think, again, it's probably a combination of, to me, the schedule itself, right? So we're in this stretch. We just hit the halfway point.
It's like 10 and 11 days, right?
10 and 11 days, and we're in the middle of the 6 days in a row. Now, Todd Monken explained his thinking on this. He talked about it. It was about keeping players' off days the same, wanting them to be in a routine. This way they're always getting off on Sundays. You get where they're coming from. But at the same time, I would have loved to hear if there was maybe some analytics people pushing back on that. Hey, maybe we should throw an off day. Should tomorrow have been the off day? Maybe. I have always been, since this schedule came out, worried about this stretch. And it's a different staff, but we know that this Browns team has had struggles with soft tissue injuries, nagging injuries. We've seen it time and time again. So it did make me nervous. And, luckily, as I said before, nothing catastrophic so far, at least.
Ashley, one of the big talking points, and about a week ago when it first came up, I kind of poo-pooed it because it was day 1 of camp, but was the rotating of Spencer Fano and DeJuan Jones at left tackle. Is that more about DeJuan maybe pushing Spencer Fano? Is that more maybe Spencer isn't quite where they want him to be yet?
If I had to guess, I do really think the latter is probably more likely because it's a rookie and it's one of the hardest positions on the line. So I do wonder, and I don't mean to diminish what DeJuan Jones has done this offseason because I think it's probably a combination of the two, but I would say when you draft a guy at number 9, you expect him to be your left tackle of the future and probably start from day 1. So that's not to discredit DeJuan. He's in the best shape that I've seen him in the time he's been here. He's so lean. He's playing well. We know that they've had an affinity for him on the left side since really those 3 games he started there in the middle of 2024. But I do think it's been pretty significant that this is what we've seen. And Todd Monken said today, there is a chance DeJuan Jones could be the starter over there. And then I followed up and asked, because I expected to maybe see them rotate DeJuan more. Are they going to try DeJuan at right tackle one day? Would they try to move him into guard? We talked about that a few weeks ago. But really, I'm surprised if it was just about getting DeJuan Jones a spot. Why haven't we seen him at right tackle and Titus Howard, who's played right guard, at right guard in some of these practices? It's been pretty strict. DeJuan and Spencer at left tackle. So I have to wonder if that's ultimately what we're going to see. I know Dewan has some durability questions because of the 3 season-ending injuries he's had, but we know how happy they are with him, and I think we're scheduled to hear from George Warhop in the next few days, maybe tomorrow, depending here, the O-line coach, and he was very complimentary of Dewan at the end of minicamp as well.
All right, let me ask you, because we touched on Deshaun from Shedeur today, and then I guess we got to throw Dylan in these conversations. Yeah. It doesn't seem as likely now if Deshaun's going to actually show up to this battle, but how did the other quarterbacks not name Deshaun look?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was fine. Shedeur Sanders did have a pick today in that red zone period they did. It looked like maybe Grant Delpit tipped it, and I have my roster here. I think it was Winston Reed that actually came up with the ball on that play. So not great there, but I don't think like Shedeur came out and looked significantly worse or anything. The thing that I keep thinking about with Shedeur is that Todd Monken quote from either yesterday or Monday when he talked about with him, it's about like getting up to the line of scrimmage and like he doesn't have anxiety and Todd Monken doesn't have anxiety. I thought that was really interesting. So I know there's some confusion on Twitter for fans where they're seeing each day Shedeur Sanders complete throws, right? And wondering, like, why hasn't there been a step forward in this for him? So I think it's those things that maybe, we're not necessarily as privy to out here as they're doing the install. And I'm also curious how this is going to advance for him once the install is done after Thursday and they're calling plays specifically for him and then they're calling Deshaun specific plays. So I thought that was interesting. And Dylan, I thought played well today. Again, I was right there. I had a front row seat for his touchdown to Luke Floria, the Kent Stater in the back of the end zone. I thought Luke made an amazing catch there. And it was another day where we did see him get second team reps. So that 7-on-7 red zone period today, it was Deshaun with the 1s, Dylan with the 2s, and then Shedeur, but Shedeur was working with the 1s, and then Deshaun went with the 2s. So Shedeur still did get some first team reps today, even though it was Deshaun's day with the 1s, so to speak.
Ashley, we've heard a lot about Denzel Boston, Casey Concepcion, the young receivers. You've watched enough camps to know the difference between a guy just having a nice camp and a guy that's really putting it together. Are we hyping these guys a little too early? Is there something more we need to see from them before we can fully say week 1, let's go?
I mean, with rookies, it's always hard because you say you do want to see them in an actual game and how they're going to do when defenses are maybe starting to account for them a bit more. But I don't think we're overhyping it. I mean, every year it seems like there's those guys where they're practice squad or end of the roster guys where fans fall in love with. And, last year was largely like Gage Larbadan and Luke Floria, actually, where Browns fans were so excited about them. And it's like, okay, you're always going to be able to keep those guys around in some capacity. But it does look different when you're talking about like number 1, number 2 wide receivers, what they can do. And, I mean, with Denzel Boston, it's just the fact he catches everything. It's hard to imagine him not doing that. And, I do think it's going to be important for them to get more work against the 1s because we've still seen them. They haven't done 2 spotting, but when they were doing the 2 spotting still pre all these injuries, they weren't going against Grant Delpit, Denzel Ward. When we see them, though, and especially Denzel Boston, go against those guys and still make those types of catches, I think it's really promising. And I said this, I made this point the other day on our podcast, but I think like the reason people are talking about Denzel maybe a bit more than KC is not because KC's not performing. I think he's had a really nice camp. I think it's just the style of games. KC is a separator. Denzel excels at those contested catches. Mm-hmm. So I think those are just getting shared on social media more, but it by no means has KC had a bad camp or anything like that.
All right, you guys spoke to Jerry Jeudy today. Was that believable, his excuse?
So I have to be completely honest. I wasn't over in the Jerry Jeudy scrum. I have read the quotes.
They separated you guys, right?
They separated. So I was talking to Zion Johnson because I had some offensive line questions.
That's an interesting take.
We were covered. Well, we were covered over at Jerry Jeudy. We have to split duty, yes. So obviously there's like 4 of us out here. So we try to split things up so we know what's going on. So I did not get the Jerry Jeudy reaction today, but. What is believable is when he made the comment that I saw after the fact about, I never say anything about the quarterback battle here. Why would I say it on TikTok?
Yeah.
Or why would I say it on Instagram? Whatever he said, whatever platform it was on. So I do believe that part of it, right? I don't think he's sending some message there because when you ask him directly, he's not saying either. So why would he answer directly to a direct question on a live stream?
Ashley, I'd like full credit here that Jonathan and I are in training camp mode.
Yeah.
And that we did not go off the rails.
Yeah, we're
today.
locked in. We're locked in.
This
today.
is wild. This is the most locked in I've seen you guys.
It takes extra focus out here because we're just always so distracted by everything else that's happening.
I know.
We're also football guys, and this is when football guys shine. When people think of Nick and Jonathan, they think of football guys.
That's what they think of, yeah.
Nitty-gritty football guys, and that's really... You see, Bill Simmons said that he doesn't... maybe he's not buying stock in the Chiefs because Travis Kelce is going to be distracted being married.
He thinks the marriage is something that's going to derail the Chiefs' season.
Yeah. Thoughts?
I mean, isn't that kind of
not
like...
focused up.
Isn't that kind of a lame take, considering people were saying it when they first started dating, right?
That was what people were saying.
And
when
if
they first
anything,
started
like Travis Kelce's numbers get worse because he's 35 now,
36.
36. It's fine. He's had a fine career, so whatever. I don't think the married life part of it's going to distract him.
Him and Taylor, both 1989 babies.
Both 1989
You know who else is a
babies.
1989 baby?
Is it you, Jonathan
It is me.
Peterlin?
Yeah, it is me. Yeah,
Wow.
How about that? We just have so much in common with the two of them.
People have basically said he is half Travis Kelce, half Taylor Swift. A lot of people have said that about him. Not me, but a lot of people
The
have.
worst parts of each, though.
Yeah, that's exactly. Ashley, great stuff. We appreciate you.
All right.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Ashley.
guys. In person. This was so fun.
Okay, that's it.
We're just going to let that sit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Least
Cleveland.com and the Orange and Brown Talk podcast. Ashley Batstock will talk about her thoughts on the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The preseason storylines from Berea go beyond the quarterback competition. Rely on 92.3 The Fan's training camp coverage, powered by Genesee Brewing Company. Beyond the practice field, we are the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
The Cleveland Guardians are back at Progressive Field tonight for Game 2 of their 3-game series against the New York Mets. After another throwing error from Gabriel Arias and going 0 for 4, the Guardians are designating him for assignment. In transaction, Cleveland is calling up switch-hitting shortstop Angel Ganao. Ganao has put together an impressive season down in the minors, batting a .309 with 17 doubles, 10 home runs, and 32 RBIs in 72 games played. The Pittsburgh Pirates reportedly calling up a young prospect as well, switch-hitting utility man Ronnie Simon to the active roster, doing so after reportedly releasing struggling designated hitter Marcell Ozuna. Ozuna, who signed a one-year, $12 million deal before the season, didn't provide that offensive punch that the Pirates had hoped for, hitting just a .203 with 8 home runs, 29 RBIs. And over in the NFL, Stephon Diggs reportedly set to sign with the Commanders on a one-year deal worth $12 million. Diggs signed a 3-year, $63.5 million contract with the Patriots back in March of 2025, leading his team with 85 receptions, 4 touchdowns on the way to a Super Bowl appearance. He, however, was released on March 12th after a scandal-filled year, clearing $16.8 million in salary cap space for the Patriots. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
From the 1-800-HURT-NOW Traffic Center. Hurt in a car? Call KNR.
This traffic report is brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors of Cleveland.
This month, take 15% off Pella products or no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months, plus an additional $500 off your project. Call 877-98-PELLA or visit PellaCleveland.com.
Roadways are looking clear across northeast Ohio and downtown Cleveland. Things may pick up later this evening around the start of the Cleveland Guardians game, but I will keep you guys updated with the Odyssey traffic reports. I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Mr. Hero offers a variety of chicken choices, making it easy to chicken out. Go classic with the chicken Philly, chicken bacon and ranch, or delicious chicken nuggets. Sauce things up with our sauce and tossed Hero nuggets, chicken tenders, or chicken tender wraps. Choose from 6 bold sauce flavors, including the garlic parmesan, hot honey, and buffalo. And don't forget to check out your local Mr. Hero for in-store specials.
I crave the hero.
Man, it's hot out there, but you know that winter is coming. Winter is coming, and it's going to happen sooner than you think. And you need an efficient home where you're not going to freeze like a madman. So check out all the options with Perino Builders and Remodeling. They have ready-to-move-in homes in Willoughby Hills, Sheffield Village, and Bainbridge, Chagrin Falls. Or they could build you a brand new home on your lot. Or they can remodel your home. They did it for me. I've got a brand new kitchen, a brand new dining room, and a brand new den, all thanks to Perino. So stop wasting time and get it going. Go to the best guys out there. The Perino family has been doing this for decades. Don't wait another minute. Call Pat Perino today, or better yet, stop by the showroom 7976 Mayfield Road in Chesterland. They are the complete solution, Perino Builders and Remodeling.
Woo! Northeast Ohio. Training camp is open. Head coach Mike D'Amato here on the field in Nissan and North Thompson in I-90 Nissan. And there ain't no holdouts here. I got my team running 2-a-days to guarantee we're at the top of our game. Even my veteran quarterback and my DB, Dale Belza, is giving up naps, taking snaps, and he's even running laps. So he can 3-step drop back and give you even more money in the pocket. He can hand off up to $1,000 off the new Nissan. And my first team, bottom linebacker, is ready to cover interest rates as low as 0%. Are you kidding me? So if any other dealer is trying to blitz you, blindside you, give him one stiff arm and say, stop. Who do you think you're tackling, dummy? And head up the field and come running back to Nissan in North Homestead on the North Homestead Auto Mile and I-90 Nissan in Sheffield Village. Because the deals are so good. It's the 2-minute warning, so hurry in. Start drawing up your next perfect play online at BigNissan.com.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey Browns fans, this is Denzel Ward. Keep up with the latest football news every 20 minutes with exclusive 2020 reports on the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Big thanks to Ashley Bastock for joining us in the previous segment there. If you guys missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. So practice is breaking down a little bit. We're going to have Daryl in 1 hour's time. We got Denzel Boston at 6 o'clock tonight. But I guess we can finally actually talk about it today. And I think we've heard multiple people say this independently of each other. The best day of practice they've seen from Deshaun.
Yeah.
And the big difference was Shedeur kind of looked the same. Shedeur's been fine, adequate. What was it? Solid.
Solid, yeah, solid.
And so really it's not that, Shador looked any worse today. It's just Deshaun had probably his best practice of the entire training camp so far.
And with the ones, too. And obviously he did some things with the twos, but he started with the ones. He had the best day that he's had so far, and he needed it. Let's be honest. He was getting absolutely destroyed yesterday by people like you and me, by the internet, by anyone that matters when it comes to the quarterback competition in the media landscape. Everyone's killing him, and he found a way to rebound. And again, now, is this part of the story that we have with Deshaun, the big idea that he's maddeningly inconsistent? Yeah, but when he shows flashes like this is what guys like Monken are going to attach themselves to.
Well, and again, like if, we've mentioned Shador has been the better quarterback the day that he's gone against the ones the last two times. And that's not something we've been able to say. Usually whoever's playing against the twos is having the better day. The idea we can finally say that with Deshaun, I just think adds a little interesting tint to this conversation.
Well, he showed some fight. That's the reality of it. He showed some fight. He's actually putting up some a response, and I didn't know that he had it in him, because at this point I didn't know that he could even have a day like he had today, because it looked so bad yesterday, Nick. I just need to continue to stress to people just how awful it looked. To bounce back the way he did today, I think he understood he was letting this one get away if he didn't respond and didn't have a good day.
No, I am. I think I'm putting out some energy that I didn't realize, JP.
Oh, yeah, okay. What kind of energy?
I think I'm putting up some big bodyguard energy here.
Are you my bodyguard? Are you Jake's bodyguard? What bodyguard?
Not for you guys. Every time I've been out and I stop somebody to like joke around or say, hey, if they don't know me, they go, oh, we're not supposed to be here. Like there's a gentleman right over here, and he kind of snuck around the edge.
I see what's going on.
I went over, and I was going to make the joke that I've made 5 times today. I walked over, I'm like, sir, it's a public place. These guns are not allowed. And then as you pointed at his bicep, and by the way, the joke kills every time.
Well,
it just destroys every time.
What guy is not going to enjoy a compliment to his biceps?
But I don't know. I'm sure there's somebody out there. Maybe if you have flabby biceps, I guess.
Well, yeah, like if you tap me on it, I'd be like, oh, you're just messing with me.
That's also fair.
That's not great.
But yeah, and he was like, oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm not supposed to be here. And I was like, let me finish my joke.
Look, I'm in it for the jokes. I'm the opposite of what you think I am. I'm in it for the jokes.
We're over this. I felt Monken eyeballing me. Who's this absolute unit in front of me? He's like trying to register the face.
He's like, hey, I might need a center. I've had 2 of them injured. Maybe this guy could come play. Is that the energy that you're getting from him?
I think even Todd knows I'm too fat to be. I think me and DeJuan Jones are about the same size, minus about 4 inches on my part.
I feel like there's I heard a story. Andrew Santino was telling the story recently about going to a casino and running into Bezos. Mm-hmm. And he sees Bezos there, and it's like funny that Bezos is worth billions of dollars, and like gambles at the $100 a bet blackjack table. But they're like, so how many people did he have around him? He's like, there's about 30 guys that are his security, but they're all in clothes that are just very normal and commonplace. So they don't give off security vibes, but they're wearing normal people clothes.
That's smart.
Like that's what you are presenting to people. You'd be an undercover bodyguard of sorts. You got to blend in. You can't make it obvious, but there's protection there.
But I think I feel respected today. That's what the bottom line here is. The way people have approached me. I've gotten called sir a couple times.
Why is this different than any other day, by the way?
I don't know. Maybe it's there and I just don't realize it.
What are you doing today? What are you giving off today that says I'm a massive human outside of the idea that you're already a top 1% height, top 1% weight every day of your life?
Maybe there's a confidence. Is there a confidence? A lot of radio people, a lot of media people walk around this like they own it. I don't. Maybe today I have some sort of radio guy hubris that I'm putting off.
Stumbled into some aura maybe that you didn't realize you had?
Maybe I've gone to the Aura farm and picked up some organic Aura for the good people today.
Well, there we go. At least it's organic.
Well, you're gluten-free. Yeah.
Yeah, that's important.
Yeah.
The distinction's important.
Also, how does somebody figure out that they're that they've got a gluten allergy?
I'm sure it's the way you find out you have any allergy, right?
I don't know, because I just feel like as people who like 3 people in the last month have been like, I've got a gluten allergy, and I'm like,
well, you get tested for it, and then they tell you have a gluten allergy.
Okay, but it's gluten. Doesn't everybody kind of have a gluten allergy? It's clearly not good
There's
for you.
There's segments that's not sports radio that is really pissed at you if they were listening to this.
Yeah?
That's not sports radio, though. I don't think we have like a high gluten allergy listeners. I just don't think that's something that we really the demographic.
So the gluten-free crowd is not here?
The crossover there is probably not that high, I would think. By the way, Angel Henao is going to start at third base and bat ninth tonight in his big league debut.
So he's going to start Henao at third base? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have done that. I've already made the Henao joke.
Henao and later, guys.
That's interesting. It's interesting that I think this is a very conscientious move by the Guardians to make sure that they don't displace Rocchio, who's having a career year. Although I did wake up to a text today saying from a certain board op / Central Asian dictator saying, you think maybe Henao starts at short and they just sit Rocchio because he's had 30 bad plate appearances?
I would imagine he's playing third base tonight because Jose's wrist is improving, but he still needs one more day, which is what Stephen Vogt has now said.
It was Mac Robinson. Mac Robinson, who finally had to begrudgingly say, hey, I think this Rocchio guy can play. 30 bad plate appearances, and Mac Robinson has turned his back on Brian Rocchio.
Well, it happens pretty quickly. And, you know, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Henao is I think 13, 14 minor league starts at third base. He's not completely foreign to this.
That's not a lot. It's not quite Cooper Engel in left field.
Yeah, but it's shortstop to third base. It's not rocket science.
Yeah, that throws harder than you think.
Third base to shortstop is hard. Shortstop to third base is not rocket science.
What about first base to third base?
That one's really hard.
Okay, what about second base to catcher?
Really hard.
Left field to pitcher?
Really hard.
Just checking. I'm just trying to test you here. I want to make sure you got your everything on the level there. Very proud of you there. 216-474-0092. Deshaun had, by all accounts, his best day of camp. How much does this change the conversation? More from Browns camp in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Mix Jr. expressed confidence in his teammates' recovery, saying, I know he's a strong individual. He's going to get through it. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Get to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel to see daily Browns training camp breakdowns with Darryl Ryder and Coach Lance Reisland. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
My mouth gets me more in trouble than anybody else. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive, live from Berea, the dangerous one. Darryl Ryder going to be joining us in about 40 minutes' time here, but a little surprise guest for everybody here as we are welcomed by Hall of Famer, Hall of Fame Farms beef, piece of beef himself, if you ask many people on the Instagrams. Joe Thomas joining us now. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's great to see you out here today.
It's great to see you. Now, no pressure. Who won today, Deshaun or Shedeur?
Deshaun. I thought Deshaun had a great day today. I mean, I think this was clearly, by what everybody has said, because I haven't been here for every day, this was his best day of practice by a long shot. He was sharp. He was on time. He was on the money. He was throwing the football in tight windows. They had a little red zone period down here where I think he completed almost every pass for a touchdown. And he was operating the way you would expect a very good starter in the NFL would.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, yesterday he was awful. There's just no other way to put it. He wasn't good. And then to turn around today, why is that? Is it just inconsistency with him? Is it how do we get to a spot where he can be as bad as he was yesterday, and then today basically unstoppable?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. I'm sure the coaches and Deshaun himself is asking, like, how can I be so bad on one day and then come back the next day in some challenging situations and play so well, look so proficient? So you hope that, okay, now tomorrow, can he follow through? That's the big thing for me. Anybody can have one good day of practice, but can you put good practice after good practice and stack good days together where now we say this is what we expect out of him instead of expecting the up and down roller coaster ride?
So we were actually talking about this because, as soon as something good happens out there, we see the narratives begin to emerge on social media. It happens so quick now. And so one of the things that we saw when Shedeur was playing fine, solid, adequate, however you want to against the ones was, well, is he winning it or is Deshaun losing it maybe? What's kind of the difference there? Like in the locker room, what's the difference between somebody winning a starting job by default and somebody really being pushed and the perception being that they won that job and took that job?
Well, I think for everybody in the locker room and for Browns fans, you want two guys to win the job, and then you want it to be a tough choice between two guys that everybody in the locker room believes in. If they're not playing well, which at times so far in training camp, it's been, all right, we got two guys and really we don't like either one of them the way they're playing right now. So the difference is that consistency. It's the difference of I'm a receiver, I'm getting open, I'm the read, and I'm getting the football. If they can do that consistently, then the locker room's going, yeah, I love this guy. This is my guy. And that's something that Coach Monken has said throughout training camp, going back to mini camp OTAs when he was here. He says, I'm not going to pick the starting quarterback. The players are going to pick it. And what he's saying is the quarterback is going to dictate who wins, and the players that are the receivers, they're going to know. The team will know because the players decide with how they play, how they perform, how consistently can they operate the offensive play that I've called.
Joe, when you were drafted, it wasn't a question you were starting week one. That was it. And most left tackles, that's the case. Spencer Fano, it sounded like today Monken is really not committed to that being the idea quite yet. He doesn't know, hasn't made up his mind. Is this more about him almost pulling like a Mike Tomlin with Broderick Jones thing where he's got to try to maybe earn it and we'll see it a little bit later on? Or what's happening there with Fano?
Yeah, you've heard Coach Monken talk about he wants everybody to earn it, right? He wants competition across the board. And there's a lot of theories, depending on the coaching tree you come from. And my third year in the NFL, Eric Mangini came in, and his thing was competition, right? Because he came from Belichick and Parcells, and that's what they wanted. Didn't matter who you were, you had to earn your job every single day. Some coaches are like, well, hey, these are our starters, and we want them to get all the reps possible. Everybody knows who's going to be the starter, so who are we fooling? And I think both have merit. It's pretty clear that Monk wants competition. He wants to push these guys, and he wants to say that if Spencer is our starting left tackle, it's not because of draft position. It's because he's done something on the field to earn it. And I think that's how you earn the respect of your teammates around you.
As a man who is pretty, I'm not trying to blow smoke here, pretty good at left tackle himself. I know you've watched film on Spencer. I know you've had conversations with Spencer. What's the thing that he's got to get to be able to be that guy by week one?
So I'd say two big things that is not necessarily his fault. It's just coming from the college game and the scheme that he played in at Utah, and what you're going to see in the NFL is in college they're running a lot of short passes. It's a lot of the quick run and shoot, fast passes, air raid type stuff, where the offensive line really, even in pass protection, they're not setting back. They're not setting off the line of scrimmage. It's aggressive, it's run blocking, it's short setting, and you're taking short, choppy steps. Now, Spencer's going to the NFL. You need to be able to cover more ground because your quarterbacks are dropping back. You're getting more of those drop back. You're pushing the football down the field. Your receivers are running deeper routes. You're going against Jared Verse, who's running very, very fast, 10 yards up the field from a wide alignment. You have to be able to cover that ground. So just making that change and that adjustment from being more of a short setter, being more aggressive in pass protection, to having to cover that ground and that space to be able to get to that spot 7.5 yards deep to be ready for contact against a defensive end who, by the way, is already faster and more athletic and probably better looking than you are as a tackle. And that's no fault of your own. That's just the nature of the business. And the second thing is learning how to get off the ball quickly at the snap. That's the number one advantage that we have. We know the snap count. They don't. In the NFL, defensive ends, you've seen him for Miles for years when he was here. He beats the tackle off the snap, runs around him. You can't even get a hand on him. He gets the sack. You got to be able to learn how to win the snap. It's not as important in college because guys don't time the snap up the way they do in the NFL. So that, in a nutshell, are probably the two things that I'm looking for from Spencer the most, to see that progression and that progress during training camp.
Yeah, so you didn't have some of those problems because you're obviously great, but I remember like Myles Garrett versus Jed Wills. Like at a certain point, everyone's like, "Oh, this is great. He's going to learn from him. This is awesome." At some point, it's like this seems really demoralizing. Like he's just getting beat out there every single play. Like Jared Verse has been destroying Fano. I mean, he really has. At what point does that stop becoming, oh, I get to go up against this game's great and this guy that's awesome, and it does just kind of hit you from a confidence standpoint?
Yeah, that's the challenge. And I mean, that was the challenge of going against Myles Garrett, right? I've said he's the greatest defensive player in history, and I stand by that. He's got the sack record for a reason because he's going to beat all pro tackles that are in their 7th and 8th year in the NFL like a drum every single rep, especially in practice. Situationally, you kind of know what's happening typically. And there's a danger in it's not pushing me anymore. It's just destroying my confidence because I'm losing so quickly, I can't even work on my technique, right? There's a good competition where I win some, he wins some, and then there's me playing my 10-year-old son in basketball, and I just back him in and slam dunk on him.
That's how you make a man.
11 times in a row. And he's going, well, I'm not really getting anything out of this anymore, Dad. Thanks a lot.
All right, so you're a little more rosy than Vegas is. I'm a little more rosy than Vegas. And the difference for me year over year is last year they were selling a vision that I couldn't quite see. Whether it was Kenny Pickett, whether it was I didn't think they had enough guys on offense. The offensive line, especially on the tackle spot, was thin. This year I see it. Like this year I can see, I think you're pretty deep at offensive line. This year you've got some young wide receivers. And I don't think it's going to be all about the quarterback this year. I think the quarterback can just be a part of the offense. But what has to happen, by the way, do you agree or disagree? And then two, what has to happen? What's the piece that unlocks everything falling into place for that to be the case?
I agree, number one.
You're
welcome.
We got the clip.
We got that clip. Clip that one up, put it on socials. Number two, I think it's going to come down to the offensive line because we're the ones on the offensive line that set the table for those other guys to have success. With the Hall of Fame Farms, we've been going through all these branding meetings and talking about mission, vision, values, and purpose. And I always reflect back on what I know, right? Left tackle. For me, the joy that I had when I was playing football is if I could do my job and set the table so that the receiver and the quarterback can be the hero. They're the guys that throw the touchdown pass the fans are cheering for, the players are carrying them off the field. That gives me the greatest joy. That's what I want to do. And for this team to be successful, we think the defense is going to be pretty good. We got some great receivers. I think we've seen it out there. We saw Boston today just shredding, and from what I'm hearing, that's the way he's been all training camp. KC Concepcion, same thing. Like they have weapons at receiver now that they didn't have last year. But to be able to utilize those weapons, they need protection up front. And I think if they can get that and they can have a solid running game, which we think Quinshon Judkins can be a very good running back in this league, he's proven it already, they can run the football like that, they can protect the quarterback. Then the quarterback doesn't have so much pressure to do it all himself and to be the guy. And he can just play within the offense and take what the defense gives him. And they're going to be able to be an efficient offense, moving the ball, scoring points. Will they score 40 a game? Probably not. They don't have that player at quarterback right now. However, they can be balanced and they can be hard to defend because they can put defenses in a bind because they can be physical up front, they can run the ball, and they've got weapons at receiver that can make plays, not only just catching the football, but catching the football, breaking tackles, and going the distance.
Is there anybody out there today that kind of maybe not even surprised you, but you're like, wow, that guy's really good?
Well,
other than Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin.
Other than the great Browns beat media and the radio guys over here, I mean,
you mentioned Denzel Boston. It seemed like
Denzel Boston was a guy that, talking to Zagura was like, wow, this guy's the real deal. Z's been hammering the table for months, years about, hey, we need weapons at receiver. To be able to get a guy like that in the second round and then all of a sudden he shows up and he is as advertised, if not better, makes you very, very excited because big, physical, can catch the football, make plays, and opens up you as an offensive coordinator and us as fans to be able to truly evaluate the quarterback play. It was tough at times last year to be able to really know who we have at quarterback because we just didn't have receivers that could catch the football. We didn't have receivers that could get open. So it's hard to evaluate everybody if you feel like maybe some of the things are going well on the offense, but the ball's getting dropped or the receiver's not in the right spot or they're just not getting open.
Joe, the University of Akron football team is doing a thing that you can win the opportunity to be the offensive coordinator for a day for the Akron Zips program against they're playing like Howard or somebody.
It's the first series is what
yeah,
it is.
the first
Robert
series.
Morris. They're playing Robert
Morris.
Bobby Moe.
All right, so let's say that this was Joe Thomas. What is the first how do you script that first drive?
First drive. Oh man, I'm going deep. Right off the bat. We're going play action.
Well, you want to convert some first downs, right? To keep the drive.
Well, I only get one drive, so I'm going big or going home.
You got to convert some first downs.
If I get 2 first downs and we made 15 yards or 20 yards and punted, like I don't
Hail
care.
Marys? Is that what we're doing?
No, I'm
here?
not saying Hail Mary. I'm saying hard play action. We're selling the outside zone and then we're going deep. That doesn't work. That's okay. We're lining right up. We're not getting back in the huddle. We're running another play, Chip Kelly style, 10 seconds later, and now we're going back to the outside zone. But I'm giving my quarterback the option to call it based on the strength of the defense. And then on third down, well, let's just assume we didn't get a touchdown on that, either one of the first 2 plays, which is unlikely. However, if we don't score on any one of those first 2, now it's third down. Now we'll spread them out a little bit. Now I'm just going to try to convert with a sticks play and then hopefully keep the drive going and just do it again.
Your guy Big Cat has bought season tickets already. We've all
Has he
sorts of
really?
people. Yeah, we bought all
my
sorts
guy.
of people have bought season tickets now trying to win this prize.
I love it. That's a great incentive. It's awesome. Bring the fans in. We should do that in the NFL. We'll talk to the Haslam, see what they think.
Might have to do that one in the preseason. All right, what's the latest on Hall of Fame Farms?
Yeah, so it's an exciting week for us. So the guys drove from the farm yesterday, all day, came out to Canton, Ohio. Fan Fest, as you know, is going on in the grounds of the Hall of Fame. Big festival. They got, food trucks, vendors, music, all sorts of media is going to be down there doing shows live from outside the Pro Football Hall of Fame. We've got a mobile butcher unit out there. We're not actually doing the butchery, but we've got all the meats. We have the meats. Sorry, Arby's. We're setting it up. We got our 27-foot freezer trailer out there, big tent. We got our friends Mr. Brisket smoking Hall of Fame Wagyu briskets for samples. We've got Ant's Barbecue from Youngstown, Ohio, doing smash burgers for sale. And then we're selling all of our Hall of Fame beef sticks, the jerky, the stuff that you guys love, all the fresh steaks. We got everything going on there. I'm going to stop by. Big activation, big opportunity for the first time ever to be able to buy Hall of Fame Farms products in Ohio. 10% discount, also extending it during Hall of Fame week to try to take care of our fans and our friends here in Northeast Ohio.
Now I'm hungry. Joe,
Yes.
It's great with you, buddy. Great to see you, buddy. Great
Appreciate it,
stuff. And enjoy this week. It's your week, Hall of Famer.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate you having me on.
Joe Thomas, Hall of Famer, HallOfFameFarms.com. When we come back, we'll react to what he had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
million in salary cap space for the Patriots. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Get your routine right during training camp. Listen to the pressers and hear from the players while you work. Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10. 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
For me, the joy that I had when I was playing football is if I could do my job and set the table so that the receiver and the quarterback can be the hero. They're the guys that throw the touchdown pass the fans are cheering for, the players are carrying them off the field. That gives me the greatest joy. That's what I want to do. And for this team to be successful, we think the defense is going to be pretty good. They have weapons at receiver now that they didn't have last year. But to be able to utilize those weapons, they need protection up front. And I think if they can get that and they can have a solid running game, which we think Quinshon Judkins can be a very good running back in this league. He's proven it already. They can run the football like that. They can protect the quarterback. Then the quarterback doesn't have so much pressure to do it all himself and to be the guy. And he can just play within the offense and take what the defense gives him. And they're going to be able to be an efficient offense, moving the ball, scoring points. They can be balanced and they can be hard to defend because they can put defenses in a bind, because they can be physical up front, they can run the ball, and they've got weapons at receiver that can make plays, not only just catching the football, but catching the football, breaking tackles, and going the distance.
The Hall of Famer himself, Joe Thomas, swinging by. Great stuff on how do you block this offense? How do you surprise people? How do you get this to a point where you can just take the load off the quarterback? And again, I don't think it's a mistake here that 2 times in the last hour we've had someone say the key to this thing activating a good offense is that offensive line being healthy and finding cohesion.
Well, and so part of that is trying to figure out what exactly Spencer Fano's role in that is, right? And trying to figure out the comments from Monken today. It had me not alarmed, just intrigued at the idea. Maybe he doesn't start the season at left tackle. Maybe we have an interesting dynamic on our hands here.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel chat for a second, and the first thing I saw is Spencer Fano a bust, basically. I'm slightly paraphrasing, and I was like...
That might be quick for that one.
I was like, all right, it's August 5th there. It's interesting. Like, this is when they were just kind of swapping 1s and 2s on the opening day of training camp, or that first padded practice. I didn't really think anything of it because, or not, it was last Friday when we actually talked to Spencer. I didn't really think anything of it because it's early and it makes sense that Monken wants Spencer to earn it. I still don't think a lot of it today. Like, it's just not because I already had concerns about Spencer being a left tackle. I've already been more open to the idea of maybe he ends up at left guard, right guard, or center at some point.
Sure. So
I'm not as siloed in the idea of the only way this is a success if he's a week 1 starting left tackle. They drafted a guy that people had questions about that. If he ends up being a all-pro right guard or center, people are going to complain about it until they realize he's a damn good football player.
Let me ask you if my read on it seems off or not. I think Todd Monken's got a lot of Mike Tomlin in him, and the idea that you have to earn it. And so what that is that he did the same thing with Broderick Jones when he was taken 14th overall in 2023. He didn't start week 1. He actually ended up starting week 5 because of an injury on the left side, and they moved him to the right side later on that year. But the reason why he didn't start was that Tomlin felt he didn't earn it enough. And Tomlin was like, he's going to put him through the trials and tribulations of it. I don't think Monken goes that far. I don't think he's going to take him to the idea of sitting him week 1, because that just so rarely happens with someone taken in the top 10, especially someone that you think is going to be the left tackle. But there is some of that in Monken. We saw it with Concepcion in Boston and playing with the number 2s as often as they have. Like, there's you got to see a earn it type mentality to him.
Especially in especially because I do think Spencer, when he does claim a starting spot, is going to be one of the culture guys, tone setters here. And I think if you're going to be a tone setter guy, you almost have to go an extra 5% past earning it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you got to show a little bit more, a little bit extra. And like at one point this offseason, you had mentioned the idea that maybe this is just a year audition for him at left tackle, and then ultimately he just kind of kicks inside, and that just is what it is. Well, if they look at the makeup of this team and how it works, you have a right guard spot right now that on any given day, I don't know if it's Tevin Jenkins, I don't know if it's KT Levinston, I don't know what it is. But what I do know is that Warhop can't stop talking about how much he likes DeJuan Jones at the left tackle spot right now. So maybe the end result is Fano ends up being your right guard, and you just start that way and see where it goes.
I still think it's early, but it's definitely an emerging conversation. Now, I got to say, I want a little bit of credit here.
Yeah,
I
okay.
like me some credit.
All right.
We talked to Joe for that entire 15 minutes, and the conversation off air was about butchering.
Yeah.
And I did not bring that on air. I did not. And honestly, that is about 90% of what I wanted to talk about with Joe.
And it seemed like it was like 90% of what Joe wanted to talk about.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
You guys
Yeah.
are just a couple butcher heads.
We
aren't
were
you?
vibing there. And I mentioned to him, I think I got to say, Joe's a very nice guy, always been very giving.
Yeah.
I think I earned a little bit of
I think so
love
too.
from
I
Joe.
definitely read that, by the way.
When I said that I want to learn how to butcher from start to finish, and I'm bugging my friends at Keller Meats in Medina to, hey, let me sit in with your lead butcher there. Let me figure this out.
Now, if we're just dumping credit buckets on everyone's front lawn, do I deserve some credit for maybe stepping back and being like, yeah, you guys got the
You
the
allowed
meats
that
convo?
bro hang to happen.
You got the meats
You
convo.
did. You didn't
going
try and go
on.
in and be like, I eat turkey.
Lesser
you didn't
people,
false step
lesser
it.
people would have jumped in and been like, "I've had a brisket once.
Yep.
Let's talk about it." But I was like, "Nope, you guys are talking way over my head right now."
You could have hopped in and been like, Joe, what kind of smoker should I get? You
Joe,
could
yeah,
have.
yeah.
I'm very happy for you.
Am I a green egg guy? Am I? I don't know. I don't know what exactly I am, but I know I want to
get you in that Traeger
I want to get
family.
on. You guys were talking levels above meat
Yeah.
that I've ever discussed in life at all. So it's good awareness not to bring it on the air, one, because I don't know. I don't know, but anytime people get passionate about things, I think people would have been interested. Like the two of you guys and the passion you showed, I could listen to anybody talk about anything if you're passionate about it enough. And between the two of you guys, like you can tell, like Joe's not just in it for the Hall of Fame beef glory. Like that's a man that genuinely loves his beef. You love your beef.
We're talking picanha over there. Oh my gosh.
I did think you might have stepped on it a little bit there.
Why is that?
I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you here. You kept bringing up the prices of beef and how
Oh, yeah,
expensive
yeah,
the
yeah.
beef was.
Well, I
And-
got to
and,
test him. I got to push him.
I didn't know if he left the conversation.
That's a Hall of Famer right there.
Feeling to himself like, geez, did I outprice my guy Nick Wilson? If Nick can't buy it or Nick isn't going to buy it, and I don't know.
Actually, sir, what we were talking about was the trendiness of certain cuts, like skirt steak. The prices jumped in like your big retailers because people realize that people actually like skirt steak. It used to be a cheap cut.
Yeah.
Brisket, and that's actually probably the best thing Joe said. Brisket about a decade ago was incredibly affordable. Go to any retailer right now and try and find a $50 cut of brisket. It's going to be a brisket flat.
Which
if
I
you're
never
lucky.
I never really enjoyed brisket that much growing up, and now the family. It's not that I didn't have it offered to me often.
Yeah.
And now that I married into a nice family that does brisket at basically every major holiday, I love
Smart.
brisket.
Yeah. So mine for my it was prime rib. Like my mom and dad used
love
to.
prime rib
they used
too,
to treat prime rib at like they would go out on New Year's Eve. And that would be like we got prime rib. That was like ooh.
I love it with the white sauce.
I didn't have prime rib until I was like 30.
I love
then
it.
I'm like, hey, my parents were right. This is
Good.
delicious.
At least you got prime rib. My holiday meat was always ham.
Yeah, no, we had ham or turkey.
Didn't matter
yeah.
what holiday it was.
Yeah.
Christmas, Easter, Thanksgiving, they'd pull out the ham.
Really?
We'd get turkey, too, for
Yeah.
Thanksgiving. But they'd pull out the ham as if it was like the expected meat.
Yeah, my mama would buy a turkey.
I like ham
Or no,
now.
she would do a ham, and occasionally she'd do some sort of bird. You never knew what it was. Was it chicken? Was it duck? Whatever.
A mystery bird.
But my favorite thing
That's
is
actually a great. That's what you got to pitch to Joe next time. Is a mystery bird. Put it on Hall of Fame Beef's website. You get a mystery bird. Some random piece is going to show up.
We're still talking about the bird.
Hello.
Hey-o. Have some Senka. But yeah, then my family would judge her ham based off whether it was too salty or not salty enough. It was a real.
Just can't get a win there, can't
Yeah,
she?
my poor mama could not get a
just
break
get a
there.
win.
But you have a thought here that nobody had a chance to be happy with this training camp. You teased this in the pre-show.
I feel
I've been waiting.
Well, thank you for giving me the minute to go ahead and express this.
That's all I want.
Yeah, it's all it needs, if we're being honest about it. I've been looking at this and I've been seeing this. If the quarterbacks were awesome, people would have been talking about how the defense is taking a massive step back between Rutenberg and losing Jim Schwartz and no Myles Garrett. So people would have been pissed about that idea. And if the defense had been great, like for instance it was yesterday in some respects, people would talk about how the quarterbacks aren't there and they're never going to get there. And what can you win without quarterbacks? And so we talked about this like damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario all the time, it feels like. But this is the epitome of that. I don't know that Browns fans could have found a way to be happy this preseason. Now you might say, well, how about both sides just be awesome? That's not really on the menu for right now, guys. It was either going to be the offense is going to look good and dominate today in one of these practices and the defense is going to struggle, or the other way around. And I think we kind of saw that today. The offense looked great today. Denzel Boston had amazing catches. Deshaun looked great. And the commentary on it was like, oh no, maybe this defense isn't as good as we thought it was. Maybe the defense is taking a step back. Maybe there's too many injuries that we have to be talking about.
So I think you're right. I think you bring up a really good point here. And again, like, we clearly want Shador to get the job. I have no problem saying Deshaun looked really, really good today, and that's all I could hear about. And it's interesting how there's a lot more agendas. And now I'm speaking mostly from the media side of things. There's so many agendas with this Browns team that I just don't have. I'm in a feel-good, pressure-free situation here because Vegas says they're not going to be anything. I disagree, but it's like, oh, we can just roll the ball out there and see where this goes?
Well, and the worst part, or I guess the nice part for people like us, is that if it does fall flat on its face and they stink, well, then we're in prime position for the 2027 draft. So did we really lose there, Nick?
I think people are already getting.
I think we lost.
I think there are people who are fearful about a 2027 draft. I just want to roll the ball out there. I just want to watch some good football.
Well,
as of today, I know I will care in January what happens with the 2027 draft. Today, I just don't know why. I like the kind of anxiety that people put on the Browns being too good is just insane to me. No, let's go see what they can do. Let's see how they compete.
No, but it's nice, the idea that if you do stink and it doesn't work and we were just wrong about this team and they're way worse than we thought they'd be, then you have the draft to fall back on.
When we come back, Darryl Ryder joins us live in Berea on 92.3 The Fan.
official reports. Harden was previously with the Browns, but was waived after the signing of Travis Bell. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Can the Guardians three-peat as Central Division champs? Talk about the Guardians anytime you want. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Catch Daryl Ryder and Coach Riz daily Browns training camp recaps on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page. Daryl and Coach Riz going to break down the storylines from each day's practice and, of course, your daily quarterback competition updates. And you can catch the recap each night on Overtime with Jake Volnick at 8:40. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now.
Nick and JP back out here in Berea, live from the, I will say, sunny abyss that is Berea. Many of the players going home, coaches going home, or at least staying inside the AC air-conditioned spot there. Had a lot of special guests today. We do have the lead coming up at in about 20 minutes. And again, Denzel Boston joining us at 6 o'clock today. Excited to talk to him.
Star of the day today, Denzel Boston.
We're probably going to have to ask him about it. But right now, to talk about practice, talk about the state of the Browns. You know him, you love him. He joins us today's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. Brought to you by Shivan Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl Ryder joining us live from Berea. What's up, buddy?
Hello, boys. Good to see you in person.
Very good to see you. It's a little different. Yeah, usually when I scoff, you can't see. Now you're going to be able to look right across there, and I'm going to be rolling my eyes.
You definitely sounded much better than Ashley Bastock did with it. When she did it's so nice to see you guys live. And it was just the most non-believable thing we've ever heard.
Yeah, I don't think she meant it.
I think she did mean it. I just think it didn't sound like it.
Are you trying to accuse her of faking it?
No, not at all. I think she genuinely meant it. I think she does the thing that I do every now and again where it comes out and it's like, oh, I didn't mean that to be as sarcastic as it was. But we just have to roll with that. But it's good to see you, Daryl.
It's good to be seen, better than viewed.
All right, well, let's start here. What were your takeaways from practice today?
Probably the best practice of camp. For a 90-minute practice, I thought the quarterbacks were as good as they've been because they've not been good the first 6 practices. If they can build off what they did today and as good as they looked, if they can do this going forward, I'm going to feel a lot better about that position group. The question is, can they do that? But I thought Deshaun Watson did a great job right out of the gate setting the tone in the first 11-on-11, 2 quick hitters to Jerry Jeudy. Then he found Casey Concepcion after a running play, and that just really set the tone for practice. The 11-on-11, the 7-on-7, the ball was coming out, all 3 quarterbacks in rapid fashion. They were more decisive today in their decision-making processes back there with it than we've seen in this camp. Typically, I could count to 4 and 5, and both Deshaun and Shedeur would still have the ball in their hand a lot of the times. Not the case today. So that was really, really good to see. Denzel Boston and Casey Concepcion continue to look great. Jerry Jeudy continues to look like he's interested in what they're doing offensively. So all in all, a very good day from my point of view from a practice standpoint.
What do you think got into them? Is it just the idea that Deshaun saw this competition slipping away, or do you feel like there was it seemed odd that the messaging yesterday was pretty obvious with how bad Deshaun looked, and then to respond the way he did today, it can't be coincidence.
Maybe he's been listening to me rip him. Maybe he's been watching the daily recaps on YouTube of me ripping him.
I've actually already taken credit for igniting the fire under him.
Yeah, you say ripping, we call it motivating.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're motivators. We're plain spoken motivators.
Basically Tony Robbins.
Yeah.
Listen, anything we can do to help, because Lord knows after watching the first 6 practices, they needed as much help as they could get. I mean, we were resorting to asking Todd Monken about Dylan Gabriel as a starting quarterback candidate for Week 1. That's how bad it had been. So it was great to see that today. I have to be fair about it. Dylan's been the most consistent of the 3 guys. He's often working with the 2s and the 3s, not getting a lot of one-team reps. But to see Deshaun and Shedeur, and look, I've seen more good out of Shedeur than bad. And, well, Deshaun just hadn't been really, really good at all. But today, Deshaun was really good. Shedeur was really good. Dylan was really good. There are a couple of times Todd Monken does what Todd Monken does, and that's stops things pre-snap when he sees something he doesn't like, whether it's things aren't lined up the way they're supposed to be, or maybe the play's taking too long or whatever. I like that about Todd Monken, that he's sticking his nose in there and, hey, listen, we're going to do things, guys. We're going to do it the right way, okay? And I think that's been very positive. But I did love what I saw from the quarterbacks today. And, again, can they do it tomorrow? Can they do it the next day and just continue to build on this and carry it forward? Tomorrow is the final installation day for this offense. So I don't know, maybe something's clicking. Maybe they're starting to understand the new playbook and the new lingo and whatever it is Todd Monken's asking of them, because up until this point, each and every practice has been situational that they have been working on. And again, tomorrow we get to the end of the line, and I guess on Fridays when we're really allowed to grade them, according to Monken, because the install's done, it becomes more scheme-oriented and whatnot, and I guess that's when the competition begins.
All right, so we played the Cam Wolfe audio from the NFL Network yesterday, where he talked about the Browns preseason Planet quarterback. Today, Todd Monken kind of came out and kind of pushed back on it, but we couldn't figure out what he was pushing back on. It sounded like he just regurgitated what Cam had reported yesterday, but while saying he may be embellished with that. I'm still very confused by what happened today. I
think it was Todd didn't appreciate that Cameron put that out.
Okay.
I think that's what it was. That, hey, we were having a private conversation. Yeah. I don't think it was the substance in the report or the accuracy of the report. I think it was, they were probably just having a conversation up in his office. By the way, it's great being the national insiders. They get better access than the people that cover the team do, as far as getting the private meetings and the private conversation.
I've had 3 private meetings with Monken.
Yeah.
You're not in on that?
Yeah. I thought you were in the corner.
No.
I thought they had a chair for you.
This is awkward now. Yeah.
We don't get those.
We had to tell Andrew Berry we've seen you too much already.
Yeah, we were like, he was like, hey guys, you want to go grab a? Yeah, and I was like, no,
please,
not again, Harvard.
We're busy.
I call him Harvard.
Okay,
yeah.
But he likes
you're
on that level.
He does. Yeah.
He likes that though. He thinks that's.
But
fun.
I think it was just the fact that got put out there. I think kind of maybe Todd didn't want that out there because obviously Mary Kay wrote about it and a couple of the others writers wrote about it as well. So. I think that's what it was. I don't think it had anything to do with accuracy. I do think that Bears will see one guy. The next week against the Bills, we'll see another guy, and then we'll get to see the Week 1 starter in that preseason finale against the New England Patriots, because Monken has been very clear, for the most part, we will see the starters quite a bit here in the preseason, at least to start these games.
How serious should we be taking the idea that Spencer Fano isn't consistently starting at left tackle?
I think pretty serious. I mean, Todd Monken, I thought, was pretty honest today about it. He does see a world in which that he isn't the Week 1 starter, and it's DeJuan Jones. And give DeJuan a lot of credit. He's been through a lot early in his career, a lot of injuries. Coming back from injury, not able to get himself into the right shape and whatnot. He looks fantastic. He really does. And you can see out there his hard work is paying off. Jared Verse is spending a lot of time with Spencer before practice. After practice, we saw him talking to Joe Thomas today. Todd Monken had mentioned before practice he really liked watching the Jared Verse thing yesterday after practice, because Spencer was getting it right away and understanding what Verse was trying to teach him. And so, but no, I do think that there is a possibility that Spencer Fano is not your Week 1 starter.
All right, Daryl. I've asked this question of a few different people, and everybody kind of ended up in a similar spot. The difference between this year and last year is last year they were selling a vision, whether it was Pickett and Gabriel, whether it was the way the offense was constructed, even Tommy Reese being the OC. I tried squinting real hard, and I still couldn't see it. This year, it's like, all right, I think they've got the depth necessary on O-line. I think all of a sudden you do have some playmakers at wide receiver. And I think it's not really built around the quarterback. It's built to support the quarterback as opposed to the quarterback uplifted. So, 1, do you agree? And 2, what's the key to that plan actually working out this year.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that, and I would have to agree with it. You look at offensively, the skill positions are very young for the most part. You're bringing in Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston. Both of those guys, I am tremendously excited about both of them. I think that they've been consistent, which is very, very important for young players. I look for consistency, and they're consistent day in and day out. So that's a very positive thing. Quinshon Judkins, very healthy right now. You would never know that he broke his leg and dislocated his ankle. Dylan Sampson looks good right now. Harold Fannin Jr. looks like he's ready to really build on what he did as a rookie. So I would agree with you, Nick, that they're trying to build around the quarterback so that the quarterback is like the missing piece of the puzzle here. Whether that solution is currently in the building or we're going to be having this conversation from January until the end of April next year of who that player should be that they're going to bring in here. But it does kind of feel like they're building the structure around the quarterback so that when they find that guy, they can really hit the ground running, and hopefully the supporting cast is going to be strong enough this year to help the quarterback out, whether that's Deshaun, Shedeur, Dylan, all of the above. But I do think that's the plan.
Daryl, great stuff, buddy. Great to have you out here. We're out here the next couple of days, so I'm sure we'll bug you again, but we appreciate you, buddy.
You betcha. I missed your cameo today on the video.
Yeah, you sneaky bastard. You hit it down there. You knew. It's like, and Nick's talking on the air. We can finally get this in. Did a little bicep kiss
Where'd you do it from? It wasn't over here?
Yeah, just straight down the line.
Yeah.
I think he walked a little farther than yesterday. I think he bet on the fact that my fat ass wasn't going to walk that far, and he bet right. Daryl, be good, buddy.
You bet, guys.
Daryl Ryder live here in Berea. When we come back, it's time for The Lead on 92.3 The Fan.
Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
We're your home for complete Browns coverage all year long.
I'm not going to decide who the starter is. The players decide who plays. They decide by their play. Their play decides who the starter is.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Browns rookie wide receiver Denzel Boston. He is the toast of camp, and he'll be joining us in 1 hour's time. Guys, if you've never heard a Denzel Boston interview, the man's electric. He's got a great personality. I'm excited to talk with him, JP, because he's, it's so funny. I was thinking about this, watching, and kind of prepping for our interview today, and thinking back to it. It's like he's the least receiver I've ever met, because there just doesn't seem to be an ego there. He just seems like a really nice kid.
Yeah, definitely not much of a diva. Concepcion the same way, too, though.
Yeah.
That's what makes that surprising. Between the two of them, it's very funny how that works. Ben Solak, who we talked to at 3 o'clock, who I left wildly impressed with, by the way, as you know. I'm not going to shut up about Ben Solak, okay? I was not
Solak guys.
I was not prepared to be that impressed by Ben Solak, and I was very impressed by Ben Solak. His Cleveland takeaways. You ready for this?
Yep.
Today? Denzel Boston. Next point, rookie wide receiver Denzel Boston. Third point, Browns second-round draft pick Denzel Boston. Fourth point, number 12 for the Browns, the wideout. Fifth point, Boston, the kid from Washington. Sixth point now, that big rookie receiver Boston, and then Denzel Boston.
Seems like he likes some Denzel Boston.
I think he likes some Denzel Boston, and we like some Denzel Boston. That was a great day for him.
I mean, we talked a lot about unlocking this offense, and I agree with Ben, by the way, from 3 o'clock today, that it starts with the offensive line, but you get that offensive line, and Denzel can give you something across from Harold Fannin Jr., and all of a sudden, again, can be very light lifting for the quarterback spot. Let's go ahead and get to the lead here. Browns head coach Todd Monken spoke with the media today. He pushed back on Cameron Wolf's comments about how the quarterback competition will play out in the preseason.
They're going to have their preseason games. Monken told me that he's going to start one guy the first preseason game. The other will start the second preseason game. At that point, they will start to go upon the process of making the decision for the starter. They obviously want to have one for week one, but they are not in a rush to make this decision yet. But Sanders' late practices in the spring and early practices in the camp have certainly helped himself in a competition that looked early on it might go Deshaun's way.
Cam took little liberties with what our conversation was like. Basically, we talked about that the quarterbacks are gonna play in the preseason, and obviously, if it's still a competition at that time, why wouldn't you start one and start the other, and then we would go from there. That was really what the conversation was. He wasn't wrong in what we talked about, which you've all known that they're going to play in the preseason, and someone has to go out there for the first snap. Thus, they would be the one that starts. But at this point, we're so far from that it's not really as important as what it kind of got made out to be.
Audio courtesy of the NFL Network. I did wonder if Monken was just surprised at how viral that the convo went and the comment went. Maybe he just wasn't ready for that necessarily. Optically, something bothered him about this, and I don't know why it would bother him if he himself says he spoke about it before to the press.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I was actually just talking with Daryl about this off air. What struck me about this is he made sure to push back on what Cam had to say, but he also didn't just kind of do like the typical tough talking coach thing of completely lambasting him.
No,
you know what I mean?
He's like, what he said was right. Like, that is what we talked about.
And so it's like, I just thought he handled it really well while also making his point. And the funny thing is, when it comes to the preseason, today notwithstanding, there's a part of me that'd be very surprised if we get to the preseason game game one and the thing isn't decided already. Shador has been consistently solid. I know today Deshaun had a
did
good
a lot
camp,
for Deshaun,
but he's going to have to do that at least one more time.
Well, he might have to do it in successive times.
Yes.
So you'd have to have today, and then tomorrow he's got to be awesome too.
So I think, and it's something you and I talked about, how beholden are you going to be to a plan you came up with 3 weeks ago if what your eyes are telling you is different?
And the impression I got was if it all looks like it was yesterday, then Monken's being very stubborn about this whole thing. And he clearly has a plan, and he wants to see that plan through. Today at least gives that plan a little bit more life and a little bit more juice, because now if you see it once with Deshaun, now you're trying to see, can I tap into that, and can I keep tapping into that? Did he actually turn the corner? And we'll find that out, obviously. Ashley Bastock, joined us last hour. She talked about what she saw from the quarterbacks today in practice.
I think, and we've kind of been talking about it as we were milling around, leaving the field. Like, to me, this was the best day we've seen from Deshaun Watson in camp. It felt like more so one of those spring practices that we talked about so much in May, where he was just being very decisive. He was stringing some throws together. Again, they're not really doing these move the ball periods yet. Todd Monken talked about that the other day. But to me, that's the standout. Like, he had a sort of rebound day. I think maybe we were expecting to see that more yesterday, and really we saw less of him yesterday. It felt like in those team periods, Todd Monken explained that today, they ran out of time. They were up against the clock at the end of practice, and they thought Shedeur Sanders ended practice really nicely yesterday. So I will say, though, I thought this was Deshaun's best overall day of stringing throws together.
So there's a few things here. One, Deshaun is just, I mean, the way people have talked about him in camp is just he looks, I mean, washed is the right word. So there's a part of me that's like, you know, man, that's got to be pretty brutal to consistently hear. Good that you got a day, right? Yeah. And the other big thing is just from the quarterback perspective, I like that this isn't, I like that if this keeps happening and Shedeur wins the job, you're not just going to be able to be like, oh, well, it was Deshaun losing it, not Shedeur winning it.
But even that, a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and again, right? So if Deshaun just goes back to what he had been the first 6 practices tomorrow and then for the next 6, we probably will get back to that narrative. But you're right, it's building towards that idea that Shedeur would have actually won this instead of it being Deshaun that just fell down in the middle of the race. And, of course you won the race. The guy you're competing against stubbed his toe and isn't able to finish the fit.
Browns legend Joe Thomas joined us last hour live at training camp. We asked him about Todd Monken rotating reps at left tackle between DeJuan Jones and Spencer Fano.
In college, they're running a lot of short passes. It's a lot of the quick run and shoot, fast passes, air raid type stuff, where the offensive line really, even in pass protection, they're not setting back. They're not setting off the line of scrimmage. It's aggressive, it's run blocking, it's short setting, and you're taking short, choppy steps. Now, Spencer's going to the NFL. You need to be able to cover more ground because your quarterbacks are dropping back. You're getting more of those drop back. You're pushing the football down the field. Your receivers are running deeper routes. You're going against Jared Verse, who's running very, very fast, 10 yards up the field from a wide alignment. You have to be able to cover that ground. So just making that change and that adjustment from being more of a short setter, being more aggressive in pass protection, to having to cover that ground and that space to be able to get to that spot 7.5 yards deep to be ready for contact against a defensive end. That's no fault of your own. That's just the nature of the business. And the second thing is learning how to get off the ball quickly at the snap. That's the number one advantage that we have. We know the snap count. They don't. In the NFL, defensive ends, you've seen him for miles. He beats the tackle off the snap, runs around him. You can't even get a hand on him. He gets the sack. You got to be able to learn how to win the snap. So that, in a nutshell, are probably the 2 things that I'm looking for from Spencer the most, to see that progression and that progress during training camp.
Todd Monken gave this storyline breath today. He is the reason why we talked about it as much as we have today, and why we'll continue to talk about it now as camp moves on until Spencer takes that left tackle position. He's the one that said it's not crazy to think that Spencer would not be the week 1 starter at left tackle. Now, in NFL history, Nick, it is crazy to have somebody that is taken in the top 10 not start week 1. It's just so few and far between. The examples are very, very, very low when it comes to guys that get taken that high not being the starter week 1.
They are making Spencer Fano work for it, and that's the way it should be. And especially if you're going to be a culture guy. And, I'm still pretty confident week 1, Spencer Fano is going to be your starting left tackle. But it is interesting. Like a week ago when we first started talking about this, it was kind of a nothing burger to me. A week later, it's not a huge thing, but it's certainly not a nothing burger.
I asked Coach Riz today, I said, Coach, what would your starting 5 offensive line be as of right now? How would you shape this thing up? How would you do it? He says he's making Spencer Fano a guard. That's what he said. He said he hadn't decided yet on exactly the left tackle spot, if it goes to DeJuan Jones, or if he'd actually move Jenkins over to the left tackle spot and then promote up one of the centers and start that way. But he says, as of right now, Fano would be a guard. That's the way he's played. If you're going to do the best 5 out there, Spencer would be there, but he'd be there as a guard. It's interesting. ESPN NFL analyst Ben Solak joined us today at 3. He called the Browns a mystery box going into the 2026 season.
The one thing you could really set your watch to as they went through a lot of quarterback struggles and inavailabilities and changes on offense and offensive line rotations is that, okay, well, at least Jim Schwartz and Myles Garrett will get your defense to a point that you can really trust that side of the ball. Ain't no more Jim, ain't no more Myles. I like Mike Rutenberg a lot. I spoke with him a piece in Atlanta a couple years ago, and you could just tell this is a guy who has a ton of energy, right? He's a very different personality than Jim. I think that a lot of what they did there in the passing game in Atlanta was impressive, so it's a cool sort of a hire. You go and you Wikipedia these coaches, try to figure out, okay, how does Todd know Mike? Surely it's, some crossover or anything. There's not really a lot of that. This is just a guy who he interviewed and he respected, and he clearly thought he was a sharp cookie. And so I like Mike a lot. I like a Denzel Ward and a Grant Dempitt. Both of them have been extended. I thought those make a lot of sense. Carson Schwester has been my dude since the draft process. There's a lot here defensively that I like, but you can't set your watch to the Browns defense the way you were able to the last couple of years, right? 23 and 25. And then offensively, there's a lot that could go well, right? I mean, they got young players. They got guys with juice. I love the fan, and Judkins had a nice season last season. I've heard the great reports about Denzel Boston. I'm excited to see it. There's certainly those reasons for optimism. It's August. That's how it works in the NFL. But you want me to, say with certainty this is what the Cleveland Browns will do well and hang their hat on? The score is a score. This is a first-year head coach. They're a heavily rebuilding team that doesn't know who their starting quarterback is, who had coordinator changes on both sides of the ball. They are a mystery box.
I knew Ben Solak knew ball. All right?
That's a ball knower.
That is a ball knower. I didn't know. Man's got a little aura to him.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he's got way more than you'd think in person. He definitely does.
And even kind of, he ain't here. I was caught off guard by the aura of Ben Solak, and I had some Solak stock previous. I'm looking for some Class A Solak stock.
I'm buying
now.
a lot of it. What's funny, sometimes you meet some of these national guys, and you think to yourself, how did he ever get that job?
Yeah.
Sometimes it just happens that way. And with Ben, you're like, I get it. I know exactly how he got that job. I would give him the job, too.
Yeah, another guy like that is Jonathan Jones. We meet JJ in person. Like, you see him on TV, and he's just such a professional. Mm. And then you meet him, and he's still incredibly professional, but there's just that little charisma to him, and you're like, good for you. Good for you.
One nugget out of his interview that we've not yet discussed that I think is really just interesting to think about. As many people that pile on Shedeur and some of the numbers last year, and we've talked up and down about how meaningless the numbers are essentially from last year, he goes there's no way to reroute, Nick, the idea that it was really, really bad and in the bottom of all sorts of different quarterback categories that you could ever drum up. But he made the point that with just one fewer interception and maybe 2 more touchdowns, it goes from being historically bad the way people view it, because there's only a 7-game sample size. It's such a tiny sample size that if you just took away 1 interception and added 2 more touchdowns, it looks much more manageable. It's more like middle of the pack. It's not as nearly as awful as people want to make it be. And it's funny how it just highlights how much of a big deal people made what such a tiny sample size actually was with Shedeur.
Finally, the Guardians called up Angel Hanoa, one of their top prospects, and designated Gabe Arias for assignment in a corresponding move. This brings me to a very deep question here. Were you surprised by this decision from the Gardos?
No, I'm excited that it's Arias, and it's not anything to do with J-Ram. J-Ram just taking the 1 day off, the extra day off again. Stephen Vogt says he doesn't think it's a big deal, and hopefully he'll be back soon. So, this was the best outcome imaginable for myself.
Yeah, my only problem is with the Stephen Vogt underplaying an injury.
Well, I don't know what to do with him.
It's 3 straight games. All right, sorry, 3 straight days.
Yeah.
We have 3 straight days off in baseball. That is pretty significant, especially when it's Jose freaking Ramirez on the hand that he's had the injury with.
I think he just tried to come back a little earlier than maybe he wanted to. He was struggling at the plate, and so now he's decided he needed a couple days, and hopefully then he'll come back tomorrow rejuvenated and ready to go.
I think it would be on the table, given that now all of a sudden they don't have a lot of production at AAA. It wouldn't surprise me if in a day or two that if Jose ends up having to go back on the IL, if all of a sudden Gabe Arias is taken off, because you can un-DFA somebody basically, take them off waivers. It wouldn't surprise me if that happened.
Nick, the time is now.
I like it. That is the lead when we come back. Preseason, practice, where the Browns going with this quarterback competition in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Well, every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Get training camp news and press conference alerts sent to your phone. Make sure you're following 92.3 The Fan.
Football talk coverage on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive here, live from Berea. Denzel Boston joining us in about 40 minutes' time. Very excited for that. Interesting news coming across the wire right now. The Rams trying out a pretty big name today. Aaron Donald worked out for the LA Rams today, per the NFL Wire, multiple reports of this. And what's interesting about it is, I think everybody agrees Aaron Donald's going to play for the Rams in 2026 if he's healthy.
Yeah.
It's just there's not a chance in hell that man is going through camp.
No, and like one of the big things he didn't want to do when they go to the college for the Rams, he just didn't want to do that part of it, and so he might end up appearing at some point in the next couple days when they actually leave that college, which is just funny to think of. He's like, I don't want to sleep in those dorms. I'm Aaron Donald. I'm not doing any of that. Also, other nugget on this, and maybe this does it. I want your honest opinion, and that's just you give me an unhonest opinion, but. He's doing a documentary, is the rumor on the streets.
Mm-hmm.
He's making, like, LeBron's got
Everybody's got a freaking documentary
LeBron's
these days.
got
Do we need a documentary?
Well, first off, I don't know that I'm interested in an Aaron Donald documentary, but, like, does that taint it for you a little bit, the idea that it seems like, and I don't know, maybe he'd be coming back anyway, but he's probably going to try to shop this big documentary. Maybe it makes him $20 million. Maybe it makes him $1 million. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just a passion project at the end of the day, and I'm completely misreading the value on an Aaron Donald documentary. But it does kind of make me think, like, are you loving it? Are you loving the game, or are you just doing this for a documentary?
No, we're in a weird spot here where there's a big part of me that's like, I don't know that I am rooting for Myles Garrett to win in L.A. Maybe this is different once we get closer to it. If the Browns are in the playoffs and they're in the NFC title game, I just don't know. There's just something about Myles that it's tough to root for him now that he's not in brown and orange.
No, I got the exact opposite, by the way.
But I could kind of root for Aaron Donald coming back playing part-time and getting, $5 million and another ring.
Yeah, I mean, I am rooting for Myles. I need to make it abundantly clear where I stand. I am not rooting for Kevin Stefanski, okay? Mm-hmm. If Stefanski fails, I'll take joy in it, okay? Some people are like, oh, don't do that. Don't take joy in people's failures.
He's one of those people.
He's a head coach of a football team. He'll live, okay? If he struggles as a head coach in his second stop, a lot of people that struggle as a head coach in their second stop, doesn't make his life all of a sudden suck. He'll be fine. But Myles, I'm rooting for Myles. I want to see Myles have success. No. I want the reason why he wanted to trade was to win a Super Bowl. I want him to get that. I feel like he is, in many ways, him being absent of that would make me sad, and so I want to see that for Myles.
Maybe it's because I'm watching Jared Verse in practice, and I'm watching.
Shouldn't it help you with that? The idea that Jared Verse wouldn't be here, obviously, if not for the Myles trade. But if the gap between Jared Verse and Myles Garrett 5 years from now, when we look back on this, isn't as wide as people once thought, it should help you swallow this pill.
No, not really. No, because I'm seeing what a leader looks like. I'm seeing what Myles said he was going to be but never was for 8 or 9 years. And again, I want to make it clear, I'm not rooting for him to fail. I want him to have his sacks. I want him to continue his path to Hall of Fame.
That sounds like you think he robbed you of something here.
No, I think he was part of the problem here. And when I say problem, I mean he was an insincere guy. He was a me-first player. And so I want him to continue to have the things that matter to him, stats. I want him to stay healthy. I want him to continue his ascension. It wouldn't bug me one day if he gets the sack record.
Here's the problem. Winning a Super Bowl would invalidate those thoughts, though.
What do you mean?
Because if you win a Super Bowl, then we can't look back and say Myles was the problem. Clearly, Myles wasn't the problem if he's on a Super Bowl winning team and is able to get the job done.
No, they already won the Super Bowl. I guess the thing is, Myles' personal talent can elevate you to win a Super Bowl, but if Myles has to be your leader, you are SOL.
I don't think they're asking him to be the leader, though. Matthew Stafford's the leader.
Exactly. But I get it. I do not wish him any harm. I can't wait to see him in Canton one day. Rooting for that. Good for that. That being said, no, I don't want him to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
no,
I'd be happy.
I'd like him being rewarded after what I think is not fulfilling his side. Like he did, and listen, when it came to his personal job of getting sacks, he fulfilled everything he could possibly have done when you picked him number 1 in 2017. When it comes to the human side of it, I don't know. I think Miles being a fake human being and a me-first player did not help the Cleveland Browns, and I don't really wish for it to help the L.A. Rams.
I think his talent was so great that it dwarfs the idea that he wasn't maybe the greatest teammate.
Yeah, I don't care. I think we should care more about that. What makes Joe Thomas so great is he is a Hall of Fame person and a Hall of Fame
you
talent.
can't get it all in life. I mean,
He literally did.
No,
Joe got it
but
all.
like when you draft Myles Garrett, you know who Myles Garrett is. When they drafted Myles Garrett, they knew that he was this introverted, kind of nerdy guy that likes dinosaurs, and didn't really have necessarily the greatest rapport with everyone at Texas A&M. Like they knew this, but they also knew he was a generational talent. He's lived up to being the generational talent while also staying true to who exactly he is.
Yeah, by the way, I'm also out on dinosaurs. Yep.
Oh, what a turn for the dinosaur
Yeah,
community.
the devil put the dinosaurs there, guys.
Well,
dinosaurs aren't real. Never were.
Stop it.
Have to say it now.
Yeah, in the dinosaurs versus Greek mythology discussion, Greek mythology is kicking its ass right now. I'll tell you that much.
Well, that's because it's mythology and not real. And dinosaurs and Greece. I've never been to Greece. Is Greece even a real country? These are things we know. I'm being facetious there for anybody out there, like a morning show that wants to take me seriously. That being said, let's go ahead and get to the preseason approach for the Browns here. Obviously, Todd Monken today pretty much admitted, hey, we're gonna do this preseason thing with the quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. And today's just an interesting conversation to have it because Deshaun actually had his best day, but it's not just Deshaun. I mean, people are saying Shedeur looked good and Dylan Gabriel looked good. It was a great day for the offense.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. Like I'm still of the point of if Todd wants to run this all the way through the end of the preseason, God bless him, I'm going to need Deshaun to stack a couple more of these days before I think the real quarterback competition won't be over by the time this weekend's over.
I think him doing it tomorrow would be about as massive as it gets for us having this back into being a real conversation. I think we need to see it in consecutive days. I think you need to see it consistently. One of the things we've all worked – Joe Thomas said it the best, right? Joe comes on here. What did he tell us? Anybody can do it for a day. Yeah, anybody can do it for a day. It's kind of like us in radio, right? We always talk about it's like anybody can have a good 4-hour show. Anybody can do it every day. You know, come day in, day out, and put together good shows. And like that's
I don't know.
I've
Heard a couple people who never had a good 4-hour show.
You're right.
Let me name them.
You're sure, but like
alphabetically, we start with the A's.
You can start with the idea that it's not the hardest thing in the world to accomplish one good day out here in training camp, and the weakest setup you're going to have for them to look good. Today was set to have them look good. 11 on 11s, no pass rushes. If you can't complete passes out here, you're never going to complete passes. Today was set up for the offense to look its best. Now, he still did it. Deshaun still did it. He deserves credit for that. But I got to see him do it a few more times. I got to see him do it in back-to-back days. Or I'm just going to think what I've always thought about him. Wildly inconsistent.
So what's interesting about this is, and again, I have no inclination, no want, no desire to see Deshaun Watson week one. To me, this should be Shedeur's job. I think he's the guy that offers you the most tangible hope now and beyond. And I think if you can get Deshaun, or you can get Shedeur to a solid level, and that's what we've talked about. He's been solid in camp. I think you can win a butt ton of football games this year, and I'll look like the fool saying it's a 7-win team. That being said, I mean, Deshaun playing well today, that it adds a little bit of intrigue here. I don't want to say it was getting boring because it's fun to watch. Like, it's fun to watch Shedeur make big plays, but having Deshaun swing that pendulum back in his direction, now all of a sudden it feels like we got a little heat to this, even if you still want to go to the big market, which is, the upper level, which is, well, Mike Sando's quarterback tiers have him 35th and 31st.
So something I told one of our media brethren about like 2 hours ago was, and this is just, we look at things from a content side. We just do. A lot of the times it's like, what does this do for us from a content perspective? And it was very obvious to me. If Deshaun looked as bad as he did yesterday, a week from now, people wouldn't be talking about the quarterback competition daily. We just wouldn't. This breathes life back into that. If Deshaun can string together a couple days, then yeah, it's not only a noteworthy competition, it's something we'll be talking about until they actually make that decision.
Now, what I think will be really interesting, and we're not going to get it from Todd, nor should he divulge this information.
Like who's in the lead?
Well, no, I mean, I think we know who's in the lead, right?
It should be Shedeur, but isn't that part of Cameron Wolf's reporting yesterday that Monken seemed like he wanted to go ahead and say, hey, I don't know that he should have been saying all that.
I think that was more about that getting outside the building rather than it not being the truth. But, like, I think it's going to be really interesting how steadfast or how much Todd Monken clings to a plan he had 2 weeks ago if things proceed the way they were up until today. Like, if we come back tomorrow and Shedeur's got the ones and Shedeur looks like the better quarterback and Deshaun has another unwatchable day, I don't know why you would need to see him in the preseason. I don't know why we need to wait till the second preseason game.
I think part of that is, and they want to see Deshaun have success. They're going to give him every chance to have success. And so I think the idea that they're going to let Deshaun either have the light bulb go on or let it stay off is part of why we saw him do what he did today, and why I feel like Browns personnel probably left today thinking to themselves, all right, maybe there is something there. Maybe the first 6 days wasn't reality. Maybe there is something there. And so I think for Monken, I think he wants to see him in preseason action. I think he wants to see him in the joint practices. And I think he's trying to exhaust this as long as he possibly can, because he really has to know with certainty that what we saw for the first 6 games or 6 practices is who Deshaun Watson is.
Well, so we're in an interesting spot here, because on one hand, if this thing truly takes till 3 weeks from now, then that's how long it takes. But there's a difference between it truly taking that long and holding out any hope that at some point Deshaun's going to figure it out. And I think that's where I struggle with. Because the second that you kind of say, all right, we're wasting our time with this Deshaun thing, there is an element of the sooner you can name the starter, the better, just from getting whichever quarterback wins it ready for week 1. So, I'm torn because, again, I want them to take time. I want this to be right. I want the locker room to feel behind whatever quarterback they choose. At the same point, if Shedeur keeps winning these practices, well, why don't you just get the kid ready for week 1?
Well, and that's why a day like today where Deshaun looks so good, it might have set back Shedeur in the long term. Like the idea that if you could have just named it a week from now because Deshaun continues to struggle, then maybe that's what's best. You know what's funny about this? We actually talked about this yesterday. You had made the case that you'd wanted it to be very conclusive at the end of this, that one quarterback was just significantly better than the other. Mm-hmm. That's what you hoped. I watched more of the NFL Network last night and some of the Cameron Wolf pieces. Another takeaway he had from Monken was that Monken wants that as well. Monken wants this to be decidedly so in one quarterback's favor over the other, and a day like today just kind of muddied that up. It muddied up the idea that Deshaun Watson is just bad at football and doesn't know what he's doing right now, because today he looked the exact opposite of that. Today he looked competent. Today he looked like an NFL quarterback, a guy that has a clue.
216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. And, of course, Nick Talk. By the way, the Shedeur content, very good for the Nick Talk. We're very much appreciating it.
Always has been, always will be.
Thank you. Wrist up. That being said, do you think, what do you guys think about the Browns preseason plan at quarterback? The idea both quarterbacks have to start a preseason game, and then maybe we'll get a decision. And Anthony Lima failing to get the bid made the bit even funnier to me. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer. Nick Wilson here for
seamlessly. Stop juggling software and get back to growing your business. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the only radio station in town that can deliver the play-by-play of the Hall of Fame game and the Super Bowl. The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Browns rookie receiver Denzel Boston coming up in just about 20 minutes' time. Excited to interview him. JP was a fan going back before the draft. And I got to tell you, I'm a fan of the human being that I've heard in interviews. Excited to talk with Denzel Boston. And again, about 15 minutes now. Interesting quote coming from Stephen Vogt. Of course, Jose Ramirez not in the lineup tonight. The third straight off day for him. And Voter saying he's feeling much better today. He's going to need another day, but definitely progressing really, really well. Talking about Jose still working on that soreness in his surgically repaired hand. So if they don't owe us honesty, but if they are to be believed, it looks like Jose really could be back soon.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's one of those things where, again, you instantly think of what could have happened today, and just in your mind playing ahead of it. Arias being designated for assignment, bringing up now, you're like, what? How does Jose stack into this? How does he work into this? And so hopefully, Jose's back soon.
It's a real shame that Howard Stern is only going to be doing one show a week.
Yeah, why's that?
Now. Instead of hey now, he could really get some mileage out of the now. No?
You think Stern is looking at third baseman for the Guardians and names?
I think he should. I think if he wants to stay in this business, he should.
Yeah.
Wants to keep making those $100 million deals, I think he should.
Well, you know how this goes. Stern's been around radio for a long time, and I feel like that just gives everyone the green light to tell everybody how to do their shows.
That is fair. By the way, we're there too.
Is that right?
Yeah. I like to go around and tell everybody how to do their show. Now, I'm just seeing some tweets here. Andrew Siciliano tweeting out about an hour ago talking about Jared Verse was still on the field signing autographs 45 minutes after the practice ended. Aditi Kinkabwala quote tweeted that and said in the last 24 hours she saw the footage of Jared Verse telling Mason Graham that he was about to double his previous career sack high. And Munkins raved about him, and we saw the Spencer Fano video. So, one, Jared Verse really does seem to be every bit the human that you need him to be. And two, I can't be the only person that found it mildly funny that Mason Graham, 1 year in the NFL, that was last year, so his previous sack high was 0.5 sacks.
Yeah, I know.
So I know. Enjoy that one sack this year, kiddo.
It's just like
maybe it's almost to like quadruple.
It's almost mean. Like, did he just assume that Mason had like 3 or 4? It almost seems mean when he finds out that it was just half of a sack.
He was probably thinking about the pressures. That's what he was saying. He was like, I know this kid had like 26 pressures last year.
So it's funny. Have you seen Mason Graham up close and personal at this camp at all?
No.
I got close.
How close?
Pretty close.
Ooh.
He looks different than he did.
How so? To get a haircut?
He's still country strong, okay? Like, he's still country strong. But remember that, I don't know if last year at any point you saw that video of him he was like shirtless near his apartment that he has in Cleveland, and it's him just walking around. And you're like, there's not an ounce of muscle on this guy at all.
Uh-huh.
Like, this guy just, again, that's why I always call him country strong, because there's just no muscle there. There's no definition there.
Oh, I thought it was that he was so muscular that you couldn't define the muscles.
No, it
was too muscular.
He's got the muscles. The muscles are there, but it's not nearly defined. No, that was the problem. And so
misunderstood.
And in that video, it's like you're like, he looks like a frat bro that just kind of lost his shirt the way frat bros do, and looks like they've had a lot of beer and not much else. And anyways,
tell me about it.
Long story short, I saw him today, up close and personal. Wouldn't you know? He's got muscle now.
Oh, look at that. Found it.
Yeah, he's got muscle. He definitely found it
in the offseason.
It's as if he shifted his whole entire muscle from his whole entire weight from like down here and moved it all up top.
Good for that.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see what he can do this year. I really am.
right.
And I don't know if he's 320 or not. Sam Monken wanted to know if he's a true 320. I could not confirm or deny that because I'm not a carnival barker. I didn't have him step on a scale, but he did look drastically different compared to when we saw him last year at this time. He looked drastically different in my opinion.
Could be deceptively big like myself. Like I always get like, oh, you're not that fat, right?
Yeah,
you're not that heavy.
You don't look that heavy.
Right, and I am that fat. But I don't look that fat. Maybe that's a Mason. You don't look that buff. Now all of a sudden he is 320. Now
look pretty buff.
We got to talk about somebody who just fails to get the bit. Not only do we have to, I want to make it very clear what happened yesterday.
Okay.
We were responding to shots taken at us from everywhere.
Everyone took shots at us. We didn't even start any of them.
Lance Lame-ass was taking shots at us. Baskin and Phelps were taking shots at us.
Yeah.
The Morning Boys. So all we did yesterday
we just responded.
Was respond.
It was a day of response.
And you would have thought that we came out here and we were heckling school children.
I didn't really feel very loved by the station yesterday, if we're being honest about it.
That's fair. I also don't necessarily care whether I feel loved by the station.
I don't really either. But
the check clears no matter what.
You'd much rather be loved than whatever that was yesterday.
Cheap shotted?
At least light.
Yeah.
At least
cut
light.
blocked. That's what we got.
I don't know what
we
that
already
was.
dealt with Baskin and Phelps today. Those ornery bastards. But Lima, and again for the second straight day.
You and Lima, are you guys going to be okay by Friday?
I don't know.
You guys seem like you have a real thing going on.
I don't know what I did to Lima,
You
but
guys
I
have
am
been-
all the way in his cage.
You guys have been going back and forth for a long time now, and
I
usually,
thought we were having fun.
That's what I thought too, but it seems like it
feels real personal from the Lima side of things.
It got real personal at some point this week, and I don't know where it crossed. I don't know when it crossed, but it definitely crossed. I don't know about you guys.
I mean,
now.
I am hoping that every time they use our content to recap our show, which we appreciate, by the way.
Lima's taking digs that he normally doesn't take.
I know.
That's
and
the worrisome part for me and you guys, getting along.
I don't know if it's the repeated Fat Harden jokes that he's upset. I don't know if, again, he's getting older, right? He's slowing down.
You think he's more sensitive to these things
Maybe
now?
a little bit more sensitive. Like, everybody's always teased Ken. Ken will call himself a sensitive boy. I think we might have to start really looking at the fact that maybe Lima's a little bit sensitive here.
I don't know. And the shots that he's taken though is it's not very like him.
All right, so let's go ahead and do this. So again, yesterday, the prevailing bet on the show is we jokingly clout chase, right? We ask for a follow on social media, or I'll ask for money from someone that just signed a big contract.
You ask for a job.
Lima didn't like the way we handled the Denzel Ward interview.
We only get so much time with these guys. I don't think we spent a lot of time mentioning other radio show hosts during that privileged time. But the other part of it is, I don't know. I didn't get into this business to kiss ass to that level.
Yes, you did.
And that is like all-time kiss ass. Like, remember who's hyping you up in camp? It's like, yeah, you guys do it every year. So it doesn't mean anything if that's what you do every year because you have the feel-goods of being out at camp, which I remember when I had the weekend show, I was out at camp interviewing Alex Shiner and whoever they would throw in front of me. And that was when I was early in my career, and I was wanting to say good things. And because it was the first time I had really gotten a chance to do it. I'd covered camp with the Jets when they were coming off the AFC Championship game, so that was a really good team. But I remember when I was just doing the weekend shows, I was like wanted to be Johnny Feelgood, but like when you're hosting an everyday show, the fans want you to be real. And I think kissing ass to Denzel Ward to that level, and he had fun with it, which is good. But like that's not why I got into the business. Other people might have. And now why they threw you in there? You've been very positive about the team.
I picked them to win 5 games one year, and a guy called in and said I was the biggest homer in Cleveland radio history. And then they won no games that year.
Now, do you think if
all I can say to everybody is you better get your tickets for the Crushers game on Friday night because Nick and Lima will be there, and I got Lima calling a guy a kiss ass on the air 2 times over.
That is all time. Like, can you imagine that?
That's strong stuff.
I wasn't going to go. I'm going.
Can you imagine that in like Philadelphia or New York? Like they would never.
Oh, they wouldn't do it in Philly. Oh, you got me, Limer. Him not getting the bit is maybe the funniest. I always thought the bit was funny when you do stuff like play it up, like, hey, remember who likes you? Because, of course, they're not going to remember who likes you.
Yeah.
That's the bit.
That's the bit.
The idea that the bit guy at the station, the guy who tricked people into Justin Tucker having a contract issue and 1.3 million fans, him not getting the bit, I think we have to pour one out for Lima.
I just don't like.
I think he's lost his fastball.
I just don't like how he's trying to dictate when we can and cannot like something. So
Yeah.
it's okay when he likes the Cavs. That's fine, but then with the Browns, we have to all be negative. Like, do we have to just only go to his opinion?
Well, remember, if Lima likes
is that
something,
what that is?
it's real. If you like something and
Then
he
you're
doesn't,
just not being real.
I think it's performative.
I just don't. I'm just.
Yeah,
it'd be
that's
impossible to
interesting.
try to even keep up. If I was trying to do a show for Lima to entertain just Lima, it'd be impossible to keep up.
Also, not for nothing.
Good thing we're not.
We don't wear brown and orange colored glasses every year. This would be the show that doesn't do that. I was the one telling
often
people
accused of not doing that.
I was the one telling people, and you were as well. Take the under last year when I think it was
how we were so negative with Stefanski when they were over there going to galas. But no, what was that?
I think there was some ass clown in the morning talking about Kenny Pickett as if he was the second coming of Jesus Christ. I think his name's Anthony Lima. So it's interesting. It's interesting to me how the guy who I think was much more of whammer for the Browns last year, I know it's a different sport, but you and saying, he's the guy now saying, well, because Shador's the quarterback, you can't possibly believe this. I got to say, his beef with Shador is poisoning the well with Browns fans, and I think with other members of the station. And
you know me, I've always just been a Ken Carman guy. So.
We've always been Ken Carman guys. We have to continue to be Ken Carman guys.
I can't say enough nice things about Ken now. You see what you've done, Lima? Now I just want to wax poetic about how great of a host I think Ken is.
I mean, listen, that's why the one name goes first, and then there's another one.
He really is all time.
Which one?
Ken Carman.
Oh, yeah.
Mount Rushmore of sports talk radio.
Again,
in the city.
it's the Ken Carman Show with Anthony
Just
Lima.
want to make that clear.
Yeah, the Ken Carman Show. Anthony Lima. Denzel Boston. We'll kiss his ass in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Cleveland Browns head coach Todd Monken laid out his plan to name a starter for the regular season, saying that both Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders would start a preseason game. The leader after the two starts will likely start the third and final game on August 27th against the Patriots. The competition has been a struggle for both QBs, and Monken had originally wanted to name a starter at the start of the offseason training program. The Browns open the season on the road against the Jaguars on September 13th. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where he can get a battery for under $100. Lonnie, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Lonnie does that for free too. In no time at all, John is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Last week, New York was trading at 13% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $712 with a win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for an engagement ring. Stop in and see Josh at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping is made easy and comfortable. BookmanandSon.com.
Time matters. And at Mr. Hero, we agree. Order online, then skip the line, and enjoy all your favorites, hot and fresh. With plenty to choose from, there's always something to crave. Hungry yet? Order now at MrHero.com.
I crave the hero.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor and call a Groundworks company. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Schedule a free inspection with Ohio Basement Authority, a Groundworks company.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan Hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan Studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores. The Browns are back in Berea. Hear the news right here and read all about it on the Odyssey app. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights in Odyssey Sports Station, the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports Update brought to you by University Hospitals. With nationally recognized experts in compassionate care, University Hospitals is here for you. News broke Tuesday night that Cleveland was reportedly calling up switch-hitting shortstop Angel Gano. That report now confirmed by the ball club, also announcing the corresponding move of designating Gabriel Arias for assignment. Gano has put together an impressive season down in the minors so far, batting a .309 with 17 doubles, 10 home runs, and 32 RBIs. He is slated in the lineup tonight at third, batting ninth, as the Guardians are back at Progressive Field for Game 2 of their 3-game series against the New York Mets. Stephen Vogt gave a little update on Jose Ramirez after missing yesterday's game with left wrist inflammation. That's the same wrist he had surgery on. Vogt saying he's continuing to progress but needs one more day. Despite the loss yesterday, the Guardians remain 3 games behind the White Sox in the American League's Central standings after Chicago's 14-2 loss to Boston yesterday. Over in Berea, the Browns continued training camp this afternoon. Head coach Chad Munkin saying the quarterback competition is still unfolding and the team is continuing to evaluate how playing time will be split in the preseason between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. Reports out of Berea from today's session indicating it was the best Watson has looked at camp yet this offseason. And Live Golf has launched new financial backing from an outside investor, a move that CEO Scott O'Neill says will keep the league operating beyond this season. O'Neill made the announcement Wednesday at Trump National Golf Club in New Jersey, where this week's Live Golf tournament begins on Thursday. He did not reveal the identity of the investor or the size of the investment, but league officials saying they expect to finalize the agreement in the coming weeks, with the deal expected to close by September. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
The Browns and Guardians are heating up the Cleveland sports scene in August, and this is the place to talk about it. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
All right, back in Berea, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We got plenty to get to on the show, but as all show long, we are out here in Berea at Browns training camp, and now we are very happy to be joined by one of the Browns' top picks this year, wide receiver Denzel Boston, who's making a big splash in camp. I just want to make sure to butter you up before we get you on. Hi, Denzel. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Well, not only were we excited, Jonathan was one of the big Denzel Boston supporters in Cleveland before the draft there.
Yeah, we're talking like months before the draft.
Yes.
I isolated you out as my guy.
Yeah, he did.
So,
he did.
And you're living up to it right now. You're making me look really good. So we're lockstep right now.
Yeah, let's keep on pushing to that step.
That's right.
But it's interesting to watch you kind of anybody that might have had doubts about you, how you're just kind of answering a lot of questions here. Did you come in with a mindset of people thought I was a first rounder, I went to the second rounder, and I'm ready to prove people wrong?
Yeah, I don't think it's about proving people wrong necessarily. I think for me, I thought I was a first rounder. I believe I'm one of the best, if not the best receiver in this class, so it's all about proving myself right at the end of the day.
Isn't that kind of your whole journey in a way? You're behind a Dunze and Washington and all these other great Washington receivers. And you just kind of bide your time until you get to, it being your time essentially. And then you take over and you dominate the Big Ten. Is it kind of how you feel like the NFL is going to go? You're just kind of, you make a splash right away, but it's all about biding your time. And in the end, you'll be right?
Yeah, I believe so. That's how I'm trying to exactly go about it.
So I'm always curious. We had Spencer Fano on last Friday. I'm always curious, what's the difference in prep, getting ready for your first NFL camp versus what you did in college? Did your preparation for the NFL camp, your first NFL camp, differ from maybe how you approached camp in college?
I'd say for sure. Just because in college, it's all structured for you. So the coaches bring you back before, and you're doing summer workouts and stuff like that leading up into camp. But with the NFL, it's kind of you're on your own. You know what I mean? We get that little 5-6 week breaks, and then we're back to camp basically right when we get back. So I had to change my approach to making sure, staying on top of my routine, making sure I'm getting the work I am, and making sure that I'm taking care of my body at the same time.
What's been the hardest adjustment? Is it been the playbook? Has it been the speed? Is it the physicality?
I'd say definitely the playbook. We have a very complex playbook, I would say, here with the Browns. And coming from my last playbook, it was more simple, but it was still an NFL scheme. But this is just more complex, more motions, more different types of ways to get players open, and just a lot of aspects that go into it.
We always hear rookies come in and say, I knew the NFL was faster. I knew it was a different thing, but you don't know until you know. Are you finally comfortable, or are you still kind of working through that transition to the NFL here?
I want to say I'm comfortable, but at the same time, I still am working through that transition. I feel like I have I'm up to speed with mostly everything going on. At the end of the day, it comes just, the league is just a different beast. Everyone's the top of the top athlete of where they came from. So I think, just making sure that you stay on top of it and just stay in a good routine, and then it all kind of plays out for you.
What do you think something is going to be with your game that Browns fans will see that maybe they didn't see necessarily at the college level? What has evolved with your game?
No, I think definitely just the way that my burst has definitely increased a lot. Coming off into this last season at UW, I was basically right off the training table. I had surgery during the off season and stuff like that, so I didn't really have an off season. I was just in the training room all the time. So being able to have a full off season, I think being able to really grow myself in different areas when it comes to my route running, comes to my spurt, my speed, my burst, and all that type of stuff, I think that's really going to show.
I think it's always interesting because, you can have 53 guys, 54 guys in a locker room, and everybody is driven by different things. Because it's the first time we're talking, what drives Denzel Boston?
What drives me? I just got a lot of big goals that I want to do for my family and stuff like that. And also just I love football. I couldn't see my life without football. So, I have this I'm super grateful for the opportunity that I have to be in this league. I know so many players that would, kill to literally be in my position. I think making sure that I make the most of it, and then again, just proving myself right that I am exactly who I say I am.
When did you first know? Do you remember the first time you realized that you love football and you love playing the game?
Yeah, I was about 6 years old. I don't know. Ever since I was 6, I've always told my parents I was going to go to the NFL. In elementary, they ask you, what do you want to be when you grow up? I always say, I want to go to the NFL. And so it's always kind of just been that for me.
Were you just always awesome at it, or was it the type of thing that you loved first and then became awesome at it?
I would say I was always pretty good at it, but, it came with work. My dad had me in the backyard running plays, and me and my brothers always playing football in the backyard and stuff like that. So I think all that stuff kind of played a role.
Is that why you think you're such a good route runner? Was it your dad kind of in the backyard making you run routes instead of just being like, here's a straight line speed, go?
Oh, no, he didn't teach me routes. He was my quarterback coach. I played quarterback when I first started playing football. But I think that comes from, just learning from guys above me, from my time at UW, being able to learn from them, having great receiver coaches there, and then coming here and being able to evolve more. I got one of the best route runners in the league with Jerry Jeudy right there. And, taking hints off of him, Coach CJ and Coach Munkin just always coaching me up on my certain different things.
As Jeudy maybe taught you the most from a player perspective then?
I'd say for sure. After every route, I'm always asking him, hey, what do you think I could have done better here? How's this break? How's this looking? He'd always just give me good input.
So I'm always you mentioned you kind of came up as a quarterback. And so I do think wherever you started in the other positions, you learn different things. And so you might have a different vantage point if another receiver came up as a running back or as an offensive lineman, as improbable as that sound. How does being a former quarterback, how did that impact you becoming a receiver and how you see the receiver-quarterback dynamic? Yeah,
when I was a quarterback, I know, I had my one guy when it came to receiver. I always knew I could always trust him in any given scenario. And we ended up having a lot of sleepovers and stuff when we were younger and stuff like that. And what I'm saying with that, and then also being able to switch to receiver, and it kind of helped me with being able to understand defenses and knowing where the holes are going to be, knowing where the openings will be in certain moments, and knowing how the defense is going to play as a whole. And then I also just understanding that relationship that you need to build with your quarterback. some people can say you don't need a connection to have a good quarterback-receiver play, but at the end of the day, like, the more the quarterback trusts you and the more you trust him, the more you guys are going to play better together.
How long does that take, building that rapport?
Oh, I think it depends on every person. You know, I feel like you could really build a good connection within a weekend or even a few days. But when it comes down to something long-term like this, I feel like it's something that's built over time, you know, over a couple months, over a year maybe. And that just comes with, you know, being able to spend time with each other outside of football, understanding who this person is outside of football as well.
Which defensive back has given you the toughest time so far in camp?
I mean, I'd say all the cornerbacks have gave me a good, you know, we've all had very competitive reps, you know. You know, for sure, Denzel Ward out there on the edge, you know, he plays a different type of defense I haven't seen before, and I'm still trying to break him down. But it's been great battles with him. It's been great with Tyson and Trey Avery and D. Ross as well. So, you know, we all just been battling it out.
I'm going to shock you here, Denzel. In our younger days, neither myself or my partner ever played wide receiver. Yeah, that's not what we were built for.
Shocked.
I know you're looking at me and you're thinking he's got some moves here, but I don't.
Might surprise. I don't know. 6'2", 220.
That's
like
true.
maybe
Put
I had
me
a
in
chance
phone
back in the
booth,
day. Maybe
and not a damn thing's going to happen.
No.
I'm going to get stuck. All right, but I do want to know, like, what's when you're out there and you're playing with Deshaun versus Shedeur, how much of an adjustment is it going from each quarterback, just in terms of what you can expect and maybe how you're thinking about, you know, being the best receiver for each individual quarterback?
And, you know, that, exactly what you just said. I just go around and just be the best receiver I can be for the quarterback that's there at the time. You know, I can't control rotation. I can't control any of that other stuff. There's not really any other approach. I've never had, like, a stable quarterback, even from high school through college. You know, I've kind of always had because when it was my time, Mike had left, and then it was Will Rogers for a year, then Damon Williams. In high school, I had 3 different quarterbacks as well. So for me, it's just go out there and make plays, you know, do your job, you know, make the quarterback look good.
What has surprised you the most about being around Shedeur Sanders, and in particular the type of ball that he throws?
You know, I think what surprised me most is just how much, like, he just has this aura of just confidence that sheds on to other people as well. You know, he comes in the huddle, is very directive, and he just knows how to give people a lot of confidence when it comes up into the next, like, into those big plays.
So it's interesting. You're a great interview, and I'm not just saying that because you're with us here. I heard you after the on the Browns radio network after you got drafted. You got a great personality here, but for those people who they like to know more than just the football player, what else drives Denzel Boston, or what else are you kind of interested beyond just football?
Beyond just football, I know, you know, after football or when the time is right, I want to start like in a exotic car rental business. Okay. Have those paid off themselves, and then start a full-scale dealership, and hopefully, you know, grow off that. And then also, you know, obviously I like cars. I like fashion and all those cool things, flashy things. And then, you know, I like to cook. I'm also a great chef on the side. You know, I try to cook all my meals at home when I'm not eating at the facility. And then I can bake some mean streusel cake muffins.
So we got to get you on the Food Network.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Bam. I love it. What's your favorite dish to make?
When it comes to food, I like to make soul food. So I'll make I'll make some yams, mac and cheese, some greens, make some fried chicken or some fried catfish if I can find it at the time, and then, you know, just maybe throwing a little Kool-Aid on the side.
You can tell we're both hungry right now.
Yeah. Well, me always hungry. All right, so what's your car? Like, you say you're a car guy. I like muscle cars. So I like muscle cars and old square body trucks.
And not just cars, exotic cars.
Yeah.
And so I'm expecting something unique here.
Yeah, no. I got a Mercedes-Benz. I got a GLE 53 AMG. It's like a sports SUV. That's like kind of been my thing as of recently, is like sports SUVs and stuff like that. So I got that's my baby right now. I call her Chanela, and that's my baby. Yeah.
I once had an Impala. It was Paula the Impala. I love naming cars.
I usually called my cars when I was younger POSs. That's what I called them. That's what I drove. I didn't have a BMW. So how did you get to the car name? How did you get to? All Paula is stuck in my head. Yeah. Chanela. How'd you get to that name?
Yeah, you know, I don't know. When I think of like my car, I don't know why I think of a feminine name. But I don't know. Like, I didn't name it for like a year, and then I was out here. And then I think it was like a song, something about Chanel. And I was like, Chanela. And I was like, no, that's his car's name now, Chanela. And that's how I just kept it.
Do you have like a dream car, like the one that we see when you roll up, I don't know, after your first extension gets signed, and we're like, oh, I'm so happy for Denzel. He talked about one in that car, and he got that car.
Yeah, definitely the Bentley Bentayga Speed.
Okay.
I had a company let me kind of lease one for a little bit, and that was the best experience of my life. At first it was a Rolls Royce, the Cullinan, but then I got in that Bentayga speed, and I was like, I need that. So.
Yeah, I'm driving a really nice Ram truck right now, feeling the same way. All right, so I do want to know, rookie year here, it's easier for wide receivers because you guys have stats we can track.
Right.
What's the goal for year one for you?
You know, right now, I haven't even set any goals right now. I'm just not trying to put any external pressure on myself when it comes to just myself. You know what I mean? Just always constantly thinking about that stuff. The one goal I do have is go out there and just make the best of every opportunity that I get on that field.
I was playing with Concepcion. I feel like some rookies, you think to yourself, like, well, hold on, he's going to take some of my targets. But the two of you guys, seems like it works pretty flawlessly so far.
Oh yeah, I think our skill sets complement each other very well. You know, with me having size and being able to stretch the field, but then also with his quick twitchiness in the inside and the slot, and then him also being able to stretch the field, I think that it's just a very good, great compliment.
All right, Todd Monken, first year as head coach here in the NFL. How does he compare to your college coach, Jed Fish?
They're pretty similar. You know, when it comes to, like, even like the meeting rooms after practice, like the way that Coach Monken coaches us, you know, the route trees and all that different type of stuff. I'd say it's very similar. Now, of course, Coach Monken got his own spice when it comes to the way he coaches and the way that he addresses the team, but very similar.
You made him mad yet?
Made him mad?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I did get sent the clip the other day about me talking about the meeting, so I don't know. But he seems we've had some good conversations because I just got a puppy. So he's been like, how's the puppy doing? Da, 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 da. So, you know, I think we're good. I think we're in a great spot.
Is the puppy also named Chanella?
No, I want to name the puppy Grim.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to name him Grim.
Why Grim?
Because he's all white. And he has a spotted nose, and I just think that fits him a lot. But I got to see his personality. You know how dogs work. You got to get the personality.
What kind of dog do you get?
It's a pit bull mix.
Okay.
Yeah.
You get him from here?
I got him from here. I adopted him from here.
I'm so close to. I'm gonna get. You know, my wife's gonna divorce me when I bring home one of these dogs without talking to her. It's happened about twice so far.
We saw. Forgive me. I don't know. Is that your girlfriend? Is that your wife? I'm not sure.
No, that is my sister.
That's your sister.
That's my sister.
Don't know. I don't know.
Scratch that.
We saw your sister walking with the dog at one point, and then she came back, and it looked like she went back with the dog, and to be like, well, hold on, we'll get him after camp. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot to hang on to the dog for a little bit.
Right. No. So she walked him over just so I could see him. I was on FaceTime with her about 10 minutes before. I was like, let's get that one. Adopt that one.
Love that.
So, yeah, he's mine. I get him on Thursday after he goes and gets is it neutered? I think male dogs get neutered, and then I'll bring him home on Thursday night.
Well, congrats on the new pup. We love the energy here. Good luck. Best of health, and can't wait to see you hit the field in the fall. I'm thinking somewhere around early September, and hopefully a couple touchdowns in store.
Oh, for sure. All right. Thank you, Nick.
Denzel, good to meet you, bud.
Thank you, John.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there.
help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Still live from Berea. Still hotter than hell. Still on the surface of the sun. But that was great. Denzel Boston. Again, you were a fan beforehand. I love that draft pick, getting him in the second round, double up on wide receivers. What a really genuine young man. And I don't know I could be rooting for him anymore now. Hopefully that's not kissing ass for Anthony Lima.
Also, varied interests, which I find to be appreciative. There's a certain part of my life where I would have been like, I just need him to only be about football and only care about football. And I still feel that way about my head coaches, by the way. I need them to be obsessed with football and only football. But for wide receivers, I love that he's into exotic cars. I love that he's into fashion. I love that he's into cooking. Like, it's a man with a lot of different tastes there. I like that.
Yeah, it's interesting when he started going through it. Like, just got a new dog, and
well, the dog thing is crazy, by the way. Can we touch on that for a second?
You may.
The idea that you would adopt a puppy right now during the busiest time of your life is just insane to me.
But see, I think he's got it figured out because he said that his sister is the one helping taking care of the dog, right?
No, his sister is the one that brought the dog over to him at practice as he was practicing the showcase. The sister's not taking care of the dog.
Oh, but wait, no. If she's here, depending on how long she's here, she could take care of him while
she's not living with him right now.
You don't know that. We didn't ask him that.
The assumption can't be that they're living together right now.
Also,
the assumption has to be she's got her own life and things to do, and she's just in town to support her brother.
Also, way to go ahead and confuse.
Not confused.
Sister, girlfriend, lover.
Asked a question.
Oh.
Asked a question without an
hey, that's my sister. Please, no.
I think the presumption there of girlfriend or wife, and I thought I was being nice there, being like girlfriend or wife.
Why do you think you were being nice?
Well, I didn't think that was going to be a sister. I just assumed. Yeah. The idea that I would even check in my brain, don't assume girlfriend, don't assume wife. Make sure you. I don't know everything about you, Denzel. Which one is it? Is it the girlfriend? Is it the wife? Did not see the sister thing coming at all.
You could have gone worse. You could have been like, who was that groupie that had that dog earlier?
Well, but then it's always awkward.
Then it would have knocked you out.
It's always awkward after that point because now he probably left that thinking to himself, does he think that my sister is the right amount of attractive that I should be dating?
I think he stopped thinking about it.
It's probably what he thought.
As soon as he clarified.
You think so?
That it was not significant other, that it was his sister.
Oh, all right, good for him.
I guarantee you he's not thought about it since, other than maybe telling the guys.
Because his sister was definitely the woman that took the puppy and walked over towards the players with it and then came back with the puppy that we talked about yesterday.
Also,
and we thought it just kind of didn't want to hang out with it for a little bit because why would you want to hang out with a dog for 3 hours at training camp? But then that kind of defeats the purpose of then, actually adopting the dog.
Also, that is a bold move, bringing your sister.
I think it's a smart financial move, potentially.
Oh, trying to hook her up with another player?
Well, maybe. I mean, he spends a lot of time with these guys. I'm sure he has to think at least something of a few of them. And then, they don't make a couple dollars here and there. They're hardly competing with your insurance agent down the block. It's not a bad bet.
Like you saw Zach Zinter's wife and her sister the other day.
That's
and I was just like, I mean, is this a meat market, or what are we doing here?
Both wearing number 70 stuff, too, by the way. Both showing support for Zinter. Kind of in an interesting little twist there.
Good for them.
Yeah, it seemed nice. They seem like nice people.
Yeah,
I like all the family involvement of all this. I do. I like that. I like that the Browns seem to really put a priority on not only that everyone gets to invite everybody, but they also put them up top in this new campus that is built, the cross country mortgage campus that is built. So they kind of feel like they're in a suite taking all this in. I think it's been great.
You got to be very careful. You're going to be called a kiss ass again by saying nice things.
Oh,
now, do you mean those or?
No, it's not being real.
Yeah.
It's not being real.
Because when I think of real. I think of Lima. when I think of like somebody that I feel like I know, because he's just such a real person, I think of Lima.
All right.
Being a dance real hard. Ooh.
You didn't get enough shots at 540.
I don't think I did.
No, okay. I can tell you didn't get enough.
Anthony Lamb is the first guy to ever become a father in the history of the station.
Yeah, is that right?
Oh, you guys! Oh, it's so hard. Yeah, no bleep.
I can't wait for Friday between you two. I'm not even going to be here. I'll be gone. I'll be in Kansas City.
Nothing's going to happen.
I'm going to get a text and it'll say one of you guys punched the other one.
Nothing is going
Jonathan,
to happen.
it's going hell in a handbasket out here.
That's not how
in Lake Erie.
That's not how Lima operates. Lima is going to throw more baseless shots my way and pander to the 5 guys in the media cabal that he's been sniffing the ass of for the last 15 years.
He's going to come up and tell you, hey, this has been fun, right?
And, they'll be very nice to my face because that's Lima. And then, make sure he's going to send back to his text thread there, oh, cabal, he thinks I like him.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go back to living my life and not caring.
How do I play the role of Ken and the role of Jeff in these battles better? How do I do this better?
I don't think you should. I think you should just allow me to go and see where we go from there.
And I definitely poke the bear a little bit, and I kind of egg you on a little bit, but then I do take blowback at the end of all this. How do I?
I don't think you took much blowback.
I took a couple shots today.
What, really? What were the shots?
I took a couple shots today.
Well, the ones from Baskin Phelps you deserved.
Yeah, the one Lyman Ken cannot let go. This I don't know, what was it like? Maybe 35-word text that I sent them 2.5 months ago.
Yeah,
they think it was like the Declaration of Independence, and they bring it up all the time. And Lyman brought it up again today. Oh, I'm expecting like an 8-paragraph text from Jonathan, and it's like settle it down.
Jonathan does take a little bit of a shot from Jeff Phelps from earlier today too, and another one that we have.
We're actually going to play that for in case you missed it there, because we're just going to make the rest of this hour.
I didn't know I got a shot from Phelps. I know Baskin took a couple shots that were grouped together.
I don't mind when it's from Baskin or Jeff or even Ken, because most of the time I've earned it.
Yeah.
I don't know what I did to pee in the Wheaties of Anthony Lima. I don't know.
Yeah, well.
It's just, not sniffing the booty of James Harden. Is that it?
I just don't know. I don't know what he wants from you. I don't. You don't get to have your own opinions. You don't get to have your own thoughts. But if you do have your own opinions,
he is the opinion police. Yeah.
Well, if your own opinions and your own thoughts, then you're just not being real. I'm confused by that.
Unless you agree with Lima, your thoughts and opinions are being fake. That's all this is.
That's clearly what we've learned here.
Now, believe it or not, today is the third anniversary of Hosey knocking out Tim Anderson.
Yeah.
And I swear to you, that moment comes up in conversation with fellow Guardians fans once every 3 months at the very least. And most of it comes back to Tim Anderson was never the same after that.
Well, and one-hitter-quitter aspect of this, too. Anytime you have that, it's funny. I told you every now and then I'll go on Facebook Marketplace and just check. I've never bought anything on Facebook Marketplace. But I check it just in case something pops up. I don't know why. I love eBay. I love that type of stuff. I love just checking things out while then actually not purchasing anything. The Tim Anderson, Jose Ramirez photos, though, that are on that marketplace, it's daily.
Yeah.
Daily. People love commemorating that in such a big way.
Well, it's so funny because there's so many ways in which Jose has been universally beloved by Cleveland Guardians fans, signing 2 contract extensions here, being a pretty consistent 5 or 6 WAR player throughout his career. The fact that he's kind of propped up some pretty mid teams and kind of helped get them better than they really were. I swear to you, 30 years from now, when we talk about Jose Ramirez, our sons and daughters will do the same thing. The first thing people are going to mention is knocking Tim Anderson the hell out.
Yeah, this is kind of more sad than it is anything, though. Is it sad that that'll be on the Hall of Fame imagery is going to be Jose Ramirez knocking Tim Anderson out?
That should be his Hall of Fame bust.
It's going to be in
his face when he's knocking his ass out.
But so I think about Lindor in this conversation, right? Lindor had the home run in Puerto Rico as all the Puerto Ricans are going crazy and loving everything about the hometown kid doing the game in Puerto Rico and watching that happen. I think about Game 1 of the Yankees playoff series, the grand slam off the foul pole, something that we'll never forget. There's so many awesome moments when you think of Lindor on the field that play out. Why don't we have more of those from Jose? Shouldn't that be the takeaway, that it's going to be a Tim Anderson knockout? That's one of the big images we have of Jose Ramirez?
No, I actually think it's the opposite. It's not that we don't have one indelible image from a baseball perspective. It's that the guy's done it a billion times. Like almost any time they've needed a winning hit, a winning generate a run,
right,
big
but what's
home
your
run.
favorite? If I
It's
ask
been
you what's
Jose.
your favorite on-field
I
Jose
can't.
moment? I know you can't because nobody can
well,
either.
No,
Right
because
now, when you're
none of
thinking
them
about
stick
it,
out.
That's the
because
problem.
he has too many.
That's the problem.
Francisco
Tim
Lindor has
Anderson,
1 minute, one hit in the World Baseball Classic, which isn't even for Cleveland or New York.
Wasn't the World Baseball Classic. That was when he was playing with the Guardians and they played in Puerto Rico.
See,
and
that's
the other
what I
one,
told
and
you.
the other one was the playoff game.
I was testing you.
Game 1 against the Yankees off the foul pole, the grand slam. Like, he's got those moments that every Guardians fan can inherently, you see, you think of, you remember. I don't, what is the on-field moment for J-Ram right now?
It's consistently being an MVP caliber player for a decade.
I understand that.
Knocking Tim Anderson the bleep out.
But you would think after a Hall of Fame career, we would have more of those moments that everybody gravitates to ahead of knocking out Tim Anderson. But I think you're all right. I think the moment right now for a lot of people, and it just gives them a smile on their face, is him knocking Tim Anderson out. And Hammy's call on it has to go with that as well.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Tim Anderson was not beloved by his own teammates, let alone baseball fans and guys that played against him. Clearly, Jose knocked his ass out. He's definitely kind of become a tragic figure. He was already in the midst of a career-ending type season. He was almost a -2 WAR player his last year in Chicago.
He just kind of forgot how to play the game.
I mean, and it happened overnight, but it happened the same season that Jose knocked him out. And then there was one completely forgettable year in Miami where he got cut.
Yeah.
Then like when you wash out with the Angels and you can't even make it through like half a season with the Angels, like there's a part of me that just if I saw him, I'd just be like, "Hey, Slugger, how you doing?"
It's got
pal?
very Cal Raleigh-esque vibes to it all right now, where you're like,
without the beloved nickname of Big Dumper.
Yeah, you're like, what how were you so awesome and so great? He never hit the height of Cal Raleigh, obviously, but like then to just completely disappear off the face of the earth. That's tough for Tim Anderson. You're right about the punchable face aspect as well, though. There wasn't too many people around baseball when you looked at it and said, I'd like to see that guy get punched in the face. He was one of those guys.
Yeah, like this would be if Trevor Bauer's disintegration came through in Cleveland, and the last memory we had of Trevor Bauer was him getting jaw-jacked by Bobby Witt Jr. or by, Justin Verlander or something like that. Like, there's no way in, like, White Sox fans, and again, for 4 years, Tim Anderson was one of the best shortstops, slugging shortstops in baseball. And the last thing, when White Sox fans think about it, it's ubiquitous with the idea of him getting knocked the bleep
It
out.
also goes harder because he's as great of a player as he is, and we remember the ones with the great players the most, right? Nolan Ryan versus Robin Ventura, for instance. We remember Nolan Ryan getting all bloodied up and throwing the haymakers. You remember Bautista, for instance. Like when you have
Bautista,
actually good players that get in these fights, it makes it 10 times better.
Bautista bomb. Is
that what you said?
He said Bautista.
Yeah, Jose.
Oh, I was thinking of WWE Superstar and Marvel franchise Superstar.
Oh, no, I'm thinking of the time Jose Bautista lost his mind.
Yeah. I got knocked out by Rugi Odor.
Yeah.
Not our Rugi Odor. That's Rugni Odor. This is Rugi Odor. We got our
good Odor distinction by you.
Our Odor straight. Got to keep them straight, as it were. 216-474-0092. Can you think of a more indelible moment than Jose Ramirez getting knocked the bleep out? There, our guy is right back there. Look at you. It's always good to get shouted out.
Oh, did he waved again?
Yeah, I waved again. Yeah, Jake saw it.
Our bald-headed friend.
I would like to. We got to come up with a better thing than
Well,
bald-headed. Bald-headed is kind of pejorative.
That's the only way we know him as. We talked about his bald head. Basically seeming like it was the sun from
sans
100 feet away.
folliculi, something like that. That sounds very regal.
We actually debated if he puts Crisco on top of it yesterday.
Not Crisco. You're thinking of the wrong oil. More of like a polish.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, like it's a bowling ball or something.
In case we missed it. Including the other shot taken at us by Baskin and Phelps in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson. It doesn't feel like it today because it's hotter than the surface of the sun outside, but we're already talking about the end of summer here, right? I'm still getting used to firing up the grill here, and all of a sudden, we're going to be talking fall, we're going to be talking winter before you know it, because that's how it goes in Northeast Ohio. And the truth is, now's the perfect time to take care of your old and drafty windows, because if you don't, right now, you're letting the hot air into your home, hijacking your energy bills. It could be a lot worse. You could be in the middle of winter, sub-zero temperatures forcing their way into your home, hurting your comfort. disrupting you, and, again, hijacking your energy bills. That's why you got to go ahead and call my friends at Universal Windows Direct today, 216-243-6648. They've got an offer that's hard to beat. Right now, when you buy 4 windows, you get 4 windows free. And to make everything easier, you get
lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Deshaun Watson, Shador Sanders. The Browns QB battle is back. We're your home for training camp and preseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you one more time here in Berea. I'll be back tomorrow. Potentially another Browns guest. You guys know the drill. You never know quite. You're never quite sure who's going to pop up in Berea. But all guests today appearing on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. If you guys missed any of the 5 hours of today's show, you can listen back on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, watch the entire deal on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. As always, you can subscribe there, like our videos. We like to be liked. But big thanks to Ben Solak, ESPN NFL analyst at 3 today. Joined us. Great stuff there. Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com, the Orange and Brown Talk podcast at 3:30 today. Joe Thomas, Browns legend. Remember him at 4. Darryl Ryder at 4:40. And then Browns rookie Denzel Boston at 6 o'clock today. And again, all guests appear on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Great stuff with them. By the way, who the hell's Brew?
What do you mean?
We had a spot there, and there was a guy like, "Hey guys, it's Brew."
Chris Broussard.
Am I supposed to know who the hell Brew is?
You don't know who Brew is?
He's a radio personality.
Who's Brew?
Who's Brew?
So is Chris Broussard. Are we not talking about Chris Broussard?
Yeah.
No, Brew blew up on TikTok.
Brew up?
Like BREW?
BRU. Yeah, he completely blew up during the pandemic because of what he did on the radio. Now has a relationship with somebody who also blew up on TikTok.
Sexually?
Some are saying, I guess. I don't know.
No, I didn't know what kind of relationship. Whether it's a working relationship.
It's the girl that's like
the Macarelli kind.
It's the girl that always says we're going to Starbucks and always has a new order every day. She got famous
so they're a
off
couple
doing
of
that,
idiots.
so.
Okay.
Oh, I've actually seen this guy. Wasn't this guy on a reality TV show at one
Brew.
point?
Oh, he looks like a Brew.
Yeah, I've seen this guy.
God, I'd like to just punch him square in the nards.
Yeah.
So he's on the radio, though, huh?
Yeah, he's
a little Hot
entertaining.
100 action.
He was on The Circle, and he presented himself as like some sort of radio guy.
What Circle?
The Circle. It's a Netflix dating show. Of course, I watched it.
Mm-hmm.
And he presented himself as a radio guy. And usually when we do these shows, I'll watch with my wife, and then it'll be like, played in the NFL, and you look him up, and they like didn't play anything in the NFL or anywhere close to it.
Wait, this guy self-proclaimed himself? That's how self-proclaiming works. The CEO of Radio TikTok?
Yeah, well, and so that's it, and so that is part of it, and so then, and then I looked him up, and I was like, okay, this guy, he's going to be like these Bachelor contestants that say they played in the NFL, and they like had one practice squad appearance, and that's it. And it's like, no, he's got like 1 million followers at that point.
All
and
right,
it's just completely blown up.
So does he intro like Hootie and the Blowfish? Is it?
I'm shocked you guys are just now learning about this guy.
I just told you, I watched him in The Circle.
Well, I mean, now that I know,
I didn't know he could go by Brew.
Yeah, you didn't know just Brew on the radio. Like
he was Josh
it didn't
Radio
click
guy
for
at
you
the
right
time.
away. Yeah.
No, it's also been like 6 years maybe since he was on that show.
He blew up for doing like things that his boss would fire him for, kind of being on the edge with things he would say on the radio. Also would say, would get his listeners to give him a word.
He's wacky.
Like
for
he
sure.
would get a word and he would try and work it in between his break. It was entertaining content during the pandemic.
That is creative. I get it.
155 million likes, 4.4 million followers.
Yeah. And what a name, Brew.
Brew's having some TikTok success. You can't deny him.
You cannot deny Brew. Again, you can just he's like Seal. You can just share.
I didn't know
you
he
can
was
just
at
say,
that
"Hey,
point.
it's Brew," and it was like,
yes.
"Oh, it's Brew."
I didn't know he was at the Hey, it's Brew. I did not know that. Good for him.
Yeah, good for him.
Good for him.
Bet you he's a real peach of a human.
The Oprah of radio. How about that?
Listen, if anything is proven in 2026, just be really good at whoring yourself out, and you can just single it to one name. I could never be, "Hey, it's Nick." It'll never work. People like, there's a million Nicks. That being said, let's get you in case you missed it.
All right, I'm going to play two sides of this. I'll play the groom going for it and the bride saying no thank you. 50-50s at weddings is what we're going to discuss here, okay? The 50-50 ticket is something I told you I've loved for a long time. Anytime I see a 50-50, I always tend to participate. This groom wants it at his wedding, doesn't think it's tacky. Here we go.
I think it'll be fun.
for everyone involved because majority of my party, and I know a lot of people in Gabs' party, will want to do it. They like getting their skin in the game. If there's a chance to win some solid couple $100, I don't see why they wouldn't want to do it.
Why does he sound like he's got a head injury?
I think he's doing a walk. I think he's doing a TikTok walk. He's doing a TikTok.
Yeah, they're out for a walk when they're talking about it.
Trying to explain his side of it. We'll do it
Most
quick.
active Mac has been on the show.
If you went to a wedding and they had a 50-50 raffle, 50% going to the couple, 50% going to yourself, if you win the thing, is that tacky or is that just fun?
That's fun. Little skin in the game.
I think giving people some skin in the game is, and maybe my gambler side is just showing, but I don't know why this isn't at every wedding. And then they'll probably win and then just give you the money as well for the happy couple.
I wouldn't. I'd take that money.
Yeah. Well,
Think
might
about
put
it.
a clause in there that it's like expected you have to take the money so you don't feel guilty like you have to then give it back.
People get really incredibly. I'm one of these people. I get all sappy at weddings, so I always carry a little extra money in case there's an opportunity, right?
Yeah.
You just know. Especially, oh my God, at an Italian wedding.
An opportunity for what? You like
a lap dance.
Shake the groom's hand and be like, "Here's a 20."
I'm gonna slide him a 20.
More where that came from.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna give her a $5 bill and say, "Go get yourself a soda pop."
I'm making fun of you, and you're turning around as if I'm the one that
you're
carries
being
around
like,
extra money to tip handedly to the bride and the groom.
Okay, I get that I'm a cheap chintzy bastard.
Yeah.
I'm not tipping somebody. I'm not tipping the groom $20 and be like, "Be good tonight with this
So
one."
what are you carrying the extra cash for? What are you carrying it for?
In case there's a 50-50.
Okay. One day.
We're out of room to play. Jeff Phelps taking a shot. Actually, Mac, how much time do we have?
You got about 10, 15 seconds.
That's all I need.
Not enough time.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin, Manning, all the stuff out here. He did a great job engineering. Big thanks to Mackenzie Flume, a.k.a. Flume Dog Millionaire. Hanau. That's how we say the name. Got corrected by Keith. Keith follows a lot of AAA players.
Okay.
No.